The world I live in is filled with countless dungeons. Here, where dinosaurs once roared, cave dungeons have formed. The monsters within them grew in number, eventually creating a place teeming with danger, along with countless treasures hidden inside the dungeons. The adventurers who conquer these dungeons possess immense fortunes and the greatest fame in the world. But there are exceptions, as not everyone can become an adventurer. In this world, only the chosen can become adventurers. And then a person appeared heading inside. The young man carried a large bag on his back. He was walking slowly, step by step. The bag he carried seemed very heavy. After walking for a while, the young man encountered a guard. The man glanced at him with contempt and issued a warning. "Hey, that's a dungeon up ahead. Only authorized people are allowed in." However, when the man noticed the shining badge on the young man's neck, he was surprised. "What is this you are?" The boy scratched his head and smiled when he saw the others surprise me. The young man put on a confident smile. "I am Najib, a porter for adventurers." The guard seemed to understand, letting out a sound. "Oh, come on." Behind him, a few people stood there judging him. How can a porter be later than the adventurers? Seriously, kids these days. Najib just forced a smile and tried to explain. "I'm sorry, this is my first time here." The guard asked with an annoyed look. "But why are you alone? Where are the other porters? The Porters Guild must have already received the 50 gold advance payment, right?" Najib looked a bit awkward. "Well, the thing is," he confidently introduced himself again, "I am the 50 gold a day porter, Najib." Hearing this, the man became interested. A porter that costs 50 gold a day. The man opened his mouth and yelled angrily, "Do you think I'm that stupid? This is a dungeon that requires at least 4 or 5 porters. How do you plan to do it alone?" Najib tried to explain. "I'm sorry, but..." The man crossed his arms arrogantly, glancing at the luggage behind him. "If you have a mouth, then answer me. Can you carry all our luggage by yourself, not to mention the loot from the dungeon? Do you think you can properly carry our burden?" Najib showed no reaction, quietly walking over, while the man maintained his arrogant attitude. "If you understand, then go back to the Porters Guild and call for more people, or I'll raise hell at the guild." He stroked his chin, observing the luggage. "That's a lot of luggage for 4 people. Hearing this, the other man became even more disgusted. "See, I told you you couldn't carry it." Najib frowned and began to think. This kind of reaction from adventurers is normal for a porter who costs 5 times the usual price when the average daily wage is less than 10 gold. He said nothing, grabbing the strap of his backpack. At a time like this, rather than explaining, it was better to just put the large bag on his back on the ground for them to see. He simply pulled the bag's strap closer. Najib was still cheerfully stuffing each item inside. The whole group of people sitting nearby turned to look, their mouths agape. A young man with blonde hair couldn't help but exclaim, "What is that?" He couldn't help but wonder, is that a magic bag? Najib put the bag on and calmly asked, "I just need to carry these things right." They immediately ran up to him and asked incessantly, "What is that thing? Where did you get it? Is it heavy? It looks so convenient. I wish I had a bag like that." Najib scratched his head with an embarrassed smile. "Sorry, this is an exclusive bag, so outsiders can't use it. Anyway, will you hire me now?" At that moment, the blonde-haired young man spoke up irritably. "Stop making a scene." His attitude was very contemptuous. "It's just a magic bag for some porter." The other two grimaced in embarrassment. "I'm sorry, Sir Jeff." The man looked arrogantly towards Najib. "Fine, I'll hire you." He was the gold-rank Jeff Swordsman and captain of the Wolf Howl team. But things didn't end there. Jeff put his hands on his hips. "You'd better be worth that gold. If you can't do the work of 5 people, you'd best be prepared for the consequences." Najib's face darkened, and he wondered to himself, this guy is the team captain. He quietly observed the man. He looked strict. Jeff wasted no more time, ordering his team members to grab their gear and prepare for the expedition. Suddenly, Najib flashed a sly smile. "But that's fine too." Now he was filled with confidence and excitement. "I am a professional porter after all." And so they entered the dungeon together. In his mind, Najib was already forming a plan before they even conquered the dungeon. "I'm going to make them completely satisfied." The reason Nadi gets paid more than other porters isn't simply because of his ability to carry things. It's all about the ultimate satisfaction of the adventurers. They're the ones conquering dungeons, facing countless dangers. Suddenly, one of the team members wasn't paying attention and stepped on a trap. He cried out in pain, and then monsters even started to attack. Jeff New's party stopped on high alert. He immediately drew his sword and shouted to warn everyone, "They're coming." They were relentlessly fighting back against the monsters, and the battle was growing incredibly fierce. Jeff New was now facing a monster head-on. Conquering a dungeon is full of endless variables that lead to considerable stress. Jeff New covered his face in frustration. He glared angrily at his teammates. "Didn't I tell you not to let your guard down? What are you so nervous about?" The other two started blaming and pushing responsibility onto each other. Don yelled angrily, "I'm getting chewed out because of you." The other guy shot back, "What, you're even worse than I am." Nadi quietly observed the scene. "This is why I became a porter and targeted this market." Nadi set down his large bag and said, "All right now, adventurers." He spoke in a friendly tone. "You must all be hungry from all that walking, right? I brought some snacks." The two who were arguing were suddenly at a loss for words. They both furrowed their brows in confusion. What is this? A plate of delicious food appeared. This aroma. One delicious dish after another was laid out. Is he even holding food with his bare hands? What is this? This menu is insane. A lavish feast was soon beautifully laid out. Everything Nadi did was thanks to a secret skill of the porter-class dungeon restaurant. Without saying a word, they began to devour the food. Don's eyes lit up as he looked at the food in his hand. Not only is the dish special, but it's warm, as if it were just cooked. The person next to him took a bite of greens and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my God, this is even a fresh salad." He was incredibly moved by the delicious food. "For the past few days, I haven't eaten anything but dried meat and bread as hard as a rock." Don looked at Nadi's magical bag in surprise. "Amazing. Does that bag of yours also have the ability to keep food fresh?" But the other guy had a different idea. "No, wait a minute. Could it have a cooking function?" He hesitated, not sure how to explain. Well, it's something like that." Nadi started rummaging through his bag again. "The important thing is, you haven't seen anything yet." He placed his hand into some cool, refreshing water. There was even a tap that continuously poured out pure water. A secret skill of the porter class. How about Arcadion's paradise? The relaxing sensation left him speechless. He began to close his eyes and enjoy it. Am I at a resort? It's like a hot spring in the middle of a snowy field. But when he opened his eyes to the gloomy sight of the dungeon, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. No, this isn't really the right scenery, but it's still amazing. However, at that moment, someone else was gritting their teeth. Jeff New yelled angrily, "Are we on vacation? Doing things like this in a dungeon is completely undisciplined." But in the end, he couldn't resist the temptation either. "But it's so warm, I don't feel like scolding anyone." Hearing this, the older man nodded in agreement. "That's true, isn't it?" Jeff New sat in the water with his eyes closed, relaxing. "Well, now with this, I have no choice but to acknowledge you." He honestly shared his initial thoughts. "To be honest, I only hired you on a gamble. There's no way it could be worth 50 gold. But Nadi's dedicated service changed Jeff New's mind. "I was even planning to complain to the guild and demand a refund, but for a porter to have magic like this, 50 gold feels like a bargain." He was warming his hands over a small fire and couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. Isn't this what dungeon crawling is all about? Outsiders might think conquering a dungeon is difficult because you have to face powerful monsters, but it's usually the stress and environmental factors from a long expedition that cause anxiety and lead to failure. Nadi recalled his past experiences, things like getting a stomachache from eating bad food or failing because of a lack of sleep. Those kinds of things are quite common. Porters make a living off adventurers, and adventurers have to clear dungeons. So it's really not that big of a deal for me to do things that help ensure a successful crawl. The bearded man heard him and burst out laughing. The old man was really enjoying himself in the tub, saying it was no exaggeration that you'd rarely get treatment like this, even on the outside. Right, this is a feeling I've never experienced before. That bearded guy's eyes were full of happiness. After all this pampering, I feel so re-energized. It's like I can take on any enemy with ease. Najib was thrilled when the old man declared they wouldn't have to worry about the raid. The bearded man was so excited he stood straight up in the tub, making Najib blush and look away. "Your clothes." After their break, the party started their monster-slaying journey once more. Just as he'd said, the raid was going smoothly. Everyone was fighting their hardest, while Najib was wearing glasses like he was watching a movie. Since they were an experienced party from the start, they easily took down the monsters. However, a challenge was still waiting for them. This time, the party encountered a mutated reinforced lizard. The problem is the boss. The boss is always random. The moment Jeff New saw it, he tightened his grip on his sword. His expression turned grim. Damn it, this one's going to be tough. Jeff New charged ahead, carefully warning everyone not to give it a single chance to attack. It rushed forward to attack everyone. Just then, the reinforced lizard's claws came down right where the bearded man was standing. The old man didn't panic, raising the crossbow in his hand and aiming it carefully. The bolt shot out, forming a spider web that enveloped the reinforced lizard's sharp claws. Archer skill spider web. It still hadn't given up and continued to charge towards them. It swung its heavy tail towards the party, but luckily they were prepared and managed to block it. Jeff New saw his chance and moved forward. He raised his sword, activating the ninja swordsmanship skill. Jeff New decisively sliced off the reinforced lizard's tail, making it turn around in pain. The reinforced lizard roared loudly, continuously shooting strange green beams from its mouth. He rushed forward like lightning again, using his sword to block the monster's attack. His gaze became incredibly determined. The reinforced lizard spat out more and more of the green fluid. Najib noticed and quickly hid behind a rock to observe. It didn't take him long to recognize its type. This time, the boss is a B-rank raid target, the reinforced lizard. Najib silently analyzed the situation. Based on the adventurer's current skills, the success rate is over 80%. That might sound stable, but you can't ignore the remaining 20% because if the adventurers fail, the porter dies. So failure isn't an option. Najib reached into his bag and started rummaging through it. Maybe I should help them out a little. He just reached his hand into the space and started searching. Let's see. Soon enough, Najib found it and exclaimed happily, so this is where it was. He looked at the mushroom-shaped item in his hand. The adventurer's attack power should be enough. Even just creating an opportunity would be enough for a win. However, right now, Najib's heart ached. Of course, it's a bit of a waste to use such an expensive smoke mushroom, but he held back his tears and tied a string tightly around the item to throw it. Clearing the dungeon is the priority right now, so there's no other choice. The reinforced lizard was charging around frantically, making Najib hesitate. The problem is, how do I throw this? Now it's aiming for Jeff New. There was no more time to think, so he decided to take a chance and throw it, no matter how unpredictable its movements were. If I throw it just as it's attacking the adventurers. Najib used all his strength to throw the smoke mushroom at the reinforced lizard. At that moment, it also noticed something flying towards it. However, before the reinforced lizard could even react, an explosion rang out. In just a moment, it was sent into a violent coughing fit. Jeff New looked back at the porter a little surprised. Najib stood there cheering happily. Go get him! He gave a confident smile, his eyes filled with hope. Jeff New once again climbed onto the reinforced lizard. Got it. He used all his strength to build momentum and jump. Jeff New raised his sword, ready to strike it at any moment. At that moment, the reinforced lizard's eyes suddenly flew wide open. A powerful blow landed right on its head. The attack sent the reinforced lizard crashing weakly to the ground. Jeff didn't let his guard down, still observing it seriously. After confirming the reinforced lizard showed no more signs of life, he happily announced to everyone, "Good work, let's collect the loot." Najib felt a bit relieved the conquest was finally completed smoothly, but the excitement was short-lived. The atmosphere quickly turned sour, the reason being the meager rewards. The reward that dropped from the reinforced lizard's maw was so little that Najib was disappointed with the boss. There should have been at least 20 B-rank magic stones, but only 5 dropped, and the rest was considered junk. What's worse, this dungeon mostly consisted of common monsters like goblins. In other words, comparing the value and effort of the conquest to this reward, he ended up completely empty-handed. Najib thought about the 4 team members and how they had to split that meager reward among 4 people. Najib looked over at them. Perhaps that's why the joy of clearing the dungeon vanished, and the atmosphere grew tense. Donald questioned loudly, "What did you do to deserve a bigger share?" The other person angrily pointed at him and yelled, "The one who always takes more has no right to talk." He watched them argue heatedly, realizing that even dividing the rewards was a sensitive issue. But then Najib smiled brightly and said, "What can you do?" He couldn't contain his joy. That's an adventurer's problem. It has nothing to do with me. A porter gets a fixed rate, no matter how much the adventurers get, so before everyone's mood gets worse, shall we wrap this up? He held 2 drinks and called out, "Thanks for your hard work, adventurers. You all must be thirsty, have some water." He just walked towards the group like that. Jeff smiled with satisfaction and said, "You even take care of the team's needs after the job is done." He also didn't forget to express his gratitude for the smoke bomb he threw at the boss. "Meeting you in this dungeon was probably the greatest asset we had." Hearing this, Najib replied humbly, "You're exaggerating. I just helped a little with my humble skill." Donald immediately walked over upon hearing that humble skill. "The more I look, the more amazed I am." Very quickly, he revealed his true intentions. Donald flashed a cunning smile. "That bag of yours can always pull out endless wonders." Jeff, standing beside him, agreed. That bag of yours probably has more in it than this entire dungeon. Another team member added, maybe it has a mountain of money in it. The bearded man laughed slyly and chimed in, because you're a porter with a salary of 50 gold after all. Donald laughed out loud like the captain said the greatest asset in this dungeon was meeting that bag. Greed filled the eyes of the entire team as they stared at Najib as if they were targeting their prey. He couldn't help but feel worried. Why has the atmosphere suddenly gotten so strange? What's this? What are you all doing? Looks like I'm done for. I was planning to end it in one least painful blow. But when you think about it, being an adventurer is a job where you risk your life. And you can't possibly leave empty-handed, right? Please don't hate us. We're also in a tight spot with our tribute payments. To be honest, a bag like that is a bit much for a porter, don't you think? Is that so? A porter's job often ends with death in a dungeon. Even if they kill me, they just have to say I was killed by a goblin and no one will suspect a thing. No matter how much I try to help the adventurers in the end, I'm still treated like a tool. The expressions of those who were once grateful for my efforts instantly changed to looking at me like I was an object. But I'm not surprised or scared at all. It's a common occurrence in this world. This is a world where your job is decided the moment you are born. The treatment that porters, the lowest ranking job, receive has never changed. When I first gained this ability, they said my power was just a bag. The scornful looks from everyone who looked down on me. With an ability like yours, you can never register as an adventurer. I told you time and again your job is to be a porter. If you want to be part of a dungeon raid so badly, then just sign up as a porter. The world decided I couldn't become an adventurer. It classified me as a porter. These guys probably think the same thing, don't they? Don sneered threateningly. If you get it then, hand over everything you have and die. That stupid porter. Najib instantly dodged the attack. But that's not for you to decide, is it? He reached behind him, pulling something from his bag. Just as Don launched his next attack, a sword was drawn and blocked him. He couldn't help but be surprised. He blocked it. Najib braced himself to keep from being thrown back. Then he used the momentum to counterattack. The pommel of his sword smashed right into Don's face. The man's face caved in as he was sent flying. The bearded man couldn't help but cry out in surprise. That guy. Najib continued to pull out more weapons. He tossed an axe into the air, spinning it a few times to draw the bearded man's attention. A moment later, it came crashing down on him. The whole group stared in wide-eyed astonishment. Jeff New exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible?" Don was taken down. He gritted his teeth in anger. The other two charged forward as Jeff New screamed, "What is this nonsense? Can't you even handle him?" Najib then took out a vial. It immediately blocked the incoming attacks from the two men. Both of them were hit screaming in agony. "It's so hot." Immediately after, Najib pointed his sword at them. His eyes blazed with fire. His sword strike sliced right through their protective shield. A man named Mai Ngo screamed in terror. Then he took a direct hit from Najib and went rolling away like a wheel. He glanced at the man with hatred in his eyes. The man was kicked away, his head slamming into a large rock. Jeff New's face turned pale. He frowned in disbelief. Did he really defeat 3 adventurers all by himself? No way. Isn't he just a white rank? Who the hell are you? Faced with that question, Najib replied innocently, "Me. I'm the dungeon porter." An unknown amount of time passed. After leaving the dungeon, Najib had tied the group up in one place. Just then, a sound caught his attention. A horse-drawn carriage had just arrived. Nadi cheerfully waved at her. "You're here. Over here. Over here." That person slowly alighted from the carriage. She approached and gently inquired, "Are you the porter Nadi? I was informed of a case within the dungeon, so I've come to investigate." The newcomer was Betcha, the dungeon inspector. She approached with a slight hesitation, but they had been beaten black and blue by Nadi. What in the world was this? Betcha frowned in suspicion. What happened in this dungeon? He lifted the bag and said cheerfully, "Instead of me explaining, it would be better for you to hear it directly from this." Suddenly, voices started coming from inside the bag. The words coming from inside were not very pleasant. "Honestly, isn't an item like that too extravagant for a mere porter? Let's just kill him quietly." After hearing it, Betcha couldn't help but praise him. How amazing! She immediately opened her book to take notes. A recording device disguised as a bag. What a useless design, but I should still study it. Nadi scratched his head in embarrassment and corrected her. "It's more of a sound-collecting bag, to be precise." Betcha turned back and said with conviction, "In any case, I understand that they betrayed you and intended to kill you, Nadi. That's more than enough proof." She peered into the bag curiously, but what I'm curious about is how a porter like you was able to defeat 4 adventurers. Betcha looked at their miserable state with a bit of pity. They look as if they've been poisoned by smoke mushrooms. Nadi immediately laughed, pleased. You know about smoke mushrooms. She nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I at least know not to eat them in other regions. Ingesting them causes muscle stiffness, dizziness, and a pale purple hue on the face. Nadi held up a finger and began to lay out the details. That simplifies everything then. It turns out they just accidentally ate a stew containing those mushrooms right as they were about to attack me. He recalled the sight of Jeffno and his party vomiting non-stop. The symptoms were starting to show. I was really lucky, wasn't I? Otherwise, how could a porter like me possibly overpower adventurers like them? Nadi even leaned down and asked him, Isn't that right? I'm telling the truth, am I not? He growled, his voice full of menace, adventurer. Jeffno struggled to look at Nadi. Those words are lies. It's true we ate poisonous mushrooms, but we never ate them willingly. Before we could even put up a real fight, we had already fallen into his trap. He suddenly laughed out loud. You! Nadi didn't forget to mock him. Are you really a gold rank adventurer? He swung a blade down right at Jeffno. Not even a white rank, are you? But he dodged it just in time and launched a counterattack. And so they clashed for a time. Every one of Nadi's attacks forced Jeffno to retreat in fear. He clenched his teeth, anxiety welling up inside him. I thought something was strange. Nadi just flashed a smug smile at Jeffno. Even if we used up a lot of our strength on the boss, there's no reason my team should lose to a mere porter. His mouth moved as if to say something. It's just... Nadi laughed loudly, leaping down from above at Jeffno. How did you ever beat that goblin with sword swings that slow? Jeffno couldn't take it anymore and began to attack with his sword. The shame of being overwhelmed by a porter, combined with his provocations, caused us to lose our composure completely. You common baggage hauler. Nadi wasn't worried at all. In fact, he just laughed nonchalantly. We couldn't even think of other possibilities. He effortlessly dodged his opponent's moves. So close, maybe you'll hit me next time. Then again, maybe not. Jeffno attacked again, but each time Nadi nimbly evaded him. Jeffno's sword swung high, brimming with powerful streams of energy. He unleashed a long slash at Nadi, but he simply jumped high to dodge the technique. Jeffno gaped, unable to believe his eyes, while Nadi just laughed in amusement. Unable to take it, he gritted his teeth. You bastard! No matter what kind of attack he launched, Nadi could still evade it easily. Excuse me, just passing by. Jeffno was dumbfounded, his eyes filled with utter shock. The reason we lost to a porter. Nadi looked on coldly at his opponent. It wasn't because he was strong, but because I had grown weak. Jeffno seemed to notice something was off. He weakly supported his body, a feeling of unease rising within him. Why is this happening? I feel like I'm going to throw up. No, I am throwing up. Nadi spoke with a disdainful laugh. Isn't that what I already told you? He announced solemnly, You've been poisoned. The food you ate earlier had a poisonous mushroom in it called a smoke mushroom. It enhances the flavor of the dish, and it also acts as insurance against deceitful clients like you. 2 birds with 1 stone, isn't it? It was only then that it dawned on Jeffno Poison Dot Model. He gritted his teeth in anger. You bastard! Jeff Nom shouted loudly. Does that mean you planned to betray us from the very beginning, you damn porter? Nadi burst out laughing. He explained further, why would a discerning porter like me trust shady adventurers like you? But like I said, it was just insurance. The bag on Nadi's back began to emit strange red smoke. Whether you betray me or not is up to you. In this case, using a catalyst will make the poisonous mushrooms effect appear instantly. Normally, I'd give you the antidote after we conquer the dungeon to neutralize the poison, but... Nadi's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. Some idiots went and broke it. The more Jeff Nom listened, the angrier he became. He chuckled with delight. So what am I supposed to do now? Nadi held the antidote bottle in his hand and said, There's only 1 antidote left. He could only sob and admit it now. Even so, in this situation, no one would believe he was told to poison us. Besides, that's right. Jeff Nom was choked up and speechless. It was just an unfortunate case of eating the wrong soup. In his heart, he was still unconvinced. How could he admit defeat to a mere porter? It was too humiliating. The whole group cried with regret. I wish I'd never eaten that soup. Bella stroked her chin, pondering something. After grasping the situation, she came to a conclusion. I understand what happened. I will transport these criminals. Bella ordered the soldier beside her. Put them in the carriage. Nadi happily slung his bag over his shoulder and left. My work here is done, so I'll be going. But at that moment, Petra suddenly called him back. Wait. If you're going back to the city, do you want to ride with us? Nadi was silent for a moment thinking. He asked her bluntly, "Is it free?" And so the carriage rattled along the road. Bella sat in the carriage and sighed in frustration. It's a shame you had to run into such an unfortunate incident right after arriving in this city. She spoke with remorse. On behalf of the Adventurers Guild, I apologize. Nadi didn't care about it at all. It's fine, we porters are used to this kind of thing. Let's see. Petra didn't forget to remind him. Is that so? Even so, there's something you need to be careful about, although I know you weren't at fault in this incident. Bella turned her head to look at the people locked up in the back, but they won't see it that way. The adventurers you subdued are all from the Dawn Guild. That guild is notorious everywhere for its arrogance and lawlessness. Regardless of the reason, if one of their members gets hurt, they will retaliate. Bella turned to advise him, so you should be careful for a while. But when she saw Nadi, she was full of question marks. She asked hesitantly, "Are you listening, Mr. Nadi?" By now he had his head buried in his bag. "Yes, I'm still listening." The creature suddenly spat a mouthful of saliva in his face. Nadi immediately scolded Melania. "I told you not to come out in front of people. They'll be scared when they see you." It replied pitifully, "But I'm hungry." Petra asked in alarm, while also jotting it down in her notebook. What in the world is that? Note 2, a strange creature was discovered in the bag. Nadi scratched his head apologetically and explained, "It's nothing, don't worry." He then introduced it seriously. "This little guy is Gluttony. It's been living in my bag for a very long time. It organizes the items in the bag. Before Gluttony, my stuff was always getting tangled up." Nadi rubbed his chin thoughtfully. In return, it eats a ton of magic stones. Since this dungeon conquest was so chaotic, it must have been busy too. He seemed to think of something, a sly smile appearing on his face. Nadi readily announced his plan. "I got the entire dungeon reward. Normally, it would be split among 4 adventurers." He happily handed the magic stone to Gluttony. "I'm feeling very generous today, so let's double the magic stones." After it finished eating, a look of satisfaction appeared on its face. Petra was still surprised. "This is the first time I've ever seen a creature like this. A living being that eats magic stones." Nadi hugged Gluttony, tightly smiling as he replied, "To be honest, it's my first time seeing one too, but it's harmless. So this is a mutually beneficial relationship." Petra stared at him. "You're quite interesting. No, I should say your bag is amazing. I've never heard of a bag like that before." Suddenly, at that moment, the horses went wild, neighing non-stop. They seemed pretty panicked, making the people inside anxious too. Bella shouted to the soldier in front, "What's wrong with the horses all of a sudden?" That person didn't understand what was happening either. "I don't know. They just suddenly went crazy." Just then, Najib seemed to sense something. Wait, this feeling. He whipped his head around to look behind him. Streams of demonic energy were rushing straight for them. There's no doubt it's a dungeon break. But why is it happening here? Najib quickly called out to the inspector. He pointed in one direction. Over there. A blinding flash of light appeared in front of them. "I can sense a dungeon break behind that mountain." Pecha's face paled, hearing Najib's assessment. A dungeon break. However, she couldn't help but feel suspicious. This is serious. "How do you know? Do you have some kind of magical tool for detection?" He answered seriously, "It's instinct." Pecha furrowed her brow in confusion. "Instinct? What do you mean?" Najib's hand suddenly tightened into a fist. He reminded her through gritted teeth, "We don't have time." Najib kept urging Pecha, "We have to get there before anyone gets hurt." Still in shock, she thought to herself, "Sensing a dungeon break with just instinct? That's absurd. Even an inspector like me didn't notice a thing." Najib spoke up then, "I'm telling the truth. It's a dungeon break." He tried to explain so she would believe him. "I like magic stones, so I can smell them. It's a really strong smell. The scent of magic stones from behind that mountain, I'm sure of it." Pecha hesitated for a moment, seeing the confidence in him. After a moment of thought, she made her decision. "All right, let's go take a look." They were now heading towards an area where energy was constantly overflowing. A dungeon break occurs when a dungeon has existed for a very long time. When those energy flows become incredibly intense, the dungeon undergoes a catastrophic event known as a dungeon break, where the monsters inside swarm out and go on a rampage. This results in massive consequences, with them slaughtering anything in their path without distinction. That's why we have to conquer dungeons. This is a real dungeon break. Pecha exclaimed in alarm, "It's already way past its limit. It could break at any moment." She glanced at Najib suspiciously. "How could you sense that from so far away?" Najib answered through gritted teeth, "I could never forget this feeling ever. And it's something we should never forget. Just how terrible things become during a dungeon break." Hearing him say that made Pecha even more suspicious. Has this guy experienced a dungeon break before? But even if he has, how could he possibly sense it? Just then he suddenly shouted, "Something strange!" If a dungeon was this close to the village, there's no way adventurers wouldn't have cleared it already. She agreed. That's right, according to the records, this dungeon has already been assigned. Najib immediately asked, "Can you tell me who accepted the mission and what are their ranks?" Pecha immediately looked up the information. This is a D-rank Fisher dungeon. The adventurers who accepted the mission were 1 Mithril rank and 2 Bronze rank. Najib thought in surprise, a Mithril rank adventurer taking on a D-rank dungeon. If so, then I have a suspicion. He immediately stated his intention. "I think I need to go to the village to confirm a few things." "You suspect it too, don't you?" Pecha turned and ordered the guard. "Could you please take these criminals back to the prison for me? As a dungeon inspector, I will escort you." The two of them continued to press forward. A moment later, they both stood before the village gate. The local people were all gathered in one place. Najib said decisively, "Something has definitely happened here. That's right." The crowd of villagers were all cursing at the adventurers. They should have handled this ages ago, but nothing has changed. What if a dungeon break happens because they keep delaying the subjugation? Meanwhile, Nero, and Van Persie were just sitting there nonchalantly doing nothing. Nero spoke up. "Go and tell that to the captain. We aren't responsible for it." He snarled, "What do you expect us to do when our captain has already left?" The angry villagers cursed at them. "You bastards!" After observing the situation, Najib concluded, "So I was right. Based on the current situation, my suspicions were correct. An abandoned dungeon. This happens when the captain of a party is a higher rank than the dungeon they are assigned to. And then if a better dungeon appears at the same time, the captain will abandon the lower-ranked dungeon." Pecha tried to explain. "Of course, the association penalizes cases like this." He retorted, "But it's just a slap on the wrist, isn't it?" He thought to himself again, "That's right. That adventurer can get away with just a fine. But the people here will lose everything. That dungeon will break tonight, even if we call for backup from the Adventurers Association. But by the time they arrive, this village will have turned to ash, and these adventurers will still be spouting their irresponsible excuses." Valdez continued his absurd justification. "We're victims too. Our captain disappeared, so now we're stuck here wasting our time. Whether the dungeon breaks or not, why are you all blaming us? If you have any complaints, file a proper claim with the Adventurers Association. We're not the ones responsible, so we don't have to listen to this nonsense from you." Najib judged silently. Adventurers are not heroes or saviors. They are ruthless people who only look out for their own interests. But even so, in this situation, we need the strength of those very adventurers. Because only an adventurer can stop a dungeon break, not a lowly porter like me. Pecha sighed in frustration. "This is such bad luck. But we should evacuate the villagers. Saving lives must be the priority. Save them." Najib's face darkened as he asked seriously, "Do you really believe we can save them?" She asked, confused, "I'm sorry. What do you mean?" He replied, "Just think about it. Winter is coming, and these people have lost their homes. Do you think they can survive the long winter?" Najib clutched the necklace around his neck. Then he suddenly ripped it off, shouting at the same time, "No way! What this village needs right now is not a porter. That's why." After speaking, Najib suddenly burst out laughing. As if he had found a solution, he said with excitement, "Well, look what we have here. A dungeon break just happens to occur the moment I arrive here. Inspector, is it true that anyone who conquers a dungeon break gets to keep all the rewards without paying any fees?" Valdez and Nero finally noticed him. They turned to each other and asked, "Who is that guy? Don't tell me he's planning to enter that dungeon. The color of that emblem, is he a gold rank adventurer? If so, he might actually be able to do it." Seeing that they had taken the bait, Najib scratched his head and asked with a smile, "Are you two planning to join in? If so, the reward split will be 90-10. That's the deal. For now, I'll just pretend to be an adventurer for a bit." Although he was still smiling, Najib had to plan his escape route. "Hey, Inspector, what's the penalty for impersonating an adventurer?" She answered innocently, "The fine is at least 1,000 gold if I'm not mistaken." A rift dungeon. A dungeon connected to an unknown dimension through a spatial fracture. It is recommended that adventurers with at least a gold rank emblem enter. Unlike regular dungeons, regardless of difficulty, it can be easily cleared by simply wiping out all the monsters. In a rift dungeon, your true enemy is the space itself. Even experienced adventurers cannot predict the clearing conditions of a rift dungeon until they step inside. And yet, we are now preparing to speedrun it. Bella picked up the hourglass and said to Najib, based on my mana threshold calculations, this dungeon will collapse within 1 hour. He immediately replied, so we have to clear this dungeon within 1 hour to stop it from collapsing. She held up the hourglass, but 1 hour, no matter what we face, is going to be tight, especially for a rift dungeon. Hearing that, his face darkened. Let's just hope it's an easy one. Najin took a step forward, getting ready. We can't waste a single second. He and Peter walked straight to the circle of fire. Let's go. The moment they stepped inside, the area emitted an extremely powerful light. Immediately after it began to explode, Nero was completely shocked by the sight, her eyes wide open. Rocks and dirt suddenly flew into the air, scattering everywhere as everyone watched. Seeing this, Nero got incredibly excited. She said cheerfully, "It was nighttime just a moment ago, but are we in a different world now?" Dead Star also said excitedly, "This is a dungeon. The first historic dungeon conquest for Valdez Star, the rising adventure star, begins now." Hearing that, Nero replied, "I'll show those bastards from the association what I'm made of." His eyes lit up, and he smirked exactly. "I'm going to put on a show so good, they'll be speechless." The two of them stood there laughing, while Najin and Peter could only remain silent. She said helplessly, "Ignorance is bliss sometimes, huh?" Then her expression turned serious, and she frowned. "Just one look is all I need to know that we're screwed." He agreed totally. Najin broke out in a nervous sweat and said, "Just the scenery alone." At that moment, Bella also looked up at the towering rocks. "So we have to climb all the way up there in 1 hour." She turned and shouted, "Why did you lie? You didn't mean any harm, so I won't report you." Hearing that, he scratched his head and said, "But we didn't have a choice, did we?" Recalling that moment, he said, "If I had asked for help as a porter, no adventurer would have come. But as a gold badge adventurer, others will follow without question." He looked at Peter and said helplessly, "It was a bit of a stretch, but if we don't clear this dungeon, a breach will occur. You knew that, and that's why you came with us, right?" Hearing him, she clenched her fist, furrowed her brow, and replied, "Yes. A dungeon breach must be prevented. If we fail, the villagers' lives will be in danger." Nero put a hand to her mouth and giggled. She stretched and said, "What's there to worry about? This is why humans are so dull." She crouched into a cat-like stance, ready to leap onto the rocks. She yelled, "I'll climb to the top myself, no problem." As soon as she finished speaking, Nero used all her strength to leap onto the nearby rocks. With nimble limbs, she scaled them one by one. Seeing this, Dead Star frowned with worry and said, "That's dangerous, you know." Just then, a magical force suddenly bound Nero's hand. She was immediately yanked back, catching her completely by surprise. She let out a cry of shock, breaking into a sweat as if she had no idea what was happening. Right after that, Nero fell to the ground with a thud as Dead Star watched. He looked at her worriedly and shouted, "Are you an idiot? Seriously, you've been acting without thinking ever since training camp." Nero jumped up, rubbing her swollen cheek from the fall, and said with a smile, "Were you just ignoring me?" Hearing that, Dead Star got even more annoyed. "You deserved it. Do you remember what we learned at training camp? Rift dungeons can have restrictions or curses." She replied, "I know that." Bella, who was in the middle of casting a spell, added, "That's right." She walked over to the two of them with a smile and said, "The first step in any rift dungeon is to identify its curse. Scouting talent detect." Immediately, Dead Star's and Nero's hands were chained together. Not understanding what was happening, Nero asked, "What is this? Why am I suddenly in chains?" Seeing that everyone was chained together, Najin replied, "It must be this dungeon's curse. We're bound to each other by invisible chains. We can't see or touch them, which means we have to move together and leave no one behind." Hearing that Nero could only cry out, she screamed, "Then I can't show off my skills." Najin gritted his teeth. It looks like tricks and shortcuts won't work in this dungeon. He then sat down and started rummaging through his gear. He said, "Luckily, we brought plenty of climbing tools." Nero watched in amazement and asked, "All of that came out of one bag?" Najin took out a grappling hook and said with a bright smile, "We'll take it one step at a time. Step by step, that's the key to clearing skill-based dungeons. Don't waste your stamina trying to climb too fast. Those rocks are flying all over, but we can't go too slow either. We have to maintain a balanced pace to get through this." Najin started by jumping onto a rock. Everyone followed as his voice rang out, "Follow my lead. And remember, since we're chained together, don't get too far from each other. We need to maintain a fixed distance while moving." Nero looked at him impatiently and said, "Leader, you're too slow. Let me take the lead." Najin immediately cut her off. He immediately started thinking about the next course of action. He explained to her that rushing ahead would be much worse than moving a little slower with a clear calculated route so they wouldn't have to turn back. As Najib crossed the rocks, he thought to himself, of course, even if we are careful about creating a route. The problem here is, as he was thinking, he suddenly noticed something and his eyes widened. Seeing the scene before him, he was a bit stunned. This damn dungeon is always full of unpredictable variables. Suddenly, a stone-eating pig appeared. It started to open its mouth. Right after that, it chomped down on the rock in front of it. Seeing this, Najib thought helplessly the path has been completely cut off, and it's because of a monster. Bella picked up her book and said, "That monster is called a stone-eating pig." She began to explain, "It's strong but not aggressive, so as long as we don't provoke it, we'll be fine." According to the book, the stone-eating pig lives in areas full of rocks. Seeing it eating and then leaving droppings, she added, "But I didn't expect it to be in a place like this." Bella said excitedly, "It eats and excretes, continuously changing the dungeon's layout as it moves. The dungeon's ecosystem is fascinating, isn't it?" Seeing this, Najib also smiled and said, "You seem to be really enjoying yourself." Bella seemed to notice Najib's forced smile. She scratched her head and said, "Sorry, it's just my first time seeing one in person." After speaking, he returned to the main topic. "But this is the problem. The stone platforms we were heading for are all gone. Our only option now is..." He held up the grappling hook and said, "To throw this hook and use the rope to get onto the stone-eating pig. But if we miss and provoke it..." As he spoke, he imagined accidentally throwing the hook straight into its head. And then it would fly into a rage. The stone-eating pig might become aggressive, and we don't have the time or energy to fight it. Hearing that, Dustin's face darkened, and he said with a smirk, "If that's the problem." He said with a smug look on his face, "Then it's finally my time to shine, Captain." He began to cast his magic. Everyone watched closely. Immediately after, he swung a spell towards the stone-eating pig. Witness how I overcome this challenge. He was a talented necromancer known for his finger summons. A shoddy golem, a shoddy sword, and a shoddy club. After witnessing that scene, Najib offered his praise. "That's impressive. Summoning abilities are quite rare." Nero added, "If your summon can catch the hook, then we can hold the rope without provoking the stone-eating pig." But then Najib hesitated and said, "But why do they look a bit?" Those figures began to tremble. Its neck was bent to one side, looking incredibly creepy. And then they were bent backwards, unable to stand properly anymore. "Something's weird." Nero said doubtfully, "In the training camp, he was famous for making things explode. I would never trust his summons. He has a reputation for always losing control of his summons, which then blow up." Hearing what Nero said, Dead Star got annoyed and retorted, "Shut up." Controlling a summon is like looking in a mirror and trying to move your left and right sides separately. But as long as we can cross within 5 minutes, it'll be fine. I'll do my best. As he spoke, the figures also moved unsteadily, no longer standing straight, as they had at the beginning, making Najib and Petra a little worried. Najib didn't hesitate any longer. He raised the grappling hook. "It's a bit risky, but we don't have time to waste." He started to swing the hook. "Let's get across before it blows." The hook flew through the air. The figures also began to leap down. The hook latched onto something. It turned out to be the head of the summon that Dead Star had conjured. Najib felt incredibly guilty and said, sorry, please just bear with it for a moment." Dead Star held his face and yelled, "Be careful. My summons and I have a neural link. I can feel that too." Immediately after, Najib pulled hard on the hook's rope. He thought to himself, this dungeon is clearly a high-level one. As he thought, he and the others held onto the rope to climb onto the stone-eating pig. But we've also been a bit lucky. It was hard to see where the luck was, as it seemed the summon's head had been flattened quite a bit. The hook dug deeper into the summon's head. My teammates' abilities are actually a good match for this dungeon, especially that summon, which can make things much easier. His body was drenched in sweat from exhaustion. Something's not right. It's only been 3 minutes. But why Najib turned to look down, and before he could say anything, he saw Bella's tearful face. She sobbed. "Hurry up, this doesn't look good." Nero at the back was also losing patience. "Are we almost there?" Najib replied. "No, your summon. It looks strange." Dead Star was extremely calm at this moment. "Sorry, it's about to explode." Hearing this, Petra and Najib's faces turned to stone. Their complexions went pale, as if they couldn't believe what they had just heard. Dead Star continued to explain, "Because its head is broken, it can't be controlled. I'm feeling nauseous, and I can't hold it in anymore." Petra's face darkened. She was about to throw up. Najib also stammered, "What do you mean?" Suddenly, rays of light began to shine from the cracks on the figure's body. "They really exploded. They blew up right on that rock-eating pig." The pig realized it too, its eyes welling up with tears from the pain. Right after that, the hook was flung off, unable to hold on anymore. Everyone was thrown off, free-falling through the air. Nadi shouted, "We're done for. Grab onto something." Nero said while crying, "I don't want to go back to the starting village." Seeing the panic, Nadi gritted his teeth, refusing to give in. "This can't happen. If we fall all the way back to the start, we'll never reach the summit." And with that, he took action. "I have to find a way to minimize the damage right now." He cast his magic, the secret technique of a porter. An airbag inflated in midair, catching them all. Then it suddenly bounced the whole group up, sending them flying once more. Nadi then hit the ground, using his feet to skid to a stop. Everyone landed safely, and he pulled the airbag away. Right after, he turned to ask, "Is everyone okay?" Bella clutched her stomach as she stood up and replied, "Yes, thanks to you, wandering adventurer." Nero, however, didn't care at all. She just walked over to Deadstar and said, "Nicely done." Before they could even rest, Pecha held up the hourglass and announced, "But our progress has taken a serious hit." She looked at the cliffs and asked, "Can we reach the summit in time?" Hearing that, Nadi's expression darkened. "There's no other way to make it in time." His eyes suddenly glowed red. He was getting serious now. "From now on, they'll have to keep up with me." A frog-like glove gripped the rocks. "Get ready. This is a porter's special tool, the suction climbing gear." Everyone started using the gloves, trying to climb the floating rocks. "We're going straight for the top, straight up. You can't let your guard down for even a second. If one person falls, we all fall. The closer we get to the summit, the more unforeseen dangers and traps will appear." They passed through various zones: the falling rock zone, the slippery surface zone, the endurance zone. Reaching the explosive rock zone, Nero got curious about a strangely shaped rock. "That rock looks so weird." Nadi noticed and shouted, "Don't step on it. That's an exploding rock." They hadn't gotten far, but Nero and Deadstar were already bruised and battered. She complained wearily, "Give me a break." He also asked, "How much farther do we have to go?" Nadi, still full of energy, smiled and replied, "We're almost there, just a little more." They both said in unison, "You've said that 10 times already." Nero said with teary eyes, "I want to fight monsters, not climb mountains. I didn't become an adventurer to be a mountain climber." He got angry. "I'm serious this time." He looked at the castle ahead. "You can see the summit from here." He saw a pink dragon peeking out and said, "Looks like the boss monster is waiting for us up there." Nero cried and shouted, "A monster!" "Finally, there's a monster. At last, my first official battle as Valdez Ta." Nero said gleefully, "I'm going to crush that boss monster and wipe the smirks off the faces of those guild jerks who dared to give me a bronze rank. I'm all fired up now." Deadstar also cried, "That's right. How dare they treat us like this when we were the top trainees at the boot camp?" Hearing this, Nadi thought, based on their physical abilities and special talents, these two don't belong in the bronze rank. It's mainly because necromancers are looked down upon, and beastkin were only recently freed from slavery. Nero said decisively, "In the worst-case scenario, the captain will handle it right." Deadstar also scratched his head. After all, he is a gold-rank adventurer. Hearing this, Nadi broke into a cold sweat. "I brought you two along so you could be the ones to handle the monster." Before he could say another word, Bella cut in, "Wait a minute." She looked up at the sky and said, "Something's not right." She looked at the monster. "The boss monster at the summit is a hard-shelled dragon, but hard-shelled dragons aren't purple. If a hard-shelled dragon is purple, it can only mean it's dead." As soon as she finished speaking, the monster's eyes opened. They were completely white, as if they had no pupils. Nadi was completely shocked, his eyes wide. "What did you just say?" As he said that, he saw a sword piercing through the monster's body. A mysterious person was yawning nearby. The man was leaning against the dragon. He spoke, "What's with all the noise?" His blazing red eyes slowly fell upon them. Nadi also sensed something at that moment. His eyes lit up, his face darkening with killing intent. That man dashed towards Nadi. He aimed straight for the four of them. He swept past Nadi's face too fast for him to react. The man had begun to cast a spell. He glanced at them. Nadi finally seemed to react completely stunned. He saw the emblem on the man's chest. Nadi instantly realized something. Godstone rank. If that's true, then this might not be a simple case of an abandoned dungeon, but the worst case scenario. Durkin said contemptuously, "What a pain. I didn't think anyone would enter this dungeon. This dungeon needs to collapse." Nadi glared at him with hatred. "Sometimes there are people like that, people who do it on purpose." Durkan began to crack his knuckles. "Well then, let's just simplify things." He let out an excited, crazed laugh. "According to the official report, the four of you died during the dungeon exploration." Nadi thought to himself, causing a dungeon to collapse. In this world, those registered with the Adventurers Association are assigned a rank based on their abilities. First, at the very bottom, is the White rank. This rank is given to non-combat roles like dungeon porters, dungeon miners, or association staff. Next are the Novice Adventurers of the Bronze rank. Only those with a minimal aptitude for combat can be recognized as Bronze rank adventurers. Of course, even the lowest ranked adventurers possess abilities far beyond ordinary people. Next is the Silver rank for skilled veteran adventurers. These are people who can be relied on to pull their weight in a dungeon. According to the association's data, this is the most common rank for adventurers. After that is the Gold rank. Adventurers at this rank can lead dungeon raids as a captain. This rank requires either exceptional talent or equivalent experience in clearing dungeons. These are the standard adventurer ranks. However, another rank exists. A rare recognized elite reserved for a very small number of adventurers. That is the Godstone rank. People often say adventurers of this rank are far beyond human, a level that can only be reached by those who have surpassed human limits. On a cliffside ledge, one person stood in the center, surrounded by 4 others. Nadi stood there gritting his teeth and thinking, "We're dead. I can feel it just from the aura he's giving off." That guy he was talking about was a man with silver hair. "Even if we all attack together, we don't stand a chance." The man turned his head, looking around, his red eyes flashing with a deadly gleam. Nadi then turned to Betcha and asked, "Do you know who that adventurer is?" She replied, "I do. There aren't many Godstone-ranked adventurers in this city. He's from that arrogant Dawn Guild I mentioned. He's the captain of the Dawn Guild's assault team. His name is Durkan the Madman. His entire body is now radiating an oppressive, killing intent." Hearing Betcha, Durkan glared at her. "You look familiar. Turns out you're that girl from the association. But what are you doing in this dungeon-playing adventurer, and as a white rank no less?" Durkan taunted her. Unexpectedly, Betcha took a step forward and said slowly, "I should be asking you that. Durkan, captain of the Dawn Guild's assault team. Why haven't you cleared this dungeon yet? This dungeon is about to collapse. Isn't preventing a dungeon break the primary duty of an adventurer?" Yet after hearing her speak, Durakan just chuckled. "Duty?" Then he suddenly opened his mouth wide, sticking out his long tongue. "What duty?" He leaned down to look at her, asking with a twisted smile. Then Durakan continued, "Adventurers act for their own benefit. For example, a dungeon break can be more profitable than clearing it. Don't you think?" Hearing this, Bella's eyes widened in shock. Nearby, Najib pursed his lips and thought, "So that's how it is. I never thought of adventurers as heroes or saviors, but I never expected to see trash like this. If he's intentionally causing a dungeon break, I have to stop him at all costs." But just as he reached out his hand, Najib froze at the thought. He's Godstone rank. A direct confrontation would be suicide. For now, he decided to play dumb. Najib rummaged through his bag and smiled brightly. "It seems there's been a misunderstanding, my dear sir adventurer. We're just passing adventurers who happened to find this dungeon. We have no intention of getting in your way." As he spoke, he opened his item bag in front of Durakan. "Please accept this as a gift to show our apologies. The specialty of the dungeon restaurant, the explosive grilled skewers." As expected, he was drawn to the skewers, food in a sack. Seizing the opportunity, Najib eagerly offered, "You must be hungry after being in the dungeon for so long, right? A fresh hot meal is at your service." But inside, he wasn't smiling. Najib thought to himself, "A direct fight with this scumbag won't work. In that case, I'll have to weaken him first." He already had a plan in mind. Durakan then took a huge bite of the meat from the skewer Najib offered. He chewed sloppily without stopping praising it as he ate. Delicious. This flavor is incredible. Holding the food with both hands, Durakan stood there and shouted excitedly, "This is truly amazing." The meat is grilled perfectly, and the shrimp is cooked just right. Hearing this, Najib smirked deviously, thinking, "Eat up, because that dish contains." Just then, the hand Durakan had on his shoulder suddenly tightened its grip, especially the exquisite flavor of the smoke mushrooms added to the sauce. "Did you really think such a cheap trick would work?" As he finished speaking, Najib's face turned pale. He froze on the spot, thinking, "I'm done for." Then Durakan lunged forward with a fist, laughing, "Here's the payment for the meal." Najib also tried to back away, dodging the punch. But in the end, it was too late. He was punched and sent flying downwards. The moment he fell, the chain connecting everyone pulled them along. Seeing she was about to be pulled along, Nero's eyes widened, and she let out a shriek. She tried to tighten her muscles, digging her feet into the ground to keep from being pulled. But even so, the iron chain still dragged Nero away quickly. A chunk of the ground was torn away by her. Nero was even about to fall off that piece of earth. The iron chain tightly bound to her hand kept pulling relentlessly. Nero yelled in panic, "What do we do now?" Just then, Durakan appeared right behind her, saying with a laugh, "You guys must be a bunch of rookies. You can't even break a binding curse chain. How pathetic." Seeing him so close, Nero panicked and quickly turned her head. Durakan quickly rushed forward to attack her, yelling, "This dungeon will be your last." Nero looked at the punch he was about to throw. She could only stand there frozen with her mouth agape. Just then, Van Persie swooped down from above, reminding her, "Don't just stand there frozen, Nero." Then he crashed into their location, causing the ground there to explode. Dust and debris filled the air, making it impossible to see anything. At this moment, Durakan reappeared with a smile on his face, letting out a soft humph. Then Durakan looked at the thing standing in front of him and asked, "What is this crude summoned creature? Are you a novice summoner?" he asked Van, but he just glared at Durakan and replied, "It was you, wasn't it? The party leader who approved our entry into the dungeon and then abandoned us." After he spoke, Durakan just laughed and said, "What? I was wondering who was sane enough to volunteer for a fractured dungeon that everyone else avoids. Turns out it was you guys. A necromancer and a beastman. No wonder people call you a bunch of idiots." Van tried to reassure Nero from behind. "Don't worry, Nero, once the captain is back, it will be 3 against 1. All we need to do is hold out until then. Especially against physical attacks, our patchwork golems can take quite a beating. Just do what we did in the training grounds." With that, the 3 of them charged at Durakan simultaneously. Seeing this, he was not only unafraid, but he even laughed excitedly right after the ground above them exploded again. On a piece of rubble below, 2 people were sitting. Nadi was leaning against a rock there, his face pale. A moment later, Nadi slowly opened his eyes, groaning softly in pain. He jolted awake and looked around. Pecha, sitting next to Nadi, hurriedly asked him, "Are you okay, Nadi? I just administered first aid." Hearing her, Nadi leaned back against the rock and said, "Thank you. I must have been unconscious for a while. What is the situation?" Pecha hesitated for a moment before telling him, "To be honest, it is not good. Nero and Van are trying to hold on, but..." At that moment, Durakan was laughing gleefully as he slammed the golem's head into the ground. Seeing this, Nero quickly drew back her leg and spun around for a kick. She rushed in to attack him directly, but Durakan blocked it. Nero's pivot foot continued to move nimbly. She circled around and backed away to gain momentum. Then countless punches were thrown, but the one being hit was not Durakan, but the golem. His eyes were bloodshot as he laughed excitedly, grabbing the golem's head and using it as a shield to block the blows. Then Durakan got a firm grip on the golem and swung it behind him. He spun it around several times, repeatedly hitting both Nero and Van. The opponent was too strong for them to hold out any longer. After hearing Pecha's story, Nadi stood up, looked up, and muttered, "I made a mistake. I should have considered that poison might not be effective against a mithril rank." She was curious when she heard the word poison, but he told her it was nothing. Then Nadi continued to ask Pecha, "Can you tell me more about him? If he is mithril rank, he must be quite famous." She quickly told him, among the known mithril rank adventurers, he is unmatched in close combat. His dungeon clearing record is impressive. He is also known for frequently fighting other adventurers, which has made him more skilled at facing them, especially his proficiency with a massive greatsword. It is famous for being able to split an omega in half with a single swing. Hearing this, Nadi grimaced and interjected, "At least that is a relief. He is not using a greatsword right now." Pecha agreed with him. Then Nadi stood there and muttered with a smirk, "I was hoping to hear about some weakness, but this is hopeless." Pecha replied in distress, "The bigger problem is that even if we get lucky and defeat him, we will be out of time. We are running out of time. Even with the destination right in front of us, there is no way we can make it in time. If only this chain curse did not exist, we could have split up and run to the top, even though we tried our best to get this far." Hearing her words, Nadi suddenly latched onto a keyword, chain curse. Then his eyes suddenly widened as he thought, "That is right. We cannot see or touch it, but we are bound together by a chain. And there is the disadvantage that if one of us falls, we all get dragged down. But if I think about it differently, it could also be an advantage. When one person reaches the top, everyone reaches it together. There is a way to turn that disadvantage into an advantage. Maybe we can defeat the mithril rank adventurer and save time simultaneously. Let us see. Even if it is just for show, I am still the captain right now. If I were a real captain, I would have to use every card I have to the fullest. I have all sorts of tools. Individually, none of us are that impressive. But if I combine my tools, their skills, and everything we have, can we make a difference?" Just then, Nadi suddenly asked, "Pecha, with your scouting talent, can you map our destination from this distance?" Hearing this, she replied, "At this close range, it is simple. I can even create a complete map." Hearing that, Nadi bowed his head with a smile and said, "Then please create it as quickly as possible." Immediately, Pecha took out her pen and began drawing in the air, scouting talent. Her pen darted through the air, drawing various lines. Pecha was creating a map and rendering it in 3D. Nadi was amazed when he saw the map. "The level of detail on this map is beyond my imagination. You must be a top-tier surveyor." Hearing Nadi's praise, Pecha replied modestly, "This is just the basics." Then she asked him, "I've created the map for you, but how exactly do you plan to use it?" Nadi chuckled as he replied, "We'll use it to defeat the monster." After hearing that Pecha asked a monster, Nadi smiled and confirmed a monster. "This isn't a fight between people, it's a battle between humans and a monster." Then he closed his eyes and told Pecha, when adventurers explore dungeons, they often encounter monsters much stronger than themselves. "Do you know how they manage to defeat monsters like that?" Pecha immediately said no, but then she thought for a moment and added, "Maybe they use their experience to strategize." Nadi just smiled brightly and replied, "Wrong. You're mistaken. The secret to how adventurers defeat monsters stronger than themselves is by using dirty tricks. This includes exploiting weaknesses, sneak attacks, and ganging up. They win by fighting dirty." So to defeat that monster, Nadi planted his feet firmly on the ground, preparing to do something. Then he leaped from the rock high into the air. "We have to fight dirty too." Nadi's eyes flashed with resolve. Then, from midair, Nadi launched something with great force. He shot an arrow straight down toward the others who were fighting. Durkan suddenly noticed the movement and glanced over. He quickly caught the arrow as it flew towards him. Durkan held the arrow firmly and sneered, "Even a sneak attack is useless with such a crude arrow." But just then, a burst of threads shot out, forming a net. The porter's secret technique. Durkan stood frozen, looking down at himself and muttering, "Sticky spider silk shot. A direct confrontation, huh?" He looked over at Nadi, who was charging at him. Seeing this, Durkan was still thrilled, a wide grin spreading across his face. His pupils constricted slightly as he said, "Finally, I'm starting to get excited." Nadi reached behind him, grabbing the bag on his back. He used a porter technique, scattering many strange creatures to the sides. Startled, Durkan looked up at the things Nadi had just scattered. This was his mushroom storm. The entire area was immediately engulfed in a strange white dust. Durkan alone stood in the center, untouched by the white dust. He gritted his teeth, looking around as he wondered. He covered the area in smoke. What a troublesome guy. Valdez was coughing violently from all the smoke and dust. Nadi called out, asking if they were okay. Both were fine. Nero even said arrogantly, "This is nothing." Hearing that, Nadi said, "I'm glad to hear it." Then he said to Valdez, "Can you summon more golems?" He looked down at his hand and replied, "My index and middle fingers are recovering. I just used my ring finger. I can use my pinky and thumb, so that's 2 more golems." Nadi replied, "That should be more than enough." Then he turned and announced loudly, "Listen up. There's a way to turn this situation around." Durkan was still standing rooted in the cloud of dust. He sighed softly. He muttered, "Such a persistent nuisance. I've never heard of a swordsman who fights like this. Did he escape with his friends to another ledge? It's all just a futile struggle." Just then, Durkan noticed a faint silhouette wearing a bag in the dust cloud. "That guy is muttering, moving slowly, saying something." The moment he saw him, Durkan gritted his teeth in anger. How pathetic, kicking up all this smoke. But it's useless if you make a sound. With that, he charged towards the figure. He swung his arm back again, preparing to punch. Immediately after, Durkan threw a punch straight at the shadow, a blow of immense power. It shot forward with terrifying speed and slammed right into its target. Seeing this, Durkan broke into a wide grin. But just a moment later, his smile vanished and his face darkened. Just then, a patched-up hand reached out from within the smoke. Then a golem charged out and wrapped Durkan in a tight embrace. When he got a clear look at what was holding him, his eyes widened in disbelief. A patchwork golem. How could a golem talk? Still stunned, he realized it wasn't the golem, but that strange sack making the sound. And it was true, the bag on the golem's back was speaking, "You have been captured." He looked around wondering, so where are the others? Just then, Durkan spotted a rope in the distance. And on that rope, there was a hand gripping it tightly. Durakan saw Nadi standing amidst the thick dust and smoke holding a rope that led upwards. He looked up at the rope leading toward the summit and muttered, "I see you were planning to sneak to the top while I was distracted." But that was a sloppy move, swordsman. Durakan glared at Nadi and let out a cold laugh. The two stood a short distance apart, and Durakan continued with a smirk. "Now that I've found you out, you won't be using that rope to climb to the summit." As he finished, Nadi glanced at him and asked, "Are you so sure about that?" Meanwhile, Van was panting, looking quite exhausted. Nadi, holding the rope beside him, said, "Are you there yet? We've been discovered. We need to hurry." Van was almost hallucinating, but still managed to answer him. "Just a little more. This is the first time I've ever controlled something from this far away. But don't worry right now. A grappling hook is flying up into the air." Attached near the hook is a piece of Van's finger. As that piece of finger flew higher, it began to grow larger. Then it transformed into a bear golem. The golem ascended with the grappling hook as Van shouted, "I'll definitely make this work." The bear golem leaped down, landing on the summit. Immediately, the bear golem holding the hook ran straight into the fortress. Before it now was an incredibly ferocious dragon. The bear golem jumped up, aiming the grappling hook at the dragon. From down below, Van controlled it. "Go now." Instantly, the hook in the bear's hand latched onto the dragon's scales. After hooking on, the bear golem suddenly swelled up round like a ball. The next second, the entire tower on the summit exploded into pieces right before Durakan's eyes. His eyes widened as he stared up in disbelief. "Impossible, this guy. He set all this up just to pin me in one place. This is too dangerous." With that, Durakan pressed his hands down hard on the golem holding him. He crushed its face and roared, "I have to get out of here now." Seeing this, Van sneered and said, "It's not that easy. The thumb might be slow, but it's the strongest finger." At this point, Durakan was practically going insane. Nadi was still holding the rope firmly in his hand, saying nothing. This wasn't a fight between men. It was a battle between man and monster. The tower on the summit exploded, creating a powerful shockwave that affected the entire area. Neither the dragon nor the tower could withstand it, letting everything just shatter. There are some monsters that just can't be defeated. That dragon was now flying out into the open sky. And when the goal isn't to defeat the monster, it heads straight for Durakan, standing below. The dragon's mouth gaped open, lined with razor-sharp fangs. At the same time, the golem clinging to the man was also dragged down with him. Draken gritted his teeth, his eyes glaring as he struggled to break free. The grappling hook was still firmly embedded in the dragon's back. However, the rope holding it had been partially severed by a sharp rock ledge. A moment later, the rope snapped and fell. Nadi still held on to the other rope, the chain suspending the others in midair. He looked down at the falling Draken, who had lost his footing, and said with a smile, "Let's go." The man never expected to fall along with the rubble. Draken's eyes widened, his pupils constricting fiercely with rage. The ground around the castle was collapsing, with huge chunks of earth and rock beginning to fall. Their hurried footsteps pounded forward. Nadi yelled as he picked up the pace, everyone just a little more. The other three strained to keep up. By now, all four of them were completely out of breath. "We're almost at the end of the dungeon." Nadi sighed. "I don't even have the strength to stand anymore." It was close, but we made it. Though he kept his usual smile, he added, "Still we owe Nero a lot for this escape. If it were up to me, I never could have thrown the rope to the top. It must have been at least 50 meters high." The fact that she did it with sheer strength alone. Nadi recalled the image of her throwing the rope. It was truly impressive. Nero laughed it off as if it were nothing. It was no big deal. She said while scratching her head, "I was just showing off a little." Valdesta ran on, lost in thought. Then he started teasing Nero, anyone strong enough could do that, even an idiot. He successfully provoked her. He added with an air of arrogance, "No matter what anyone says, the MVP of this dungeon clear is none other than me, Valdesta. I even took down that annoying berserker," he said, pointing to himself with his thumb. He seemed to be hopelessly narcissistic, continuing to ramble. "I'm probably even better than that mithril rank adventurer." Nero could only gape at him. "You were getting beaten senseless the whole time." Seeing this, Bella couldn't help but remark, "Everyone's in high spirits." While they bickered behind her, I did more. Nadi agreed right. Perhaps those two are experiencing their first dungeon conquest. The joy of clearing a dungeon doesn't come from one person's superior skill. It comes from everyone working together to achieve victory. Of course, as a porter, I just watched from the sidelines. Speaking of which, you played a huge role in this dungeon, Bella. I know dungeon inspectors have special talents for reconnaissance units. But I thought it was just simple stuff, she said, following behind him. Nadi replied, and yet you created an accurate map in an instant. Thanks to your detailed map, we were able to calculate our position precisely. He remembered the image of her drawing the map. Then Nadi looked over the castle layout one more time. I'm sure even a professional scout would admire your skills. Really, Bella beamed at him. She thought to herself, but honestly, compared to what we did coming up with and executing that strategy so quickly, Nadi is much more impressive. Is he really just a porter? How can someone like him be a porter? Shaking off her idle thoughts, she turned and asked, by the way, what will happen to that berserker? Valdesta froze for a second, then yelled, is that even a question? He'll rot in prison for the crimes he committed. Nero agreed exactly he should be banned from being an adventurer. However, Pecha refuted that, I'm not so sure. It's true he committed a serious crime, but the problem is that he's mithril rank. The higher an adventurer's rank, the more legal immunity they have, especially someone at the mithril rank who has protection at the national level. So there's a high chance he can't be imprisoned. Just then, Bella said in a firm voice, he'll get away with it by just paying a fine. That's ridiculous. Nero, and Valdesta were both furious. He grimaced, I don't care. If the law can't punish him, I'll beat him to a pulp if I ever see him outside this dungeon. He looked menacing, his sharp gaze fixed on his hands. Nero sighed. I already told you you'll be the one getting your butt kicked. Hearing that, Najib said, that's a dangerous idea. He advised what you saw from that maniac was just a fraction of his real strength. The four of them ran to a place filled with bodies. Look around you. These are the bodies of the stone gnomes who guarded the path to the fortress. The poor souls all fell to his brutality. Valdez shouted, I refuse to lose. I can do that too. Nero chimed in, we just didn't have the chance. He was tired of running, and now he had to listen to the two bickering behind him. Najib said coldly, the important part comes next. If you examine the wounds on the bodies closely, they were all killed in a single strike, which shows how incredibly strong our enemy is. The other two exclaimed in surprise, in a single strike. Najib explained, an adventurer's skill is measured by their mastery of weapons. Remember when he fought you two, he didn't use his great sword or any special abilities. He fought well, using only his raw physical strength. At this, Valdez and Nero's jaws dropped, sweating uncontrollably. Valdez forced a laugh. The difference in our levels is just too great, and he was already using his full strength then. A glint appeared in Valdez's eyes as he realized it made sense. When we lured that bastard and took down the scale-skinned dragon, his greatsword was embedded in its heart. That beast must have also been killed in a single blow. What terrifying power! He trailed after Najib with tears streaming down his face. Suddenly, as if realizing something important, he spun around. Does that mean since he fell with the scale-skinned dragon, he must have retrieved his greatsword? At that moment, he was already gripping the greatsword in his hand. A loud noise that seemed to tear the sky apart erupted as the tower burst into flames. Below stood none other than the culprit responsible. That's right, he said with a wicked, triumphant grin. Durakan declared this before Najib's stunned face. Now the real game begins, you newbies. He dashed forward, but the stone ground beneath him began to crack apart. Najib turned back and shouted, everyone run! A wall of blazing fire swung toward them. But unfortunately, Valdez couldn't dodge in time. He couldn't react, able to do nothing but squeeze his eyes shut. The sword continued its swing, sending them all plummeting down the cliff in a perilous situation. Najib managed to grab onto the cliff face. It was the chain that kept the others from falling. Covered in blood, he still asked worriedly about the others. Are you guys okay? Betcha, who was right below him, quickly replied, I'm all right. Looking down, he could see that the other two appeared to be badly injured. Especially Valdez, he's completely unconscious. They were left dangling in midair. Najib gritted his teeth. This is bad. The destructive force of that last attack was one thing, but looking out into the distance, he felt despair. But he's already caught up to us. Durakan leaped across the floating rocks, rapidly closing in on them. What kind of physical power is this? He laughed gleefully as he approached his prey. Najib's mind raced. If I hesitate for even a second, he'll close the gap. There are only 3 minutes left. There's only one way to stop him. I'm just a porter. But I've carried countless loads, training myself constantly. If it's a matter of lifting something heavy, I'm confident. This time will be no different. He strained his muscles, lifting the chain with the 3 of them attached. I'm just carrying a slightly heavier load and climbing. Using every muscle in his body, Najib strained to lift his arm. And with that, his 3 comrades below were pulled up as well. I'll bear the weight, his eyes sharp and focused. Step by step, Najib crawled up carrying 3 people behind him. His determination pushed his body beyond its limits. Steadily, the group kept advancing. Even though the weight was making his wrists split and bleed, Najib didn't stop. Time was running out, and Durakan was still closing in. He had almost reached Najib. Durakan charged, swinging his greatsword like a madman. The hourglass turned, and time was down to mere seconds. But before the last grains of sand fell, he successfully climbed up and pulled the others with him, ensuring their safety. However, the danger wasn't over yet. That man was still relentlessly pursuing them. It was a powerful leap. Durakan launched himself towards the high castle. Despite the distance of several dozen meters, he laughed maniacally as he closed the gap in an instant. Carrying Van, he continued to run towards a safe place. Time was draining away. The last grains of sand were about to fall. The castle gate was just ahead. It seemed to be emitting a welcoming light for them. The group stumbled and supported each other as they rushed inside. In the center, a large stone emitted a mystical glow. Before them was the dungeon stone. Najib gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed as he said, "Destroy it." This would be the end. He immediately reached into his bag, fumbling for something. Then, quick as a flash, he threw a sword towards the stone. But it was too late. Time had run out. The sword stopped dead in midair. From above, Durakan smashed through the wall. He let out a triumphant laugh and accelerated his charge. Najib could only watch helplessly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Durakan casually raised his hand and swung his greatsword. He slashed horizontally, intending to knock Najib's sword away. Then he landed leisurely on the ground. A victorious smile remained on his face. Suddenly, the dungeon stone behind Durakan began to crack. It immediately shattered, creating a terrifying shockwave. Najib's body ached in pain. He could only watch everything unfold with wide eyes. Amidst the fury, a blue light shone everywhere. It gradually turned red, the pulsating rays of light becoming utterly blinding. It began to spread everywhere, carrying with it an immense heat. Now the light was like a raging inferno, consuming everything around it. In the village, a man fell to his knees. He clasped his hands in terror and despair. "O Lord, have you abandoned us? Is everyone going to die?" Within that blood-red light, a hideous face appeared. It was a giant wolf rising to its full height. Following behind it were other ferocious beasts carrying weapons. Then they began their assault, destroying everything in sight. Every single one of them had a vicious expression, growling with bared teeth and glaring eyes. There were even high-level monsters with red skin. "That's a dragon!" Its massive body emerged from the flames, roaring endlessly. "There are so many monsters." Nero said they're respawned monsters from the dungeon. Pecha was trembling too. "They're pouring out non-stop. This is a dungeon break." Meanwhile, Durakan was choking Najib. He said, "It's a magnificent sight, isn't it? The scene of a dungeon break. No matter how many times I see it, I never get tired of it." Durakan tightened his grip. Najib now looked like a small, helpless animal. He asked coldly, "So this isn't the first time you've caused a dungeon break?" The man answered bluntly, "That's right, a small fry like you wouldn't get it." Najib answered calmly, "When a dungeon breaks, it eventually restores itself into an even stronger one. In other words, it becomes a dungeon with better rewards. And you're doing all this just for that. You don't care about the villagers at all. Just for that, you ask." He licked his lips and continued speaking. "An adventurer only cares about one thing, getting better rewards." He laughed loudly, his hand still gripping Najib's neck. "Why should I care what happens to small fries like them? This is all too familiar. Adventurers aren't heroes or saviors." He gritted his teeth. "They're selfish individuals motivated entirely by their own self-interest. I despise adventurers like that." His eyes stared blankly at the sky. "I've seen just how much destruction can be caused by adventurers with great power and even greater malice." However, on the other hand, his eyes now reflected a peaceful sky with a familiar bird. The flames blazed brightly once more. Though rare, there are adventurers with both great power and great character. That bird continued to soar through the sky with a faint silhouette of a person riding it. It was a girl with white hair holding a piece of bread in her hand. She casually took a bite and chewed on it. Her blood-red eyes grew determined. An adventurer with both of those things. Standing on the bird's back, she locked onto her target. Ready to fight, she suddenly dove straight down from the sky. Her face was resolute. "I'll take them out before the monsters grow any bigger." A powerful skill was unleashed, and a pillar of fire shot down from the sky, striking the monsters directly. They all screamed in agony. She had used her fire magic to suppress the horde of monsters. Magic swordsman's skill, Crimson Flame Wave. A massive explosion erupted, and she took care of the monsters one by one. They died one after another in the crimson flames of her attack. This caught everyone's attention. Even that guy Durakan, Pecha, who saw everything, was so shocked her jaw dropped. She then gently sheathed her sword and landed on the ground. Standing tall in a sea of fire, she declared, "I am Amnesia Ferrari, Vice Captain of the Twilight Wind." Explain what's going on here. She is the Godstone-ranked Vice Captain of the Twilight Wind Guild. A sky-shattering explosion created a blazing fire that incinerated the monsters, sending them fleeing in panic. Najib panted heavily. His face was covered in wounds, and even the corner of his mouth was bleeding. Bella asked worriedly from beside him, "Are you all right, Najib?" Najib clutched his chest and struggled to reply, "Yes, I'm fine. More importantly, look over there." His eyes turned towards the dungeon rupture above. Najib looked up and saw the dungeon rupture was calming down and slowly closing. He cried out, "It's closing!" The two of them watched it seal completely. This made Durakan's face darken with anger. He clicked his tongue and ground his teeth in frustration. Durakan glared at Anissa Ferris and asked, "Even if it was a low-level dungeon rupture, you closed it in a single blow. Impressive," she responded with an icy stare. The two faced each other amidst the hazy smoke and flames. Durakan asked again, "Anissa Ferris of Twilight Wind, I thought your guild was no longer active. Why are you here? Haven't you all been disbanded for 3 years?" Anissa Ferris didn't even spare him a glance, muttering in response, "Durakan of the Dawn Guild." Looking at the scene, no further explanation was necessary. She didn't want to waste her breath on Durakan. Anissa Ferris raised her sword at him, voicing her suspicion. "A mithril rank adventurer could never fail in a dungeon like this, so you must have caused this dungeon rupture on purpose." Durakan flashed a wicked smile and asked scornfully, "Are you trying to pick a fight with me?" His eyes narrowed as he thought Anissa of Twilight Wind. She's someone I've wanted to face at least once, but this isn't the ideal situation. He recalled the previous fight and calculated that swordsman's trick used up more of my stamina than I expected, and I have strict orders from above to avoid causing any major trouble. He glanced at the red orb in his hand, thinking besides, I've already achieved my original goal. After weighing the pros and cons, Durakan concluded there was no need to fight. With that thought, he shouldered his blade and turned around. Durakan's action made her suspicious, and she called out mockingly. Running away, he curled his lip into a smirk and asked, running. Durakan quickly explained with arrogance, "Don't misunderstand, that was a dungeon crack. Even for a mithril rank adventurer, success depends on many variables, so I couldn't guarantee a victory." Just then, Nero jumped out from nowhere and screamed furiously, "You bastard!" She collapsed to the ground, yelling in anger. "Not only did you avoid clearing the dungeon, but you also tried to kill us." He replied with an utterly shameless expression, "Is that so? It's a shame. But it seems there were curses in that dungeon that prevented first-timers from telling friend from foe. In other words, attacking you wasn't my intention." He turned towards the dungeon, which had now almost completely closed, and said, "You think that's just an excuse? If you don't believe me, you can check for yourself. But what a pity the dungeon is already gone. So what now? I'd say that's a good enough explanation for the association to accept." Nero clenched her fists, striking the ground in frustration. "A white rank, huh? Of course it's all just nonsense. But I've seen it happen too many times in adventure tribunals. The word of a mithril rank carries more weight than the truth itself. It doesn't matter how many white rank or bronze rank adventurers testify, it's all useless." She despaired at the harsh reality you can't win even by telling the truth, and the worst part is that he knows it and is taking advantage of it. Seeing that no one could argue with him, Durakan let out a smug laugh. "Well then, I suppose we're done here." He turned and walked away, waving and tossing a sarcastic comment over his shoulder. "See you around, rookies." They could only watch in helpless silence as Durakan left unable to do a single thing. To break the heavy atmosphere, Najib forced a smile and tried to point out the silver lining, but at least the dungeon rupture has been stopped. Before he could finish his sentence, his body swayed unsteadily. Then he collapsed completely. Everyone was shocked and cried out in alarm, "Najib!" Anissa Ferris turned her head to look. She saw that Najib had passed out from exhaustion. His face and hands were covered in overlapping wounds. Suddenly, a pair of large wings unfurled. It was Anissa Ferris's Thunderbird, Aiden. She took the reins and offered her help. "Bring him up here. Aiden can get us to the city in a flash." The others could only stare, stunned by the magnificent Thunderbird. And so the chaotic conquest of the dungeon crack came to an end as the people hugged each other, overcome with joy. The village greeted the new day without any harm. Afterwards, the Adventurers Association paid a visit, offering an apology and promising to prevent future incidents. Of course, those were just empty words. And with Amnesia's help, it spread its wings and flew into the sky. On its back, it carried Ferrari, as well as the still unconscious Petter and Najib. They had arrived at the City of Adventurers, the Western adventurer city of Belem, a sparkling city of ancient Western European architecture, came into view. Somewhere deep inside the city was an old two-story house with a wooden bird statue on its roof. This place was the lair known as Where the Wind Stops, the guild office for Twilight Wind. As for Najib, he was still unconscious. Suddenly, he began to stir groggily. Then he snapped awake, his eyes wide with shock. He opened his eyes to find himself on a bed. Exhausted, Peter was slumped over asleep beside it. Najib moved slightly, jostling his wound and letting out a cry of pain. Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, Najib uttered, "Where is this?" He saw her sleeping and called out in surprise, "Peter!" His voice woke Peter from her hazy sleep. Seeing that Najib was awake, Peter exclaimed happily, "Najib, you're awake." Before she could finish, Vendetta and Nero rushed in from out of nowhere, exclaiming, "You scared us, we thought you were dead." His question of where he was went unanswered. Najib slowly recounted, "The last thing I remember is that fanatic leaving." Peter stepped forward to explain, "This is the office of the Twilight Wind Guild. That's right, the super cool lady who saved you." She recounted what happened while he was unconscious. She even called a priest from the church to heal you. Najib was surprised. Wow, a priest too. Maybe that's why, other than feeling a little tired, I'm not in any pain. He glanced over at Vendetta and Nero, sizing them up. They both looked healthy, so that was a relief. Vendetta replied with a smug laugh, "This is nothing for first-class adventurers," she added just as confidently. "Of course, I'm very confident in my physical fitness." Suddenly, Vendetta clenched his fist. He was moved to tears. It was definitely my first adventure as Vendetta. It was a very memorable journey, Vendetta recounted with pride. When I saw how happy the villagers were after we stopped the dungeon from collapsing, I realized what the true purpose of an adventurer is. They happily brought us gifts to thank us. A little girl came up to me with a small flower and said with a smile, "Thank you for protecting us." He took the flower. For us, it was just a dungeon for rewards and fame. But for them, that place was their home. Both Vendetta and Nero teared up, moved by the small but heartfelt gift. Finally realizing our mistake, we both bowed deeply and sincerely apologized to the villagers. I'm sorry for acting so arrogantly." The two were still emotional as they recounted the story to Najib. She said with conviction, "I'm going to become a great adventurer." He was equally determined, "Captain, we saved a village." Hearing that, he laughed with satisfaction. "That's really great to hear." He praised them silently. "I'm glad we managed to protect the village." But Najib held the badge in his hand and thought, "Now that it's over, I should tell the truth. That I'm not a gold rank adventurer." He looked at it, his heart heavy. "In fact, I'm ranked even lower than both of them." Najib glanced at the bedside table. On it was a different badge, and I'm just a white rank porter. Najib couldn't help but wonder if they'd still treat him the same way if they knew. He watched the two of them fooling around and whispered his conclusion, "Of course not." Najib forced a smile, mustering all of his courage. He closed his eyes and announced calmly, "I have something to tell you. Please don't get upset." The other two looked at Najib with curiosity. In front of everyone, Najib confessed the truth, that he had pretended to be an adventurer and acted as their captain. Naturally, their reaction was ice cold. Nero was the first to respond, "Is that so?" Their expressions had changed completely. "I guess we understand." It couldn't be helped, the bond built on a lie vanished, and they were back to being adventurers, and he a porter. They turned to leave, saying, "Next time we'll have you carry our equipment." As they reached the door, she glanced back to remind him, "We're leaving now. Get some rest." The door slammed shut. Only Petra remained. She questioned him. "Najib, did you have to tell them the truth?" Najib just scratched his head and laughed. "They're going to be great adventurers." He leaned against the wall, scratching his head as he explained, "As a porter working in this city, I'm bound to run into them again anyway. It's better they hear it from me than find out later." She called his name Najib. Petra's hands clenched into fists with determination. She said firmly, "You're right, you're not an adventurer. In my work as an inspector, I've met countless adventurers. Most of them only care about personal gain, the kind whose eyes sparkle with greed at the sight of treasure. Unlike heroes or warriors, adventurers live only for their own benefit. But not you. You risked your life with a single goal to protect the village, and you asked for nothing in return." Petra stepped forward and placed her hand on his comfortingly. "That's why you, Najib, are not an adventurer. You're a hero." Najib closed his eyes, composing himself for a long moment. His response to her comfort was to freeze up. Najib thought to himself, "No, I'm really not." His memory flashed back. While everyone was focused on the conversation between Dura Khan and Anessa, amidst the chaos of the break, he suddenly saw something strange in the sky. "Wait, is that?" A streak of light tore across the sky. A chest appeared from the light. It was the reward for clearing the fractured dungeon. Najib ran over excitedly, cheering, "Today's my lucky day." While no one was looking, he was bursting with joy over the reward that fell from the sky. And so, Najib used the last of his strength to grab the reward before collapsing from exhaustion. Back in the present, he contentedly hugged the reward, smiling to himself. Najib cradled it as if it were his own child, happily thinking he got to keep the entire reward for himself. Heh, twice in a row. Petra was at a loss for words at his greed. "You seem quite pleased with yourself." Najib was now only focused on the prize in his hands, thinking he'd check it later. Petra wasn't the only one who misunderstood Najib that day. So did Nero Hero and Valdez Star. In another corner, Nero asked Van Persie, "So you're saying the captain is a porter?" He smirked in agreement. "You noticed it too, didn't you, Nero?" She shot Van Persie a sharp look. "It's pretty obvious, isn't it, Van?" He narrowed his eyes in response. "Of course, Nero." The two of them exchanged a knowing glance. With an adult's body and a child's mind, our Van Persie confidently deduced. "So it's like this. He's pretending to be a low-level porter when he's actually a gold-rank adventurer." Nero enthusiastically agreed. "A master in disguise, how cool." Both of them were certain Najib was tricking them. "He probably thinks he fooled us. Does he take us for fools?" Najib had no idea they were even bigger fools than he imagined. They excitedly shouted so loudly it echoed through the Twilight Wind Guild office. "Don't worry, we'll keep your secret so you can continue your act. It will be our little secret." To be fair, considering how Najib fought during the raid, it was hard to believe he was just a porter. At that very moment, small events that started like a snowball began to roll downhill, gathering into an avalanche. The sound of footsteps clattered down the hallway. It was Dura Khan. A man in a cloak was waiting for him there. The man didn't even bother to turn around as he asked, "I've heard what happened. There was interference, wasn't there?" He admitted with frustration, "Unfortunately, we ran into a strange swordsman and got tangled up with the Twilight Wind Guild." Dura Khan also didn't forget to mention his own success. "At least I accomplished our objective." The man asked again, "You haven't forgotten the incident between Dura Khan and Van Netro, have you?" The man wearing a mask that covered half his face turned and said, "The Dawn Guild cannot overlook those who cause us harm, whether it's a fake adventurer or the Twilight Wind Guild." Back at the Twilight Wind Guild, a familiar footstep, cold and powerful. Anessa Ferris walked on, lost in thought. She slowly opened her eyes, thinking, if what Petra told me on the way here is true, then Najib could be. Anessa Ferris remembered when they were taking Najib for treatment. She called out Petra. Holding the reins, Anessa Ferris asked curiously, "It will take us a while to get to the city. Can you tell me what happened in the meantime?" Petra asked, confused. "What happened?" She asked seriously, "Why were you there? How did he get so badly injured? I want to hear the whole truth." She gave a forced laugh and stammered, "Well, about that." Before Petra could answer, Anessa Ferris pressed on. "Did you enter the fractured dungeon without permission?" The question made her even more flustered. "How did you—" She replied with a cold expression, "Your party doesn't match the registered subjugation team I checked before arriving. But don't worry, this is just a private conversation between us. I don't have the authority to hold you responsible even if illegal actions were involved." Anessa Ferris frowned slightly and said quietly, "I just want to confirm one thing." She thought of the recent explosions and explained, "I am currently investigating the recent series of dungeon breaks. During the investigation, I discovered a possible link to the Dawn Guild, and by coincidence, I was there today." Petra was surprised when Anessa Ferris mentioned the series of breaks. She asked, "A series of breaks, I've heard of them, but is the Dawn Guild involved?" Anessa kept her frown as she explained, "Yes, it's just a theory for now, but anything you can tell me would be helpful." Bella no longer looked frightened, but mature and understanding as she replied, "If that's the case, then I understand." Even so, she didn't forget to set a condition to protect him, "But you must keep Najib's illegal activities an absolute secret." Bella even had some words of praise for Najib. Actually, she should be praising him instead. "I will explain everything, how we entered the dungeon and what happened in the sundered dungeon." Bella's attitude surprised Anissa Ferrari. She recalled her own words, thinking to herself, the gold rank adventurer leading them was actually a porter, yet he nearly succeeded in conquering the dungeon. No, if the Dawn Guild hadn't interfered, he would have succeeded clearing the Sundered Dungeon, a place even adventurers avoid, all under the command of a porter. An incredible story. Anissa Ferrari walked on her mind, a whirlwind of thoughts. That was until she placed her hand on the doorknob. Anissa Ferrari threw the door open, looking at Najib and thinking what deserves the highest praise is his mindset and his will to risk his life to prevent a dungeon break. He closed his eyes and asked faintly, "Are you the one who saved us?" She looked at him with concern. "Are you okay?" Najib just replied coldly and simply, "Thanks to you, I'm fine." Anissa Ferrari raised her index finger and said bluntly, "Then I'll get straight to the point." She pointed straight at his face with the authority of Anissa Ferrari, vice captain of Twilight Wind. "I order you to join my team." Najib gave a mocking laugh and replied, "Not a chance, I refuse." The Twilight Wind Guild, one of the most prestigious guilds in the Western City, or at least it used to be. After the guild master went missing, the incident remains a mystery. The guild began to decline, cracks started to form, and now, after a long time, a guild meeting was being held. The lights were on in the Twilight Wind Guild office. A purple-haired girl clasped her hands, disapproving. "I object." She sat with her legs crossed, saying irritably, "No matter how desperate the guild's situation is, we can't just accept anyone." This was Androthi, the gold-rank summoner and quartermaster of the Twilight Wind Guild. At the table, Adolphi asked, "What does everyone think?" A fierce-looking blonde man agreed. "I agree, this was Anissa, acting on her own. He was Nice, a gold-rank knight and member of the Twilight Wind Guild." Nice smiled, his tone full of contempt. "Besides, isn't he just a porter pretending to be an adventurer? A porter and a con man that's going a bit too far." In contrast to them, a petite pink-haired girl spoke up. "Do you have to be so strict?" "I agree with recruiting him. We're short-staffed anyway." She was Bolero, a bronze-rank priest and a mercenary dispatched by the White Church. Androthi asked with a scrutinizing gaze, "If you agree, does that mean he has a handsome face?" Bolero snapped back loudly, "Of course not. I was just focused on healing him." But then she immediately changed her tune. "He does look pretty good with his hair down." Androthi replied triumphantly, "See." A brown bear spoke up to mediate. "Stop arguing, it's pointless. Anissa has already left." He was Stonewall, a bronze-rank shield-bearer member of the Twilight Wind Guild and a beastman. Androthi immediately growled, "What? Whose side are you on anyway?" Bolero also gave him a threatening look. "Think carefully, I might stop healing you." The two of them ganged up on Stonewall, leaving him confused about whose side to take. Stonewall replied, awkwardly stuttering, "But I mean..." Suddenly, the door burst open. "There's no need to argue." Anissa Ferrari walked in and announced, "We've been rejected." That statement shocked everyone. Nice, Stonewall, and Bolero were stunned. Even Adolphi couldn't believe his ears and had to ask again. In the recovery room, Najib and Bella were packing their things. He wrapped a cloth around his hand and tied his hair back neatly. Najib had also gotten properly dressed. After some time to rest, he looked like he had recovered and was in good spirits. Najib stretched and said, "Done." She was worried he hadn't fully recovered and asked, "You're leaving already? Wouldn't it be better to rest a bit more?" Najib made an excuse. "It's fine. I get restless sitting in one place." Bella didn't try to stop him anymore, so she asked curiously, "But why did you refuse the invitation to join the guild? It has a lot of benefits." As he rearranged the items in his bag, he explained, "Of course, I know there are advantages to joining a guild, but on the other hand, getting involved with too many people is a headache." He said with a satisfied tone, "So I like things the way they are, now simple and familiar." Bella didn't ask any more questions and offered her support. "If that's what you want, I won't force you." But she couldn't help but worry about Najib's safety. "However, since this is the second time you've run into the Dawn Guild, wouldn't it be safer to have a guild protecting you?" With his usual carefree air, he hugged the reward pouch and reassured her, "Don't worry, I've already gotten away from them twice unscathed. Do you really think they care about a mere porter like me?" Bella replied, "I hope you're right." Finally, the two said their goodbyes. "All right, I'll head back to the association then. Thanks for everything, Tong Tra." She walked to the door, then turned and replied, "No, I should be the one thanking you. If you need anything, just come find me at the association." He was silent for a moment, then quickly smiled again. Najib hugged the reward bag and said excitedly, "Let's check the reward before we go. I wonder what's in here. Something valuable like a weapon would be nice." He peeked into the bag and called out loudly, "Gluttony." Seeing nothing, Najib dove right into the bag to search. "Where are you, kid?" The inside of the bag was like a vast three-dimensional space. He looked around and called, "Where are you hiding, you little devil?" When Najib saw Gluttony, he cheered happily. "There you are." He looked at him and asked, "Why didn't you come out when I called? And what's with that look on your face?" Gluttony just scratched his head blankly and replied, "It's nothing." Najib excitedly asked about the reward. "Did you check the chest yet? What do we get?" He quickly waved his hands and replied, "There's nothing at all." His answer immediately made him suspicious. Nothing. That sounds suspicious. Gluttony tried to defend himself. "There's nothing suspicious at all." Najib frowned at his awkwardness, feeling skeptical. Finally, he wanted to check the reward himself. "Move it. I'll check it myself." Gluttony ran to stop him. "Don't." As soon as he cracked open the chest, a dazzling light shone out. Najib was as excited as a child opening a gift. What kind of treasure could this be? The moment he opened the chest, he froze. Najib looked at the three strange creatures in the chest and asked, "What are you guys?" He got closer to look at them, guessing, are those puppy beaks or are they just young creatures? Wait, why are they in the chest? Najib turned to ask Gluttony, "What's going on? Where's the reward?" Gluttony stammered, With tears welling up in his eyes, he pleaded, "I didn't do anything wrong." Gluttony recounted what happened when he opened the chest. "I was just organizing the sack like usual. And when I opened the chest to organize it, there was a pile of egg-shaped stones inside. The egg cracked open and a tiny little hand poked out from inside. Then suddenly, these little ones hatched." Najib calculated silently in his head. "If that's true, then they must be monster stones, not entirely worthless, but..." He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, considering their value. Sometimes people with taming skills will buy them, but since these have already hatched, and based on their appearance, no tamer would probably want them. This is a problem. I used a ton of items in the dungeon and was hoping to make up for it with this reward. Najib rubbed his chin, pondering how to deal with them. What am I supposed to do with this bunch now? Seeing him lost in thought, Gluttony tried to look pitiful and told a tragic story. "They've been through so much. I heard them say their parents were enslaved by a snakeskin dragon, so they were sealed in monster stones to save them. And Najib actually fell for it. Gluttony offered to take responsibility for them. Please let me raise them. I'll take good care of them." Najib hesitated. What should I do? Then he quickly and happily agreed to keep them. They might be useful, so let's keep them for now. They're just three little creatures. What could possibly go wrong? He also instructed Gluttony, "Take care of them, but if they tear up the sack or cause trouble, I'm kicking them out." Having gotten permission, Gluttony turned back to announce to them, "You've been given permission. You guys can stay." In front of him were hundreds of them. He looked at their numbers and broke out in a cold sweat, screaming in panic. Wait, there are more than 3 of them. Terrified, Najib leaped out of the bag. Hearing the roaring sounds from inside, he lamented, "What a mess." Then Najib slung the bag over his shoulder and left. The dungeon reward was a bust, a total loss, but he was still cheerful, thinking about other treasures. At least there's still the cave dungeon reward. Time to take care of that. Outside the village, at an item trading shop, a lucrative deal was just successfully made. I sold all the magic stones and monster loot. The owner placed a bag of money on the table and said cheerfully, "Here's the money." Najib looked at the full bag of gold and exclaimed happily, "It's been a while since I've held this much money. First, I need to restock the supplies I used." He took the money to buy some other things, smoke mushrooms, and finally got the explosion mushrooms he couldn't afford before. In addition, Nadi also bought a lot of food to fill his food reserves. He even bought many more weapons traps and arrows. He divided the remaining money into 2 pouches and would give this gold to the 2 adventurers, Vaughn and Nero, when they appeared. Nadi contentedly hugged the pouch. He was done with everything and still had gold left over. He bought himself an ice cream with the money he had left. He skipped along happily and exclaimed, "I should treat myself to a really delicious meal." Someone on the roof was watching Nadi. He gave a deceitful smile. "Is that him?" Nen sat perched on the roof, sizing him up, the guy who caused trouble for our guild. He sneered. "I thought it was just a rumor, but he really is a white rank." Nen had heard the rumors about Nadi's achievements. It's one thing for a white rank to throw some weaklings in jail. The rumors even mentioned the battle with Durakan, but it said he even managed to land a hit on him. He laughed while talking to the shadow named Zero. "What do you think, Zero? Does he look strong?" The man carefully assessed the situation and warned, "It has happened twice, so it's not a coincidence. Even a white rank can be dangerous, be careful." Nen replied excitedly, "That's what makes it worth looking forward to." He stood up and said with a contemptuous voice, "Normally, there's nothing to worry about with a white rank, But if he really has a card up his sleeve. Nen spun his weapon in his hand, looking forward to the confrontation. He yelled maniacally, "I hope he won't be a disappointment." Nen prepared himself. Then he leaped into the air. He had spotted his target Noddy below. He was skipping along with an ice cream still in his hand. Noddy was enjoying his ice cream immensely. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. The ice cream cracked. As a result, the ice cream in Noddy's hand broke in two. The reason it broke was Nen's surprise attack. This made him furious. Who was that? He laughed heartily and replied, "Even though I intentionally released my killing intent." Nen glanced towards Noddy and asked, "You were able to react that quickly?" He stood brazenly in front of him and taunted, "You're definitely not an ordinary porter." Now I'm interested, however. This should end here. Noddy, completely bewildered, wondered to himself, what is this guy talking about? Before he could say any last words, Nen launched a lightning-fast attack. Luckily, Noddy managed to dodge it quickly. But this only made him more excited. "Come on, show me the skill you used to mess with our guild, you white rank." In a difficult situation like this, all you need is a confident smile. He wondered to himself, who is this lunatic? His eyes flashed with surprise. When he saw the emblem on his clothes, it was clearly the emblem of a gold rank wizard. Noddy looked at Nen's attacks and said aloud, "But he fights like an assassin." He thought to himself, with such open hostility, I can't just do nothing. With that thought, Noddy immediately drew the sword from his bag to fight. This only made him feel more thrilled. Ready to get serious, are you? Nen charged like a bloodthirsty beast. Let's see the swordsmanship you used to play around with Jeffnom. But he screamed in alarm when he saw that Noddy's sword also had mushrooms on it. A porter's special toolkit mushroom bombs exploding everywhere. The mushrooms detonated and a massive explosion erupted. He grinned with satisfaction. Only a fool would confront an adventurer head-on. Taking advantage of the explosion, he quickly fled. The most important thing was to run. Noddy quickly shouted, "Oh God, I think I'm going to die." He ran out of the alley to get help from the villagers. "Help, somebody help me." Noddy ran with all his might to the guards to report, "Guards, there's an attacker, help me." Just then, a man in black armor walked by. "What's going on?" Noddy pointed ahead and blurted out, "Over there, a thug pretending to be an adventurer. He tried to kill me." He looked in the direction Noddy was pointing. He asked in surprise, "That guy from the Dawn Guild, I didn't think you'd still be in one piece." He scoffed, "Running away, are we? How disappointing." Noddy was shocked by this information. The Dawn Guild, is that what Petter warned me about? But no matter how angry they are, why would they do this in the middle of the city? The man interrupted his train of thought. "Excuse me, may I ask what this is about?" Nay kept a scornful smile on his face. "What's it about?" "Just warming up." As quick as lightning, he lunged at Noddy. "Time to teach you a lesson." This time he hit his mark. Noddy was sent flying by Nay's attack. From what I heard, this guy poisoned our guild members' food and ruined our dungeon raid. That last hit seemed to satisfy his rage. Some nobody in cheap gear dared to harm the Dawn Guild, and because of him, I lost my cut of the profits. Nay glanced down at him with contempt. Everyone knows what happens when you mess with the Dawn Guild. Noddy yelled, "You're lying." He bravely revealed the truth in front of everyone. "An adventurer from your guild tried to kill me." Facing a sea of skeptical eyes, Noddy begged, "Please, everyone believe me." He looked at the surrounding crowd and thought to himself, it's useless. Just as Peter said, the Dawn Guild has considerable influence. Noddy clenched his fists, thinking, in this situation, no one is going to defend a white rank like me. There's nothing in it for them. Whispers started to spread through the crowd. I heard about that. His heart hoped, but they were saying it's better to side with the Dawn Guild. The discussion grew more animated. Some of those white rank porters know how to fool adventurers these days. They act like they're the ones in charge. The guard listened to the gossip and made his decision. I understand the situation. If that's the case, we'll let you handle it. Nay replied, thanks. He asked smugly, so what now? See, no one here is on your side. Noddy's face turned fierce. Why are you taking it this far? You know your guild was the one in the wrong. He gritted his teeth angrily. It was already over, wasn't it? And now you're coming for revenge. He moved close to Noddy and explained, you're right, it wasn't your fault, and frankly no one gives a damn about the squabbles of low-level adventurers even if they're in our guild. But what matters is that in the end, you harmed our guild. The Dawn Guild never lets even the smallest damage slide. That's how we make sure everyone watching remembers us. He stood arrogantly before him, radiating menace. Anyone who harms the Dawn Guild pays the price. And you're just the tool to remind everyone of that fact. Nay even jeered, don't worry, I'm not going to kill you. He pointed gloatingly at the badge on his chest. "I wear the badge of the last guy I killed, and a white rank badge isn't even worth showing off." He laughed savagely. "So today I'm going to mark you so that whenever people see the scar on your face, they'll remember what happened here today." Nei lunged forward like a tempest. An assassin's skill, he leaped into the air, his blade forming a 90-degree cross slash. Nadi gritted his teeth as the blade came at him. Suddenly a sword flashed before his eyes. 90 degrees. No one here would stand up for a low-class porter. The sword stopped the attack cold. He was stunned. That's what I thought. It was Anessa Ferrari who had arrived just in time. She gave a cold command, "Lower your sword." Anessa Ferrari declared, holding her sword protectively before Nadi. "He belongs to the Twilight Wind Guild." Her voice took on a threatening edge. "From this moment on, any attack aimed at Nadi will be considered an attack on us." A white-haired figure walked silently down the quiet street. He watched his shadow stretch out in the evening twilight. From the shadow, the form of a young man appeared. Zero's voice asked, "Are you okay with leaving things like that?" The figure mimicked his every move and droned on. "This doesn't seem to be the result you wanted, does it?" Nei replied, "It's not like I had many other options. Confronting Angela was never part of the plan." He slowly twirled the knife in his hand, his sharp eyes fixed on it, the corner of his mouth twisting into a vulgar smile. He continued, "It wouldn't have been a problem if I had dealt with her right now, but someone else was already targeting Angela." Suddenly, he stopped twirling the blade, his hand tightening around the hilt in silence. Nei went on, "This is also boring." As he spoke, he strolled slowly down the deserted street. "I was hoping for something more." Nei then mentioned Nadi, a carrier who did better than expected. An image of the boy appeared in his mind, nimble with a wooden sword in his large bag, dashing forward at full speed. But a carrier is just a carrier in the end, nothing significant. He recalled how easily he could have finished Nadi. It's true that it all ended too abruptly, but after what happened, he's probably too scared to do anything. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes as he stared at Zero. The figure replied with an ominous look, "Are you so sure he won't?" The moment he finished speaking, a small scratch appeared on Nei's face, a trickle of blood slowly seeping from it. His smile vanished. He raised a hand to the scratch. "Since when?" Zero, from within the shadow, revealed a grin that stretched from ear to ear and said darkly, "Nei, don't you see it?" The figure's featureless face contorted, then slowly retrace your every step. Zero stared intently at Nei. The figure's grotesque smile never faded as he recalled appearing behind Nei. Raising both hands to his face, he formed a frame, prompting Nei to remember what happened before. As Nei and Nadi faced off, the figure said, "From the very first moment you met him." Scene after scene appeared in his mind, the two of them fighting relentlessly, and that clueless smile of his. And finally, the scene where he finished Nadi off, right up to the moment he thought he had ended the boy. Zero continued, "At the very moment you thought it was all over. The moment you rushed in for the final blow, you thought he had completely given up, that he had knelt down to accept his fate. At that moment, Nadi looked up. He hadn't given up at all. The light from Nei's attack reflected in his eyes. Zero continued to drone on, but he never gave up. He was waiting for his chance. You could see it then in that hair-raising moment. A small knife fell from Nadi's sleeve, and he gripped the hilt as if holding on to his last hope. Zero continued, "Even in that situation, he took advantage of you focusing on his face to draw a dagger from his sleeve. As he stood up, he pulled his knife-wielding hand back to build momentum." Nadi thought to himself, "Since no one in this world sides with a carrier, I'll have to protect myself." His eyes burned red, his face serious as he stared straight ahead, and with all his might, Nadi threw the knife at him. The knife flew straight through Nei's attack and grazed his face with a single cut. Zero's expression grew even more twisted. "I've told you so many times, Nei. When you think you've defeated an enemy, that's when you let your guard down, revealing an opening and narrowing your vision." The figure was still behind Nei, who wiped the blood from his face and replied, "So I was careless this time." Raising a hand to his mouth, he licked his own blood with a sarcastic look. "How interesting." Nei let out a vile smile, his eyes already picturing the delightful scene of destroying Nadi. In the twilight, he and Zero burst into crazed laughter. "It seems I'll have to take back calling him boring. I'll have to deal with him myself one more time." In another scene, a pair of familiar bandaged hands were tucking a knife back into a sleeve. It was none other than Nadi. His face was pensive as he thought, "I prepared that dagger in case I couldn't draw my weapon from my bag in time, but it still doesn't have enough stopping power to deal with an adventurer." He thought of Amnesia. If she hadn't helped, he would have been in real danger. Remembering the scene, the imposing girl shielded Nadi, saving him from peril. He then thought about his attacker, Nay. Who is he anyway? Would the Dawn Guild really send an adventurer of that level just for simple revenge? I really don't want to run into him or that guild ever again. As he was thinking, he recalled the image of the adventurer who had nearly finished him, silently respecting his opponent's strength. Suddenly a voice spoke as a hand clapped his shoulder. Nadi, what are you so lost in thought for? Don't tell me you're scared. It was nice teasing him with an arm around his shoulder. Stonewall chimed in. After what happened in the square, you must be a little traumatized, huh? At this, Nadi could only laugh. Nice explained to him, even within the Dawn Guild, Nay has a reputation for being tough to handle. Stonewall added, he runs an alley gang, and even the city guards have to turn a blind eye to him. The four of us walked down the road. I chuckled and said, I've heard of the Dawn Guild, but I never imagined they'd be this pathetic, attacking someone in the middle of the city just out of spite. Amnesia then spoke up, her expression serious, exactly, which is why I believe it's safer inside a dungeon than in the city, so I brought you here. As I mentioned, why not join our party at least while we're clearing the dungeon? Najib scratched his head and replied, I just need to do my job as a porter like always, so I appreciate the offer. He then rubbed his shoulders. Does it feel like the air is getting colder to you guys? This is the first time I've ever seen such a high-level graveyard dungeon. Before us was a gloomy, chilling scene of overgrown tombstones and weeds. This is a B-rank graveyard dungeon. There were many gravestones around and some incredibly terrifying zombies. Nice laugh teasingly. Are you scared? A dungeon like this is just a walk in the park for us. As he spoke, he put his hands on his hips with a confident smile. He looked like a total narcissist right now. Just trust in me, the great niece, and focus on picking up loot behind us. Najib mimicked his tone teasingly. If it gets dangerous, just hide behind me, okay? Najib thought to himself, he's not wrong. Even for a B-rank dungeon, you'll still find silver and gold rank adventurers here. And above all else, a godstone rank. He thought of Amnesia. To Najib, she was completely reliable. Having a godstone rank in the party was more than enough for this raid. However, my only concern is that for B-rank dungeons and above, building a balanced party, or one suited to the dungeon's traits, is crucial. But this time, they're all warrior types, a magic swordsman, a knight, and a shield bearer. Considering the nature of this dungeon, it would be better to have at least one priest, because a team that's too specialized in one role will struggle with unexpected situations. Suddenly, Amnesia said, stop. She crossed her arms and continued, looks like we're about to get a welcoming party. Monsters began to rise from the ground, each with a different but equally terrifying shape. They were zombie soldiers. They fixed their gaze on Amnesia. Without hesitation, she drew her flame sword, her expression cold. Immediately after, she crouched low and delivered a slash. With a completely blank expression, she shouted, I'll clear the way! Amnesia dealt with each zombie using her blazing flame sword. They all fell one by one before her swift swordsmanship. Amnesia's eyes remained locked on the remaining ones. Once again, her flame sword swung up and slashed down. She annihilated one group after another. Her figure moved with fluid grace amidst the golden glow of the flames. Every slash seemed to burst into flames, incinerating the mindless zombies. They only had time to let out a shrill scream before bursting into flames. As the flames died down, a large, ferocious figure appeared. It seemed to be the leader of the zombie soldiers. Its appearance was completely different from the small fry. The monster roared, its voice shaking the very ground. Najib exclaimed, this is a B-rank dungeon. All right, we just got here, and we're already facing a boss-level monster. Beside him, Nice cheered Go Amnesia. The two began a fierce exchange of blows. The zombie swung its giant sledgehammer-like hand toward Amnesia. She jumped back to dodge the attack, and then counterattacked. The monster didn't back down, charging forward frantically. Amnesia's speed was so fast that all you could see was a constant flashing blur. She had already moved behind the monster, preparing her skill. Her sword was now sheathed, ready to be drawn at any moment. Magic Swordsman, Art Blaze. Without further delay, Amnesia leaped forward. Startled, the monster whipped its head around. But a searing slash had already grazed its shoulder before striking hard against its back. Immediately after, it was hit by hundreds of slashes. The flame sword erupted fire arc. Bolts of lightning crackled across the monster's body. Amnesia landed on the ground with a beautiful sweep of her sword. The monster roared in agony. The final move, Magic Swordsman Art Blossom. A small lotus bud bloomed, bursting into flames and finishing off the pitiful monster. She looked truly heroic at that moment, worthy of her title as a Godstone rank. The fire continued to crackle as the other three stared intently at Anissa. The three of them looked like they were watching a 3D movie with glasses and popcorn. Najib exclaimed, "This is a divine stone rank." Stone Mung added, "Anissa is really something else." He continued, "I guess worrying about our team composition was unnecessary. I've seen many adventurers, but I've never encountered a talent this powerful." He couldn't stop praising her. Talent is an essential quality for an adventurer, allowing them to use special abilities based on their class. Every talent is vastly different, and it's why adventurers can face powerful monsters. Especially for the Divine Stone rank, their mastery of talent is beyond comprehension. Anissa suddenly spoke up. "We don't have time to hesitate." Her face showed no signs of fatigue as she continued, "We need to move quickly before those things revive." The group immediately picked up their pace and hurried along the path. Revival? That's the biggest difference between a cemetery dungeon and other places. Monsters in a cemetery are usually weaker than those in dungeons of the same rank, but the difficulty lies in the fact that they'll revive no matter how many times you kill them. The monsters you defeated earlier will endlessly come back and pursue you. Right now, some of them were already starting to revive, ready to give chase. If we move too slowly, the group could easily be surrounded from both sides. When that happens, the chances of clearing the dungeon drop significantly. That's why having a priest who can permanently erase them or using holy water sold by the church is essential. The problem is, both are expensive. From behind, the sounds of zombies echoed through the air. "The revived monsters have caught up," Anissa said, glancing back quickly. Nai yelled, "See, I told you we should have brought Bolero along." Najib asked in surprise, "Bolero, yeah." He frowned. "We have a priest in our guild, a settler you could say. She's a devil in disguise, always demanding gold for everything, even charging ridiculous prices to join a subjugation. Truly a devil in a priest's robes." "Damn it, is our guild so poor we can't even afford someone like Bolero?" Stone Mung chimed in. "And her healing sucks too." Anissa turned back and said curtly, "Complain later. I'll deal with the enemies in front, Stone Mung. You block the rear." He replied, "Got it." And her gaze fell sternly upon him. "Stand back and watch or cheer us on." Under her gaze, Nai became as obedient as a puppy. Najib suddenly spoke up and asked, "Hey Nai, aren't you going to fight?" He scratched his face and answered hesitantly, "My weapon, I forgot to bring it." The sword Elizabeth Robert was still lying peacefully on the table. Najib's face went pale with shock. "You forgot your weapon," he stammered. "Well, we left in a hurry, so mistakes happen. It's no big deal." Anissa criticized him sternly. "This happens all the time. That guy is always forgetting things." Stone Mung added, "Yeah, but what about that time he showed up to a raid naked? I just wish I could erase that memory." At that, Nai just wanted a hole to crawl into. To break the heavy atmosphere, Najib said, "It's okay, I brought a bunch of spare weapons." He rummaged through his bag, asking, "What kind do you like to use? Knights use long swords, right? Or maybe a medium sword?" Suddenly he froze, unable to speak. Then Nai suddenly gripped Najib's shoulders tightly. He headbutted him. "You fool!" Najib crouched down, holding his forehead, and complained, "What was that for?" Nai pointed a thumb at himself and declared, "Listen up. I only fight with my sword, Elizabeth Robert. That is my vow, as a knight," he affirmed. After hearing that, Najib just sat there dumbfounded, lost in thought. After thinking it over, he could only conclude that this guy was a complete weirdo. Oh well, forget it, what a genius. Just then, Stone Mung suddenly spoke up. "Wait a minute. Something's not right with the monsters following us. They're approaching, but there are fewer than expected. They're moving slower, and they don't even seem as aggressive as before." Anissa glanced over and realized why. Something that looked like glue from a mousetrap was stuck to their feet. Looking closer at the zombies' feet, she was stunned. She realized they were thumbtacks. Nadi explained that it's nothing special since these things just get resurrected anyway, right? The biggest danger in the cemetery is being surrounded by the resurrected. Even if we retreat, it just slows us down. So you used a sticky binding trap. Nadi added, "I scattered some caltrops on our path while we were moving. But it's a crude tool, so it won't help much." Suddenly, Anessa and Stonewall exclaimed in unison, "Wow! You're much more useful than Nines." Hearing that, he glared and shouted, "What did you say?" The sound of feet pounding the ground echoed as if everyone was fleeing from something. Behind them, zombies wearing buffalo skulls were chasing them frantically. "How many times have these guys been revived?" Nine said while running. "With Elizabeth Robert here, they're nothing." Anessa Ferris cut him off. "This is no time to grumble." The four of them ran like the wind, almost reaching the exit. "We need to get out before we're surrounded." A brilliant light shone from the cave entrance. "I see the end of the cave." Anessa Ferris commanded, "It's time, Stonewall." He heard her and obeyed. "Got it." "Special skill Guardian Shield." He raised his hand high, preparing to deliver a devastating blow. A shield. With a loud boom, the blow slammed into the ground, cracking it as boulders of all sizes erupted from the earth. The rocks were aimed only at the zombies, blocking their path. Behind the solid defense, the zombies could no longer advance and could only charge mindlessly at the sturdy wall of rock before them. Sun Mung turned his head and shouted, "It's done!" With that, he ran after everyone through the cave entrance, but it won't hold for long. His eyes were shining. "We have to get out of here fast." When no one answered his calls, he was confused. Ahead of them was the cemetery dungeon, the underground water region. Nines was annoyed. "What kind of dungeon is this? A massive lake is blocking the way." Noddy comforted him, "But at least there's a raft waiting for us." Nines said sarcastically, "How thoughtful of the dungeon." Despite his words, there was no other choice. "Anyway, if we want to move forward, we have to use the raft." San Mung also urged them, "Those zombies will catch up soon, we should go." However, the single raft available couldn't carry everyone. "This is a problem. That tiny raft won't handle the weight of our armor, especially Stonewall's heavyset." Hearing him drone on, she sneered, "You don't even fight, so why not just toss yours?" He stubbornly replied, "You cannot interfere with a knight's passion." He then added fuel to the fire. "I also think that's the best idea. Please take it off. You too." "Yes, not to throw away, but to put in a bag." "Nines and Stonewall, please put your armor in here." After a moment, the two had removed their heavy gear. Now they had both taken off their outer armor, leaving only their normal clothes underneath. Anessa Ferris suddenly glanced to the side. Something had caught her eye. One look was all it took for her to gasp, her jaw dropping in shock. Next to her, Nines had literally stripped bare, leaving him in nothing but his underwear. She screamed, "How much were you planning to take off?" He replied shamelessly, "What, it reduces my weight." Noddy felt like gouging out his own eyes. "I'm seeing it again." After shedding some weight, everyone got on the raft. The four of them each took a corner, some resting, while others silently observed their surroundings. Suddenly, Nines burst out laughing. He leaned back, pointing and cackling. Even Anessa knows it now. It's true that under the fist, all beings are equal. After receiving a black eye, he learned his lesson. "I'm sorry. I promised to dress properly." She continued to scold him, "And you even left your weapon behind. You're the worst. Now you're completely useless." He gave a thumbs up and said confidently, "But you know, if I had the power of my oath, I could clear this dungeon by myself. I may not look it, but I'm a gold rank adventurer." The more she listened, the angrier she became. "It's that attitude that's the problem. Why would you make an oath you can't even keep thoroughly scolded?" he said dejectedly. "I'm sorry, I'm trash." Noddy thought to himself, a knight's oath. Adventurers with the knight specialization make oaths that represent their beliefs. That oath creates an absolute rule they must obey, and in return they receive immense power. Nines also made an oath, "I will not fight with any weapon other than Elizabeth Robert," and because of that, he has a rule he is forced to follow. But in return, Elizabeth Robert becomes a legendary and indestructible sword. A knight's oath is truly a matter of give and take. But there is something a little strange about this. With that in mind, he asked, "Isn't a knight's oath supposed to be a weakness that most people keep secret?" Hearing that, the man asked, "Is that so?" She replied, "Usually." Looking over at the noisy person next to her only made her more irritated. This guy ran his mouth so much that there wasn't a single person in the city who didn't know about his oath. He heard her and grumbled, "Even if people know Elizabeth and I are invincible." She yelled in frustration, "You're always forgetting that precious sword of yours." She clicked her tongue. "Since Nye is always an idiot, I guess I'll just have to let it go. By the way, I've heard about that bag, and it's really amazing. When you put things inside, do they just vanish completely?" He denied it and explained, "No, their weight doesn't disappear entirely. The moment you put something in, it's as if a powerful weight reduction spell has been cast on it. Even if we put both of our sets of armor inside, the total weight would probably feel like a single pebble." Sun Mung was very curious when he heard that. It was far more impressive than Nai's sword. His eyes lit up and his mouth hung open as he said, "Especially. That special turkey we ate earlier was absolutely divine. I never imagined I could eat something so good in a place like this." Hearing the turkey mentioned, Nai chimed in with praise. "You're right." Remembering how she'd forget everything for a good meal, he took a jab at her. Even Amnesia was gobbling down bread while fighting off zombies, so bread is the best. Hearing him talk bad about her, she tried to explain herself. "Well, I didn't even have time to eat properly, and while I was out hunting, you were just messing around." Nye tried to take credit too. "I had it tough as well, running around in all that armor." Hearing this, Sun Mung smirked and teased, "Are you here on vacation or something?" While they were bickering, Nari suddenly shouted, "Hey, wait a minute. It looks like it's about to start." She also turned toward the sound. In front of their raft, numerous other boats were surrounding them, and there were many people on those boats. It turned out they were the zombies with buffalo bone horns that had been frantically chasing them earlier. Enemies. They were surrounded in this underground waterway. He observed and then spoke. "So this raft is actually used as a trap to lure in adventurers." She agreed. "That's right, fighting on the raft will put us at a disadvantage." Hearing that, he flew into a rage. "What? You knew it was a trap and still got on the raft?" She replied calmly, "Of course. This is a dungeon. There's no way they would put out a raft just to help adventurers. Of course, even knowing that we had to get on since we had no other choice." After her explanation, it dawned on him. So they didn't put out the raft to help us. She silently observed the situation. The problem was that even knowing it was a trap, there were just too many enemies. Right now, I'm the only one who can really fight. Even if I managed to get over and wreck their ships, our raft would be turned into a pincushion by their arrows before I could succeed. With that thought, she glanced back and signaled, "Leave it to me." He grabbed the two straps of the bag that had been holding their armor and other things. Fighting them on the water will be very difficult. He tied the bag tightly to the raft, put his hands on his hips, and said, "We should get across this river quickly." Hearing that, she was confused. "You mean this bag can help us cross the river?" He replied, "Of course." He broke into a smile. "But you should hold on tight." Hearing that, the other three reacted differently. One's jaw dropped in shock, another's eyes glittered with anticipation, while the last one just frowned and watched skeptically. Air compression inflation technique. A massive amount of air burst out from inside the bag. It was like a powerful thruster engine. The blast of air sent their raft skimming across the water like a wave. Anessa was astonished. Is this wind magic? The other two were clinging tightly to the post. A single slip, and they could be sent flying. He laughed cheerfully. "It's not something as cool as magic. Simply put, I just compressed a bunch of air and then released it." He explained, "I discovered that if I hold the bag open when it's windy, it can catch and store the airflow inside. Basically, when I release it all at once, this is what happens." On another boat, the zombies drew their bows and arrows, preparing to attack. However, their raft was able to dodge the attack in a flash. He grabbed the rope of the bag. Moving it like a rudder, their raft surfed past the enemy boats. The zombies held on tightly to their boat, staring intently at them. He turned his head and shouted, "Wait, can you look ahead?" A large wooden wall appeared up ahead. On it was a massive statue of a buffalo's head. It was obvious this belonged to the zombies that were chasing them. They had blocked the path with a wooden barricade. Seeing it, he thought to himself, "These zombies set up some pretty elaborate traps." She drew her sword and replied, "I'll find a way to break it." But he stopped them. "Wait, we have enough stones already. I'll help too. Fire and wind are highly compatible." Hearing that, she hesitated. Then she agreed, understood. She coldly drew the sword from her back, her sharp gaze fixed ahead. He also clutched his giant bag, staring straight ahead. Joint technique, blazing red fire wave bare fang. The blazing flames rushed towards the zombies standing in front. There was no way they could dodge this powerful attack. The pupils of the zombies contracted, filled with terror. The wooden wall blocking their path was now being burned through by the flames. With a loud crash, a hole was blown straight through the massive wooden wall. The fierce flames closed in, incinerating everything. Emerging from the thick white smoke was her heroic figure, along with everyone's excitement. Her resolute face shone brightly amidst the sea of flames. After a while, the fire died down and their raft was destroyed. They made it to the shore. "Is everyone all right? That was a close call." Suddenly, she spoke up over there. Ahead was a gloomy, towering skyscraper, likely the lair of this dungeon's boss, the Death Fortress Graveyard Dungeon. A voice of admiration was heard. A fortress within an underground tomb. The scale is impressive. As they walked, they discussed, "No matter how you look at it, this is too difficult for a B-rank dungeon." "That's right. Any normal raiding party would fail here." Nice said dejectedly, "Why does our guild always pick dungeons like this? Can't we just pick an easy one with good rewards for once?" She replied, "This is the mission we chose." Zhuan Meng also spoke up. "This must be tough for your first dungeon. You might not be used to it, but our guild only cleans up dungeons that others can't handle." The boy laughed and added, "From a porter's perspective, it doesn't matter which dungeon we go to. You adventurers are the ones doing the hard work." Anessa Ferrari spoke cautiously. "Even if it's a B-rank dungeon, we can't let our guard down. These kinds of dungeons always have tricky bosses. Before them was the master of this tower, but at least it seems the boss is showing itself right away." The zombie overlord's eyes widened as it stared at them. Gradually, a blue pupil began to glow. "How dare you set foot in my paradise, you fools!" He immediately spoke up. "Seriously, a lich in a B-rank dungeon? We're so lucky!" Stone Mong exclaimed, "This is the first time a lich has appeared in a B-rank dungeon." She silently observed the enemy. A lich is a mage-type boss monster, and mage-type enemies always have many surprising elements. "I've used too much energy fighting alone up until now." She drew her sword. "So I have to take it down before something unexpected happens." With that thought, she quickly rushed forward, raising her sword above her head. She swung with all her might at the monster before her, but it remained silent, showing no fear or attempt to flee. Most undead monsters are idiots that just rush at their prey. The monster still didn't even bother to move. However, a lich is different. It's a creature that seeks knowledge even after death. It began to analyze Anessa's movements and read her intentions. It quickly realized that she was recklessly charging in to protect the allies behind her, and so it found its answer. Her descending sword strike hit nothing but empty air. She was stunned. It vanished. A blue light suddenly appeared above her head. Suddenly, the lich appeared from above. It spread its arms wide with pride and arrogance. Leap magic blink. It held its hand forward. "O foolish mortals, become my servants." Seeing this, the boy's eyes widened in both shock and alarm. Anessa Ferrari shouted, "Get out of the way!" Saying that, she rushed forward to block the attack for him. "We might die here." His eyes widened at the sight. Clanking iron chains appeared, pulsing with a powerful purple energy at their core. Facing the worst possible scenario in this dungeon, the chains and energy attacked like a terrifying whirlwind. All of it enveloped Anessa. Her eyes went dark, her consciousness faded, and a terrifying smile crept onto her face. She had become an enemy, a subordinate of the monster lich. Nice's face darkened as he shouted, "Stone, get Najib and run." Stone Moon asked worriedly, "What about you? No matter how strong you are, you can't stop Anessa. We have to run." Hearing that, he shot back, "Run." "What nonsense are you talking about?" His face became fearsome, his mouth stretching into a grin from ear to ear, his clenched fist sparking with immense power. A knight never turns his back on the enemy. Nice stepped forward resolutely with only one thought in his mind: never turn your back on the enemy. Even I have to admit, he grinned arrogantly. That sounds cool as hell. Nice's eyes lit up, and he grinned with delight. No matter how strong Anessa is, she must have used up most of her strength. That colorful flame is weakening. He stood before Anessa Ferrari and declared, "She's practically worn herself out, just as I expected." Her face darkened, her eyes cold, the flames around her radiating energy. Seeing this, he continued, "At this point, I can take her down with my bare hands." Anessa Ferrari silently raised her sword, focusing the surrounding power into the blade. A murderous glint flashed in her eyes as she struck with her sword. Immense power rushed towards him. Nice just stood there coldly, his eyes darkening. Suddenly, he frowned, startled, and breaking out in a cold sweat. Anessa Ferrari let out a cry and charged at Nice. He struggled to block the blow, his brow furrowed as he gritted his teeth and said, "What the hell is this?" Nice shouted, "How does she still have so much power?" She leapt again, swinging her blade at Nice. The heat from the flaming sword made him scream hot. Nice quickly ducked, dodging Anessa Ferrari's attack. She didn't stop there, continuing to press her attack. Panicked Nice still screamed, "A knight never turns his back." Then he took a step back. Nice yelled as he ran backward. "A knight never turns his back," he said before hopping backward. Somewhere else, Najib and Stone Moon were running out of the tower. The two were running for their lives. Suddenly, Nice ran backward past them, screaming in panic, "Wait for me." Seeing him, Najib turned and asked, "I thought you said you were going to fight her." Nice stammered back, "I was just kidding. How could I possibly stop Anessa?" Stone Moon looked back at him and sneered, "I wasn't expecting much from you anyway. You've already turned your back on the undead plenty of times." Hearing that, Nice frowned in annoyance and yelled, "What? Are you bringing that up again? We're sick of hearing it." Suddenly, Najib spoke up. "Wait, everyone, look." In the abyss below, where they had stopped, a boat appeared floating on the water. He spoke, "The undead are here. They're disembarking from the boat and climbing up. With countless undead now at their feet," Najib said, "we're completely surrounded." Stone Moon looked down from above and said, "There are so many of them." He added, "This is bad. We've got undead on the outside." Then he glanced behind them, and inside the fortress was Anessa. Behind them stood a cold Anessa Ferrari. Seeing this, Stone Moon raised his fist, charged forward, and yelled, "I'll try to buy some time." He attacked using the skill Shield Bearer's Might. He slammed his fist into the ground, which immediately fractured. Then countless slabs of rock rose from the earth, forming barriers called stone spikes. They formed an arched barrier surrounding Anessa Ferrari, a move called Stone Rampart. She just stood there completely motionless. Suddenly, she glanced over. Then she leaped straight into the air, clearing the barrier that surrounded them. Andrea Perez jumped over the barricades. She moved nimbly, dodging all of Stone Mung's attacks. Seeing that, he staggered back in alarm and exclaimed, "That's definitely amnesia." Suddenly, she leaped down from a stone pillar to attack Stone Mung, and he screamed, "She's too fast! I can't hit her!" Nadi, who was standing nearby, turned to look, his expression darkening in thought. There has to be something, even for just a moment, that can stop Angela, but it has to be delicious because half-cooked food has no effect on her. Nadi immediately reached into his pocket, apparently wanting to take something out. While thinking, he threw the object towards Angela Ferris. This will work. The object flew past Angela Ferris, but she didn't react and continued her attack on them. Suddenly, the girl glanced back over her shoulder. A voice suddenly rang out, "Catch it!" It was a greasy cookie. In the middle of her attack, Amnesia Ferrari suddenly leaped backward towards the flying cookie and perfectly caught it in her mouth. Then she happily began to munch on it. Seeing this, Nadi wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a smile, "I had a hunch." And it seems like she still follows her instincts, even while being controlled. Nice burst out laughing and pointed at her, "What was that?" He broke into a cold sweat and gave a serious warning, "But we can't hold her off for long." Then Nadi shouted, "Find a place to hide inside the fortress." As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them ran straight inside. After a while, Nadi stopped panting heavily. He collapsed onto the ground and said, "It looks like she's not chasing us anymore." He stood up and looked through a barred window at the scene outside, quickly adding, "But the undead are climbing the cliff face now." Seeing their numbers growing, Nadi continued, "They're trying to gather inside the fortress." He turned to Stone Mung and Nice and said, "We need a plan." Nice replied, "But it's not going to be easy." He continued, "Amnesia, she's being supported by that lich." An image of the lich and Amnesia Ferrari appeared in Nice's mind as he analyzed it. She should have been nearly out of energy after conquering the dungeon alone, but since then she started receiving power from the lich, and her flame was rekindled. Then he looked away, scratching his head with a pout, and said, "If it weren't for that, I could have taken her down myself." Stone Mung added, "Right." Nice looked around and asked, "Anyway, where are we?" Nadi replied, "I have no idea." He looked up and suddenly saw weapons neatly arranged in cases. Nice said, "Look at all the weapons on these shelves. Is this an armory?" Nadi stood there with a grim expression and said, "No, these don't look like weapons the undead would use, if I had to guess." He looked at the weapons cache in front of him. "This place is more like a trophy room." The two behind him were surprised, and Nice asked, "A trophy room?" Nadi continued his analysis. Intelligent monsters like a lich sometimes collect items from fallen adventurers as trophies. This room could be that place. He closed his eyes and thought, the layout of this dungeon is unusually difficult for its level. An image of the fortress and countless fallen warriors came to mind, and he reasoned that with a lich as the boss, it's no wonder so many parties have fallen here. But there's something I don't get. Nadi opened his eyes and glanced down, wondering, why are there children's toys and other things that wouldn't belong to adventurers here? Next to the corner was a wooden crate with children's toys placed on top. Suddenly, Stone Mung spoke up. "I've heard a story. As I mentioned, they often take on dungeons that others avoid. When this dungeon first appeared, it was famous for its many failed conquests, the cemetery dungeon, but strangely, sometime after that, people from the surrounding villages started to go missing. We didn't notice anything unusual while exploring a dungeon like this." With a dark expression, Nadi asked in a low voice, "A kidnapping dungeon? An undead creature rises from the dungeon leading a child. You mean the monsters leave the dungeon and kidnap people?" Hearing this, Nice's face turned grim, and he repeated through gritted teeth, "Kidnapping." He clenched his fist in anger. "But this dungeon hasn't collapsed yet. I thought monsters were supposed to be trapped inside the dungeon." Nadi, standing beside him, replied, "It's just a theory, since kidnapping dungeons are extremely rare." The image appeared again. An undead creature inside a dungeon is incredibly strong, but once it leaves the dungeon, it becomes visibly weaker. Normally, dungeon monsters can't leave because it's theorized that they can't use their full power outside. The dungeon is shattered. Monsters can only leave a dungeon if it's an irregular type or if the dungeon itself collapses. Nice grinned and said, "If that's the case, there's only one way to find out. We'll take down that bastard lich and see for ourselves." He frowned in annoyance and said, "There's no other way. I'll do it. I will kill the lich. A knight does not tolerate evil. Suddenly, he stopped, turning back to ask, "Why are you two looking at me like that?" Both of them said in unison, "It's nothing." Nice quickly took out a blue cloth and tied it over his eyes. "This time I'm serious." His face was now filled with determination, his sword held tight in his hand. "From this moment on, I will betray my knight's oath and draw my sword." Nadi, breaking out in a cold sweat, asked, "Niece again, breaking a knight's oath has serious consequences. Are you sure?" Hearing this, he just scratched his head and replied, "Who knows? A knight's oath is more of a personal vow than something forced on you externally. If I can just trick myself, it'll probably be fine. I've never tried it before, so I'm not sure how it'll go. But I have to use everything I've got. Anyway, if I can land a solid blow on the Lich, it might at least be enough to break the control magic on Angela." Sun Meng asked, "But how are we going to get you in front of the Lich?" Nice said casually, "That's your job. You think betraying a knight's oath is easy." Hearing that, he got annoyed and yelled, "That's what I'm asking. How are you planning to do it?" Nadi asked seriously, "Can you really do it?" His face darkened as he looked straight at him and said, "If we get you to the Lich, can you defeat it?" Nice replied, "Wrong question, Nadi. If your theory is correct, then it's no longer a question of whether we can or not." He grinned confidently and said, "It's something we have to do." Nadi agreed with a serious face. "I'm in. In that case, I'll be your eyes and get you to the boss." Sun Meng panicked when he heard that, quickly asking, "How are you two going to do that? We're about to face an entire army." "The targets are the undead army, Angela Ferret, and finally the Lich," he said. "To defeat the Lich, we have to get past Angela and break through the army in front of her." Nadi picked up a crossbow from a nearby wooden crate and replied, "That's right." He looked up and said, "If we want to break through the enemy's army, then we'll need an army of our own." Cut to the Lich's location. He's sitting on his throne with Amnesia Ferret and the undead below him. A creature among them suddenly cried out. It knelt before the Lich, reporting something in its own language. After hearing the report, he said from his throne, "It seems the rats have come out to play." The Lich narrowed his eyes and commanded, "Capture them. If you must, you can cut off their limbs." After hearing the command, the entire undead horde rushed out frantically. Nadi said, "They're here." The whole horde advanced with overwhelming numbers. Nadi said, "Get behind me." Suddenly, one of them tripped on a wire tied to a mushroom. A huge explosion occurred. They were surrounded by smoke and dust from the explosion. Nice, still blindfolded, started drooling and said, "I smell something delicious." San Meng, standing behind him, replied, "Hold your breath." Nadi brought out Gluttony. He asked Gluttony, "Are you ready?" He replied, "Almost." Gluttony asked, "But are you sure this will work?" Nadi's expression was cold, but he reassured him gently, "Don't worry." He hugged the large bag and moved forward, saying, "I'll take care of the aiming. You just need to do your part." A shadow appeared in the smoke and dust. It came into clear view. It was the undead. The mouth of the bag appeared before it opening wide. Gluttony grinned, aiming a crossbow forward. An army appeared mirroring his action. He pointed towards the enemy and shouted, "Time to show them what you're worth." Everyone fire. At Gluttony's command, they obeyed, firing continuously at the undead horde. Special skill of the item wielder. A golden light flashed and countless sparks appeared behind the undead army. Thousands of arrows shot out from Nadi's bag, striking them. The undead were hit, crying out in pain. The wind howled, blowing Nice's hair straight up. He asked, "What the hell is going on?" Beside him, Sun Meng praised, "So cool." They were taken down by Nadi's countless arrows. He attacked while smiling triumphantly and said, "We're charging straight into the boss room." In a large town surrounded by a protective barrier, and in front of the largest building there. That building is the Adventurers Guild, and it's bustling with people inside. Raza curiously watched Bella, who was busy scribbling something. She spoke up and asked Bella, "What are you writing all the time?" Then Raza added, "You've been acting a little strange ever since you got back from the Riftwater dungeon." Bella stammered. Raza asked directly, "Are you writing a research paper or something?" Bella replied, "It's nothing. I'm just organizing my questions." Raza repeated questions. Bella laughed and scratched her head, admitting, "I was wondering if you really need a combat-related talent to become an adventurer." Hearing this, Raza looked at her like she was an idiot, asking the obvious. Then she replied seriously, "Of course you do. Without a combat talent, you can't become an adventurer. Otherwise, why would everyone try so hard to get one?" With that, she pointed to one side. "No need to explain, just look over there." Over there, a man was having his talent appraised, and he suddenly yelled, "You've got to be kidding me!" Because displayed on it were the words, "Your talent is tailor." Seeing him cause a disturbance, 2 security guards quickly moved in to restrain him, but he kept shouting, "No way, this can't be my talent, I'll do it again." He stubbornly insisted, "I have to become an adventurer," but the words that appeared were a slap in the face, making him sob. "You cannot become an adventurer." The two of them watched together. Raza rested her chin on her hand, looking bored. We see guys like that a few times a day. The chances of awakening a talent to become an adventurer are incredibly low. Bella's eyes seem to fall into a whirlpool of thought. Our lives are determined from the very beginning. She thought everyone has to go through the class change ceremony organized by the guild to awaken their innate talent. This process analyzes the ether in the body and reveals their talent through text on a magical device. Because of this, the requirements to become an adventurer have become extremely strict. Bella continued to think and write, ignoring Raza's rambling beside her. Her pen glided quickly across the paper. Isn't it better to know your talent early on so you can focus on it? The pen stopped as she realized I used to think that way too. Raza asked from the side, "But I still don't get why everyone wants to be an adventurer so badly." She began to weigh the pros and cons in her head. Even though there's a chance to gain wealth and status, it's still a dangerous and exhausting path. After a few seconds of being serious, she laughed and said to Bella, "That being said, we have it pretty good, don't we? We have a paying job working with mid-level adventurers without any danger. Life is easier if you're content with what you have." But Bella was wavering, and after what happened when I met Najib, I started to wonder. She started thinking again, could a person's future? She looked into the distance, wondering, and their dreams, are they really decided by their talent? Meanwhile, over in the abductor's dungeon, monsters made of pure muscle were roaring fiercely, but they were quickly turned into pincushions by thousands of arrows. The mouth of Najib's green bag opened. He yelled to the team behind him, "Everyone gather up." He observed the situation and said, "We might have the advantage in numbers, but..." The eyes of the skeletons that were shot with arrows began to stir. Seeing the skeleton's eyes light up again, he reminded them with certainty, it's only temporary. He saw the monsters charging again and told everyone firmly, "They'll recover soon." "They're chasing us." As they were running frantically, Nice asked, "Are we doing okay?" "I can't see anything, so I have no idea what's happening." I offered some encouragement. "Don't worry, Najib is amazing." He looked at the back of the person running ahead and explained, "I heard he led the expedition into the Shattered Dungeon." So it's no exaggeration. Najib shouted, "We're almost at their room." As the door opened, he declared, "Now the real game begins." Inside was an entire army of skeletons. They hid behind the door to observe. Sun Meng said, just as expected, but with these numbers, it'll be hard for the enemy to even reach the boss. He reassured them, "Don't worry, I have a plan." Then he added, "However, remember that Tanis can even dodge Lady Amnesia's attacks with flash, which means we have to pretend to be weak and take him down by surprise before he can react." Nice laughed and said loudly, "No problem, this Nice will take him down in one hit." He quickly tried to stop him. "Wait if you shout like that," he yelled as he saw them turn their heads towards the door. "The enemy will hear you." Nice laughed and said, "Sorry, I didn't know they were so close." He had no choice but to launch the attack. "There's no other way, we have to start now." He thought as he rummaged through his green bag, "To get to Tennis, we have to get past the skeleton soldiers blocking the way." He pulled out a weapon, "But we don't have to fight all of them." Then he decisively fired an arrow with a grenade attached to it. "We don't even need to confront them. The target is the chandelier right in the middle of the hall." It exploded instantly. "All we need to do is take away their sight." He recalled that undead creatures inherently rely more on their hearing than their sight. His idea was based on a famous book about the undead, where someone used a zombie to get past a legion of them. "But we don't have a corpse here." His green bag just kept sucking in air. He was secretly glad, but thankfully my gear has been absorbing the smell of this place for a while. Holding his breath, Nee said, "What is this disgusting smell?" The guy beside him replied, "Just bear with it. With this scent, they won't notice us for a while." Inside the cloud of gas and surrounded by the skeleton army, they walked right through. Najib calculated, "We'll go straight to where Tennis is." Their light footsteps glided past the entire army. Sun Meng even took the chance to scare them. "I'm a zombie. Get out of the way. A starving zombie's coming through." They crouched and crept towards the figure like thieves. The Lich saw everything and spoke up playing tricks. His eyes narrowed. "You little mice." He pointed a finger. "Do you really think a trick like that would work on me?" A magical fireball was launched into the air, and the skeletons quickly regained their vision. The Lich laughed and said, "Where are you hiding, you little rats?" A shout drew his attention. A fist slammed onto the floor. A stone ledge appeared. He stepped onto it as the person behind him shouted, "The lich is right ahead, niece." The three of them stood on the ledge looking down at him. Nice laughed and shouted, "You cute kid, you really did it." He quickly spotted the white-haired girl nearby. "Amnesia's over there," he shouted as he threw a pastry in that direction. "I'll use this bread to get her attention." He yelled to his comrades behind him. "We only have one chance." They replied, "Understood." Nice's hand gripped his sword tightly. He leapt up, swinging his sword. "I'll end this in one blow. Knight's special." The lich quickly saw through the situation, using magic to create a shield as he yelled, "You can't escape." A powerful sword strike came slashing down. "I'll split you in two right now." But before he could do anything, Nice was kicked in the face by a high-heeled foot. He flew into the air, stunned. What? The two behind him watched in astonishment. How did she amnesia? They looked at the pastry on the ground and realized she didn't eat it. He tensed up. No way. Then his gaze shifted toward her stomach. He saw her rubbing her belly and wondered, is she already full? Sun Meng replied, "She's eaten way too much already." Najib glanced nervously at him. "Nice, it's not too late. Try again." A loud, pained scream rang out. A voice echoed where Nice was bound in chains. "Knight Nice, you have broken your knight's oath and sullied your honor." The chains quickly tightened around him. That voice rang out again, "I shall grant you your punishment." Nagi quickly recognized the knight's oath. Seeing this, Zhuan Mong shouted, "Get back, the undead are coming." He punched the floor again. "I will hold them off." A protective stone barrier appeared, the stone general shield talent. The skeletons frantically clawed at it. He also jumped down from the rock ledge. Zhuan Mong said, "I can't hold them for more than 5 minutes." He shouted, "My E-hour is running out. We need another plan." He watched everything tensely. Back with Peter, Raza was explaining things to her. "Peter, as I said, there are always people without talents who become adventurers but still try their best to be one, and perhaps through training, they gain skills that can be compared to other adventurers." She looked at Peter seriously, but the key difference between an adventurer and a non-adventurer is E-hour. Her voice was firm. Only combat-related talents can store and use E-hour in the body. She mentioned common monsters and said certainly monsters in low-level dungeons can be defeated by a well-trained person. But then she continued, "But when fighting high-level monsters or the boss of each dungeon without E-hour, they are simply destroyed." Nagi was still trying to use the green bag to absorb the arrow. He was facing the giant lich. Bella asked, "Then how can they even become adventurers?" There was a long gash of blood on Nice's face. He gritted his teeth, enduring it. Nice clenched his jaw, bearing the pain. While fighting off the monsters, he shouted, "Let us hold them off. You need to run." Nagi crouched behind him, hesitating. "I can't do that." Nice glanced back and urged him, "This is an adventurer's duty. We failed the raid, so it's our responsibility. You just need to get out." The lich looked down in contempt. Its eyes narrowed. How pathetic. It raised a hand, creating an orb of darkness, its voice mocking. "Did you really think you could infiltrate my sanctum and still escape?" Watching the orb grow larger, Nice cursed anxiously. "Damn it." Dangerous streams of purple energy shot forward. A huge explosion occurred. From within the flames, Nice cried out in pain. The lich spread its arms arrogantly, floating in midair. It spoke with utter contempt. "You're not even worthy of being my entertainment." The lich looked at the white-haired boy opposite him and continued, "You're just a pipsqueak beneath my notice. Still, I hope you might surprise me." He watched him face Amnesia Ferrari and said gleefully, "Watching old comrades slaughter each other is truly amusing." Before the lich could finish, she rushed forward. Nagi stood motionless in the middle of a great fire. Surrounded by flames, his face was filled with worry. Seeing the light flashing around him, Nagi had just enough time to think amnesia. Elsewhere, inside a library, a young girl sat before a large bookshelf, intently reading something. Bella focused on the dense text in the book, her expression serious. The title on the page was clearly written, "The Story of How a Useless Person Became an Adventurer." Raza walked in and called out, "So you were here, Peter?" She looked at Peter curiously and asked, "You've been reading a pile of books for a while now. Why do you still look so pensive? Is it about adventuring and E-hour?" "I thought I made it clear. Without those two things, a person can't possibly become an adventurer." Hearing her, Bella closed the book and scratched her head. "That's right." Peter hugged the large book, and as she was about to stand up, she said, "I agree. I used to think so too. But recently, I met someone who made me doubt my own thinking." She stood up, and as she walked closer to Raza, she asked Raza, "Do you know how many dungeons a person with dungeon gear raids each year?" Raza wondered, "Why are you suddenly asking that?" Suddenly she raised a finger, her voice speculative. "Let's see. Even if they tried their best, it would be 2 or 3 times a week at most, so it's probably a little over 100. After listening to her, Bella spoke up, yes, usually it's 100 times 150 at most. Then Betcha asked, but according to the guild's records, there was a porter who participated in 300 dungeon raids a year. If someone like that exists, what do you think they'd be like? Raxa exclaimed with a surprised face. 300 times does that person ever rest? Raxa suddenly said thoughtfully, even for a porter, someone who likes raiding dungeons that much must have one of 2 things. She looked up and continued confidently, either they're extremely obsessed with money. Her eyes filled with certainty as she said, or they absolutely hate dungeons. Back to Nadi, he was now holding his sword defensively in front of him. Anessa Ferrari charged forward, clashing hard against Nadi's sword. The sharp sword of light cracked Nadi's sword. She pressed down, snapping the iron sword in 2. Nadi looked at the broken sword, worried, if I face her head-on, I won't last more than a single blow. He looked at Anessa Ferrari, who still hadn't stopped, and thought, it's more than just a difference in weapon strength. He kept using the broken sword to defend against Anessa Ferrari, worried about the gap between her and himself. He held the hilt of the sword firmly. His other arm was covered by a shield. Nadi knelt down, surrounded by a few broken swords. He pondered. But Nadi's expression suddenly changed. I actually have an advantage. He thought about his past when the adventurers were clearing the dungeon. The porters had nothing to do. The only thing they could do was watch the adventurers fight. He had a sudden realization. That's why I understand Anessa's swordsmanship and habits so well. Nadi watched Anessa Ferrari intently with every attack. He always noticed the hilt of her sword. It always started with a spark of fire. Seeing the flame flare up, he thought, then comes the sword. Nadi used his shield to block the massive flame, gritting his teeth, feeling worried. Even knowing that the attack happens in an instant, reacting isn't enough. Anessa Ferrari raised her sword once again. He continued to observe, calculating in his mind. The time between 2 consecutive strikes is 0.2 seconds. He quickly ducked and slipped past her, thinking, if I wait for that move before dodging, it'll be too late. While focusing on dodging her attacks, Nadi was also thinking intently. I have to predict her next move, calculate the sword's path, and move before she attacks. His eyes were bloodshot. Even so, she's faster than I thought. I have to act at least half a beat ahead. No, is this the limit of my reaction speed? He saw Anessa Ferrari's frenzied face and suddenly felt a bit of gratitude. If that's the case, I should be thankful to that guy. After getting hit, once I've got a rough feel for the attack speed of a Godstone-class body. He frowned, but that's all there is to it. Nadi charged forward, holding 2 axes. If I just keep defending, I'll never be able to turn this around. He ran forward, quickly stealing his resolve. There are only 2 ways to get out of this situation. One is to defeat the Lich who cast the controlling spell. The other is to land a blow strong enough to snap Anessa back to her senses. Nadi swung one hand up. Right now, the second option is my only choice. I just need to hit her once. Nadi calculated. First, the axe, a normal sword, would melt the moment they clash. But the moment the axe blade met the sharp light sword, Nadi thought, what if the axe blade is thick, denied invalid? The axe blade snapped in 2. It doesn't matter if it's an axe or a sword, with the effect of the magic fire, everything will be cut like tofu. He took out another weapon and tried again. What about a spear, if I use its long range? The weapons Nadi threw were swallowed by the flames. Once again, the result was denied invalid. Nadi, covered in soot, gripped the wooden shaft tightly, thinking resentfully, against magic fire like a dragon's breath range is meaningless. He gritted his teeth and decided, then the only option is to keep trying until something works. Najib gritted his teeth and yelled, "Gluttony, throw out all the weapons in the bag." From the large bag on his back, a series of swords shot out. Najib raised his hand, pushing 2 of them forward. He gripped the sword and swung, but before he could even strike, he was hit by a blast. A step faster, the brilliant flame struck the sword in his hand. The sword shattered into 3 pieces. Najib lost his balance and fell as Angela Ferris raised her sword again. He reached for the broken sword stuck in the ground. Angela Ferris rushed in to intercept him. A great flame soared up, forming a circle in the air. Najib and his swords were pulled into the vortex. He didn't give up, charging at Angela Ferris again with a sharp sword in each hand. This time, that sword of light began to crack. Najib's eyes were filled with determination as he held 2 swords against a magical flame that resembled a dragon's breath. The attack was futile. His weapons were also being ravaged by the fire. He braced himself, encouraging himself inwardly. Just a little more. Holding 2 swords, he rushed forward. He gripped his sword tightly, thinking to himself a little more. Next, Najib clashed continuously with Angela Ferris. He told himself just a little more. And just like that, he kept fighting her with his sword. Angela Ferris was no less formidable, unleashing her blossom strike. A stream of blood flowed from his mouth. Najib gritted his teeth, worrying inwardly, I've reached my limit. He watched her rush towards him, deep in thought. Before my sword breaks, my body will give out first. Angela Ferris seized the opportunity and kicked him high into the air. Najib cried out in pain. Suddenly, Lich let out a wicked smile. He sat casually on his throne, his voice filled with satisfaction. Excellent. I didn't expect it to be this interesting. All the adventurers who've come here before were just lowly trash. He said with delight, someone like you is worthy of my dungeon. Lend your strength to my dungeon. If you do, my dungeon will expand and take over this entire kingdom. He laughed loudly and shouted with immense arrogance, thanks to you, my dungeon will grow stronger. Thanks to you, I will rebuild my empire in this world. All around them, the light of the flames flared up again. Najib knelt motionlessly on the ground all alone. He looked up with resentful eyes. A monster plotting to invade the outside world is dangerous. I can't let it escape. His eyes were now filled with hatred as he thought all monsters must die in the dungeon. Then Najib asked Gluttony, how many weapons do I have left? Gluttony replied, only one left, sir. His hand gripped the sword inside the bag as he thought to himself, only one chance left. What should I do? His eyes were lifeless as he muttered over and over, what should I do now? Najib closed his eyes. There was no other way. He remained standing his heart, unwilling to accept this. In this desperate situation, Najib blacked out for a split second, though he was still standing in a dreamlike state. He remembered why he loved raiding dungeons so much, why he fought with all his might as a porter. When the dungeon break happened, he lost everything. On that day, Najib swore to destroy all dungeons, but that was not something a mere porter was allowed to do. In the past, someone had asked him, you want to become an adventurer, it's impossible, just give up. He listened with vacant eyes, but they held a look that refused to give up. That young man had said, as far as I know, no one without an ability has ever become an adventurer, but there's one thing I know for sure. The other man continued, adventurers exist to defeat monsters. So what if someone becomes strong enough to defeat those adventurers? Would they become an adventurer then too? It wouldn't be easy. No, it's nearly impossible. The man's words echoed in his head. Even if you trained your whole life, it would be difficult. But what if there was a way? Najib recalled the man's face as he explained the method, which was to master a single sword skill. At that moment, the man gripped his sword tightly and said aloud, learning everything halfway will never make you an adventurer. So instead, you must focus on one single thing, a sword strike that carries all your strength. Then the spot where the man plunged his sword into the ground erupted in a brilliant light. To Najib's astonishment, the man said, if you keep trying, maybe one day your attack will reach the level of an adventurer. From that day on, Najib relentlessly practiced the sword strike that carried all his strength. He remembered the days his hands were drenched in blood, yet he still held his sword tightly. He trained without rest, but no matter how much he practiced, nothing changed. It was as if he had hit a wall he could not overcome. Even so, he never stopped training, and perhaps that was the very reason. Though he was only faintly conscious, his body instinctively fell into the stance he had practiced for years. It all began with the most basic sword. Najib didn't have a scabbard, but he had his bag. The loud voice of Lich cut through his memories. Let us celebrate. Anessa Ferrari leaped high, her sword ready to strike down. As she did, Lich's voice rang out, I shall grant you immortality. Cast away your fragile mortal body. The woman with blood-red eyes swung her sword forcefully. Najib quietly reached behind him as a thought surfaced. Without talent, a person can never become an adventurer. Without the ability to control ether, one cannot possibly harm a monster. He slowly and deliberately drew a sword from his bag, but his eyes stared straight ahead as he growled, I don't have a choice, do I? An immense power erupted from Najib's bag. Anessa Ferrari was stunned by that surge of power. Something flashed towards Lich. He remained seated on his throne, completely still. His eyes suddenly narrowed. Lich stared intently at the two people fighting before him. Suddenly, something green landed softly on Lich's head. He opened his mouth, but said nothing. On that day, Najib didn't realize what he had done, but his slash had severed the gap between adventurers and ordinary people, between those who could control ether and those who could not. And in the years to come, his swordsmanship would be remembered by this name. The ashtray and swift sword The number of dungeons continued to rise, appearing in all shapes and sizes at a rate so fast that humanity's fragile strength could no longer stop them. Faced with this situation and the constant appearance of dungeons, the kingdoms of the world were now on the brink of extinction. But then humanity awakened to ether to combat the growing threat. From then on, under the name of adventurers, they began to conquer the dungeons. Some say the distinction between adventurers and non-adventurers isn't discrimination, but a system meant to protect the latter group. Rasa spoke up a long time ago. There were those who refused to accept reality fools who rushed into dungeons without the talents of an adventurer. Then she suddenly asked, "Do you know what happened to them?" and then emphasized the tragic result. They all died. Remember this well. Classifying people based on talent may seem cruel, Pecha replied, but it is a system designed to protect non-adventurers. The words appeared under the quill, that is true. But as Bella wrote, she thought perhaps this wasn't the most reasonable perspective. Perhaps it wasn't even the actual truth. She remembered the day the dungeon rift occurred. Back then, she witnessed a terrifying sight, a crimson spatial tear ripping across the sky. Andrea Perez stepped forward at that moment. She glanced his way, not paying much attention. She clearly remembered the look Nadi gave Andrea, as if his eyes were saying he wanted to be an adventurer too. Since then, she held on to the hope that talent wasn't the only thing that defined an adventurer. She looked up at the sky through the glass. I leave these words behind. Meanwhile, Nadi was in the middle of a grueling fight. Andrea Perez stared in disbelief at the broken sword in her hand. How? She looked at Nadi, who was covered in injuries and holding a broken sword. How did you do it, Nadi? He gritted his teeth and said, "It's not over yet, that thing is still here." A voice roared, "You bastard!" The Lich roared at them. "How dare you lay a hand on my body?" He watched the skeleton's movements to figure it out. Liches are tricky monsters. Although it's a mage, it possesses an absurdly persistent life force, thanks to its phylactery. To destroy it, the magic core that sustains it must be shattered. If it isn't broken, it can revive itself time and time again. He gripped the hilt of his broken sword. I have to swing one more time. But in the next moment, he realized, no, my body won't move anymore. Andrea Perez yelled, "Rest now, Nadi. I'll fix my own mistake." She rushed toward the Lich, ready to attack, and it didn't fail to taunt, "Come on, human." She deftly dodged every one of the monster's attacks. As she fought, her mind raced. There are only two ways to defeat a Lich. Either find and destroy its phylactery, or keep attacking until its stored life force is completely exhausted. She put all her strength into a single slash at the monster, but it shrieked, "It's useless, I'm immortal." She replied softly, "Is that so?" She had figured it out. You wrap your whole body in mana to control it, but that just reveals your own weakness. By tracing the flow of your mana, I was able to see the source of your life. Andrea Perez stared directly at that focal point of power. She said as it dawned on her, "Your phylactery is..." The monster shrieked, "You bitch, don't say it!" She swung her sword decisively toward the throne. The sharp blade sliced down through the monster's throne. The monster was stunned. Immediately after, it got what it deserved. As it disintegrated, it managed to get out one last cry. "No, my dream is collapsing so meaninglessly." She had won. Afterwards, Andrea Perez asked worriedly, "Nadi, are you all right? And what in the world was that sword technique?" He laughed, slumping to the ground. "Who knows?" Nadi explained, "I really don't know. I just thought I had to stop it somehow, and things just sort of happened." He smiled and said, "In any case, I'm just relieved it's over, and it's all thanks to you, Andrea." Even hearing him say that she still felt insecure, I have nothing to be proud of. I only hurt everyone. I don't deserve to be a leader. Her gaze darkened. Even though the Lich was controlling me, I remember everything perfectly. She recalled their fight. Even though I wasn't in control of myself, he fought me on even terms. Physical ability, intelligence, talent. In all of those areas, the gap between us was just overwhelming. One detail stuck with her, yet even while fighting me, he managed to strike down the Lich behind me. And what was that sword technique anyway? It was just completely absurd. Andrea Perez recalled his battered yet resolute figure, praising him silently. But even now, what was truly praiseworthy wasn't just his strength, it was his indomitable will to fight an opponent he should have never been able to beat. A voice suddenly echoed in her head, "Remember this, Amnesia." The man back then had said what this world needs is not adventurers with great power, but adventurers with an unyielding will. She was still young then, so he only left her with those words, saying, "One day, you will understand and meet someone like that." She remembered what she had been through and concluded a true adventurer is someone who, when faced with an extreme crisis, can unleash an almost inexplicable power through pure will. Unlike those who only seek personal gain, despite possessing overwhelming strength, they cannot be measured by ranks like spirit stone or gold. After settling her thoughts, she was certain as the vice captain of Twilight Wind, I must recruit him to our group at all costs. She spoke up, Nadi, I'll ask you one more time. Our Twilight Wind is not like those mediocre guilds that only chase after wealth and fame. We exist only to clear dungeons and prevent dungeon breaks. She walked down the stairs, approaching him. For that reason, we often take on missions in the most dangerous and neglected dungeons, places that offer no profit, only hardship. She stopped stepping in front of the young man. That is why our guild does not seek those with great power, but those with great will. She openly expressed her acknowledgement of him. Just like you, Nadi, who risked everything to clear a cracked dungeon for no personal gain, simply to stop a dungeon break. She held out her hand. So, she gave an inviting smile. Please join our guild. Our guild needs you, Nadi. He looked at the hand before him, his eyes filled with great ambition. A guild dedicated to preventing dungeon breaks. He recalled that time witnessing the chaotic scene monsters everywhere. I once wished for a guild like that, but not anymore. If they had been there, that tragedy would not have happened. Back then, an old voice had called out, "You've arrived." He sat there and said, "But it's too late." Behind him was a scene of utter devastation. The village was in ruins. In the village, the women were no longer breathing. A child had passed away next to their favorite doll. He had cried then, and right now, perhaps this is the very thing I want to change. He reached out his hand. "Perhaps this is what I've been wishing for," he said firmly. "If you are serious, then I will try my hand at stopping dungeon breaks." They smiled at each other. She said, "Welcome to Twilight Wind, Nadi." Meanwhile, Sun Mong, who was sound asleep, was suddenly awakened. He screamed and looked at the two people standing there, asking college what happened to Angela Say. His mind was a jumble as he analyzed the situation. So basically, Sun Mong tapped his head and came to his own conclusion. Amnesia broke free from the mind control and defeated college. Of course, that's it. Amnesia is amazing. I don't get it. She said, "It's a long story. I'll explain later." With that, she crossed her arms and looked at the other person still fast asleep. But this guy didn't even do anything. How long is he planning to sleep? She ordered, "Nice, wake up." He jolted awake, screaming amnesia. As if a rocket was lit under him, he rushed to touch her. "Wait, I'll dispel the mind control right now." Then the two of them smashed their heads together hard. Afterward, he put his hands on his hips and laughed proudly. "See, I am the great Lord Nice who saved amnesia. I don't even need Elizabeth Robert to shine." Getting a swollen head out of nowhere made her furious. Her terrifying voice boomed, "This bastard, I'm going to kill him." He looked confused. "What?" His voice echoed throughout the dungeon. "What's wrong, Amnesia?" And just like that, we cleared the cemetery dungeon. With a loud rumble, the dungeon gate closed. They all witnessed it together. A battered niece said, "Man, that dungeon really beat us to a pulp." She replied, "The dungeon is cleared." But she turned to look at the doll in his hands. "Our work isn't finished yet. Let's go." He left carrying the doll. These were the mementos we recovered from the cemetery dungeon. Normally, the association would send someone to return them to their owners, but since this dungeon was on the outskirts, that was unlikely to happen. Thinking about how long they had been waiting, we decided to return them ourselves. Somewhere, a cooking fire was blazing. The pot of braised pork stew gave off a fragrant aroma. A middle-aged woman scooped up a spoonful. Then she poured it into a bowl. On the dining table were just the old couple and 3 bowls of soup, but no one touched their spoons. The bowl of braised pork stew was still steaming hot and fragrant. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. The 2 adults in the house looked toward it, startled. A young man was holding a familiar teddy bear. The woman couldn't hold back her emotions. Tears streamed down her face. She collapsed when she saw it. He watched without expression, but inside his thoughts were a tangled mess. In a way, this was harder than clearing a dungeon, but even so, it had to be done. A voice rang out in the idyllic forest. "It seems we've returned all the mementos that belonged to the villagers." The 4 of them continued on their way, talking as they walked. The remaining mementos from the adventurers had guild emblems, so the association should be able to find their owners. Andrea Perez glanced back as she walked and told him, "You might think we're overdoing it, but our guild believes this is part of the hunt, part of an adventurer's duty." He smiled in reply. "No, I don't think it's too much at all." Nadi recounted the family of a kidnapping victim I met once used to prepare an extra meal every evening because they never knew when their loved one would return. He voiced his own thoughts. "I don't even know if bringing them closure was the right thing to do. Even though it's the truth, we took away their last hope." Anessa Ferrari spoke up. No, it's still better this way. She looked ahead and said, it's painful now, but at least they won't be trapped in an endless wait. I'm sure it's for the best. He was a little surprised to hear that. Walking beside them, Nice grumbled, I still don't get why that bastard Dennis had to kidnap civilians. Anessa Ferrari replied, who knows? There's an old rumor that Dennis gets stronger the more people he kills, which is even more likely if it's a graveyard dungeon. But as she said that, she pondered what she had witnessed. But Nice was right. This was hard to understand. I saw it with my own eyes when Dennis collapsed in its final moments. It was crying. The image of that monster shedding tears, I heard it loud and clear. She had heard it groan its last words, then, I'm sorry, MC. That name a name that no adventurer in this world would dare to mention. How did it know? In the end, this whole dungeon was full of anomalies. It's not just this dungeon. Something is wrong with all the dungeons across the world, like a massive storm is about to hit. But what does that mean? Anessa Ferrari closed her eyes, stopping her train of thought, and replied to her teammates, I don't know why he kidnapped people and brought them into the dungeon. But before that happens again, adventurers like us have to clear them out first. That's all there is to it. The four of them walked together toward the light, somewhere in a developed city. He looked down confused. A pair of hands fell off. What the hell is going on here? A girl with cat ears was holding her hand out to him like a beggar. Next to her was a guy as black as burnt charcoal. At the dining table, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. There was only the sound of chewing and Nero's endless praise, so delicious. Valdez Sa sat beside him, stuffing his face with food nonstop. Seeing this, Nadi laughed and said, eat slowly or you'll choke. He broke out in a cold sweat, looking at everyone. If I understand your story correctly, then basically... The scene shifts to an earlier time. While I was away at the dungeon for a week, these two were throwing a fit. Van Persie and Nero were seen flailing about crying and screaming, let us join too. You even invited the captain. Then the two of them finally jumped up and shouted, I'm a genius adventurer. You'll regret not accepting me. That's right, why didn't you? Andrea helplessly crossed her arms, thinking to herself, these two are so persistent, it's been a few hours already. With that in mind, she calmly explained, from what I've heard, he's not even a real captain. You've been tricked. Nero tearfully retorted, no way. Once a captain, always a captain. Van Persie agreed, saying that means you have to invite us too. Andrea wearily put a hand to her forehead, thinking, it's no use, they won't listen to reason. As if she'd thought of something, she paused. Wait, that method might just work. Then she immediately changed her attitude, smiling at the two of them. All right, let's do this then. Hearing that Van Persie and Nero exclaimed in unison, an entrance exam. Andrea just smiled provocatively. An entrance exam, are you scared? The two of them, full of fighting spirit, immediately replied, no way, bring it on, we'll pass. She closed her eyes and said softly, is that so? Your entrance exam is... Android stated the requirement was to collect 5,000 gold. As she said this, her eyes practically turned into gold coins. Hearing this, the two replied, we've tried our best, but... At this, Nero held out the hand clutching their money pouch. Then she continued, between the two of us, we don't even have 500. Valdeska also held up a piece of paper and replied, the only quest we can take is exterminating insects in the sewer, and that only pays 30 gold. At this, both of them fell to their knees in despair and cried out, at this rate, when will we ever be able to join? We'll be too old by the time we can. Elsewhere, Poo Men smiled and asked, all right, I heard you two are in need of some money. He then lifted a cup, placed it over some dice, and talked about the dream of getting rich quick. He immediately enticed his two nearby marks. Come on over, place your money, and win a fortune. If you don't join, you're missing out on a huge opportunity, one that doesn't come around every day. Those two marks were Valdeska and Nero. Both shouted with joy, this is it. It's perfect. We're going to be rich. But alas, they didn't know it was indeed the fastest way to get rich. Poo Men gave a sinister smile as he picked up the cup. All right then, shall we begin, guests? His innocent expression immediately gave way to a contemptuous smirk. He even added 2 words for them, you idiots. With that thought before his two marks' astonished eyes, Poo Men's hands blurred as he moved the 3 cups with extreme speed. What? And in the end, the two lost miserably, slumping to the ground. It was also the fastest way to lose money. Hearing their story, Najib nodded. So basically, you two bet all your money and have been starving ever since Valdeska wept. That's right, Captain. You have to help us. He gave a helpless smile, thinking to himself, I knew adventurers could be a little naive, but this is on another level. Najib's expression immediately shifted, and he cursed under his breath. So stupid. Honestly, the entrance exam is just made difficult to keep them from getting in. Valdeska suddenly spoke up. That's right. I heard about that captain. That Vice Captain Alvesa tried to recruit you personally, but you turned her down. Why would you do that? Najib chuckled and explained, well, that was the plan, but for some reason I ended up joining them anyway. Hearing that, Valdeska yelled, what, tell them to let us in too? He stammered in confusion, repeating what? Valdeska's expression suddenly turned serious as he replied, this is our test. If we don't overcome it with our own strength, the whole thing will be meaningless. The two of them said in unison, but then they started crying and begging again, wailing at him, that's just too much gold. Please save us. Hearing this, Najib covered his mouth and thought, what should I do? All my weapons got damaged on my last dungeon run, so I need gold too. His eyes suddenly grew serious. And now I've got to find the perfect way to earn some money. Maybe I should check with the guild to see if that dungeon is still usable. Then Najib grinned excitedly and said to Valdeska and Nero, Nero, all right, let me help you two follow me. Nero smiled cheerfully. Really? The Adventurers Guild office. Bella was sitting at her desk, concentrating on some paperwork. Then a voice suddenly called out Bella. She looked up, and seeing the group of three, she called out cheerfully, Najib, what brings you here today? And Valdeska, and Nero too. Nero ran up to her first, saying, you shouldn't be so surprised. Bella laughed and asked, is it about money again? Hearing that, she replied, we're going to be rich soon. We'll be rolling in it. Najib immediately shouted to clarify, I never said that. He then turned back to her and asked, Bella, I want to take these two to a dungeon. Can I see the guild's dungeon list? Bella replied, I'm sorry, Najib, but even for you, there are rules about dungeon entry that can't be broken. As she said this, her eyes bored into him. Money. And a dungeon. Suddenly, her expression changed to one of excitement. Najib, you're thinking about that one dungeon, aren't you? The scene changes to a cart speeding down a track. It moved faster and faster. Valdeska groaned, his mouth wide open. He yelled out dizzily as Najib grinned and shouted, hold on tight. Valdeska asked with tears in his eyes. Last time we went up and now we're plunging down, Najib replied, still excited. Well, there's nothing for us on the surface, so down we go. They began to move even faster. The only thing echoing in the tunnel was, don't worry, we're almost there. Finally, a doorway filled with light appeared before them. After arriving, the three of them walked forward, bewildered. Finally, Nero couldn't take it anymore and asked, this is weird. We've come down so far, but there are no monsters at all. Valdeska nodded in agreement. Yeah, I thought there would be fighting. Najib answered calmly, that's because this dungeon has already been cleared. Valdeska looked at him bewildered. Already cleared. A mining dungeon, also known as a gold mine dungeon, is a type of dungeon rich in minerals, making it the best place to make money. Even after being swept clean, a mine dungeon doesn't vanish immediately. For that reason, guilds usually accept requests to clear out monsters first. Then they hire miners to extract the ore afterward. In other words, this mine dungeon is an empty desert stripped of everything valuable. But the deepest level is different. The ore there is usually left behind because of the high transportation costs. Nadi smiled and pointed ahead. Take a look. Valdeska followed his gaze. That's our target. Ahead, a light appeared surrounded by crystal-like stones shining everywhere. This is the Dejiank mine dungeon. Nero's eyes sparkled. Nadi also laughed and replied, look at all this. Luckily, there's a pile of high-quality ore here. Then he put his bag down. Confident now, aren't we? It's time for my bag to work its magic. It can solve the transportation problem. He grinned. All right, now you guys get it right. Nadi gripped his pickaxe tightly with a terrifying smile. Let's begin. Valdeska and Nero screamed in despair. No, the scene shows a pickaxe striking hard against the crystals. It turned out Valdeska and Nero were working tirelessly together mining. Valdeska cried and cursed, damn it, why do we have to do this every time we enter a dungeon? Nero nodded beside him. That's right, I want to fight monsters for once. Nearby, Nadi wearily wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a sigh. He smiled smugly, I used to do this all day. Then Nadi looked at his pickaxe and complained, but it's probably been a while, so I got tired after just a little work, huh? It's more than that. He held up his hand and thought to himself, as expected, that sword skill was a bit too much for me, wasn't it? He suddenly recalled the previous battle, his expression turning terrifyingly distraught. My body still hasn't fully recovered. What was that? What kind of technique was it? When I gripped the sword and swung it at the enemy coming at me, it felt like I poured everything I had into that strike. His eyes suddenly glowed red as he pondered a sword skill containing the power of an adventurer's entire talent. If I can make it my own. While he was deep in thought, a voice suddenly called out, "Hey Nadi." Clinton asked curiously, "Can you smell the ore?" So greedy. "If you look around, you'll find some mana stones. Feel free to eat as many as you like." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of kids emerged from behind, jostling each other. One of them shouted, "Don't push me!" Then Clinton said, "The non-children said they want to help too, Nadi." He picked up a hat. He put the hat on confidently. Ore monsters wiped them out. Then he stood up to command them, "Non-squad assemble." They immediately got to work, leaving nothing behind. Some dug with all their might. Others formed a line carrying the ore. Seeing this, Nadi smiled brightly and praised them. These kids are doing a great job. Then he thought to himself, even if they're asking for 10%, it's fine if they're this productive. Nadi turned and asked, "What do they want 10% for?" Clinton scratched his head and replied, "You wouldn't get it. You can't understand how useful this stuff is in a pouch." Nadi stood there satisfied. In any case, it seems like everything is progressing smoothly. He finally remembered the two working behind him. He turned his head and asked Van Nero, "Nero, could you too?" Nadi had just made a fatal mistake. There are jinxes in dungeons that everyone avoids, like saying a dungeon is too easy or too empty. The image shows a soldier in a dungeon. The dungeon is so quiet today. Immediately, those words would cause the monster difficulty to skyrocket. Nadi had forgotten one important thing. Van and Nero are complete idiots. Back in the present, Valdezda smiled brightly. "At this rate, we'll be stuck in this dungeon for a week, just breaking these stones one by one. The most terrifying thing about an idiot is when they start to think." He rubbed his chin smugly. "Wouldn't it be faster if I just hit it with all my strength instead of breaking them one by one?" Then he raised his finger, gathering a small amount of power. A normal adventurer couldn't do that, but I'm the genius adventurer Valdezda. As soon as he finished, he threw something forward. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion occurred instantly. All the ore was scattered everywhere. And the next terrifying thing is when an idiot believes they are a genius. Valdezda stood confidently, with his hands on his hips, praising himself. "I'm really good, aren't I?" Nero jumped up and down beside him. "We did it!" Just as they were having fun, a loud noise suddenly erupted. The wall in front of them suddenly started cracking at an incredible speed. Valdez, still confused about what was happening, asked, "What?" Fiery red flames burst violently from the golem's mouth. It roared and stomped its foot hard on the stone floor, sending tremors everywhere. In a rage, it frantically chased the three of them. Nadi's group fled for their lives. Panicking, he screamed as he ran, "Everyone run!" The two following him could only stammer as they ran. "What is happening? Didn't they say this dungeon was already cleared?" Nadi calmly stated his theory. It seems the explosion Van caused awakened a hidden trial in the dungeon. His eyes suddenly grew sharp, or a hidden room. He recalled the records on dungeons. Hidden rooms are often called double dungeons. They're hidden so well that they're very difficult to find. But if you happen to find one, it will be filled with countless valuables. For normal people, it could save them half a lifetime of effort. But for us, it's a different story. And the guardian of this room is a golden stone golem. There's no way we can defeat it with just the few of us. Suddenly, Nero stopped running and pointed ahead. "Captain, look up there." She saw the exit was blocked by a pile of rocks. "The exit is blocked." Nero couldn't help but exclaim. "The explosion reached all the way here." Van looked terrified. "Is this all my fault?" Nadi laughed and teased him. "Let's just say you're that strong, Van." Hearing Nadi's compliment, he blushed and scratched his head. "Thanks for the compliment." Nero, standing beside him, quietly reminded him that didn't really sound like a compliment. Clinton had appeared beside him at some point. "Leave it to us, Nadi." He brought a group of his friends along. "We'll clear a path for everyone." Witnessing this, Nero was stunned. A whole pack of dogs just crawled out of his bag. Nadi happily hugged Glastini, praising him with satisfaction. "Good job, Glastini." Suddenly, his gaze turned sharp as he glanced behind them. "We have a job to do too, so they can clear the path in peace." He looked at the golem and laid out the plan. "We have to distract that thing." Van cracked his knuckles and offered, "This was my fault, so let me handle it." Nadi immediately shot him down. "No, that's too dangerous." Nadi started to explain, "This mine has a very high concentration of ether. If you cause another explosion, there's no telling what could happen. If it causes a chain reaction, we'll all be buried alive." Van's face tensed up. "So I can't use my finger summon anymore." Then he seemed to realize something. If that's the case. Van's face went blank right after. Then am I no different from a normal person? I'm even worse than a normal person. Hearing that, Nero immediately offered, then let me go. Please, Nadi gave her a high five. I was waiting for you to say that. Having gotten the okay, she took a fighting stance and looked at the golem excitedly. I finally get to fight a monster. Nero charged towards it, her face filled with confidence. I'll take it down. Seeing her, Nadi warned, be careful. It's not easy for a fighter to take on a golem. Nero rushed at the golem and launched an attack. She landed a powerful kick right on the golem's body. The moment her foot made contact, a current of electricity shot through her body. A second later, she was clutching her leg in pain. It's so hard. The golem then changed its target and went after Van. He screamed in fear as he ran. Why is it mad at me? Nadi went over to check on her. Are you okay? Nero looked up with tears in her eyes. I'm fine. He then turned to ask Nero, do you have any special skills or abilities you can use? Nero looked a bit awkward, but answered firmly, my special skills are my stamina and agility. Nadi's face darkened, his voice filled with irritation. You idiot! How many times have I told you those aren't special skills? Van, while still being chased by the golem, managed to get a sarcastic comment. In Captain, she's famous for not having any special skills, you know. Nadi looked at her and thought, too bad if she just had a useful skill, I could have come up with a plan. The special skill Nadi mentioned helps adventurers reach their full potential, like Anessa's fire or Van's deft fingers. Nadi turned and smiled to comfort Nero. It's all right, your physical abilities are already on par with someone who has a special skill. Nero puffed out her cheeks and turned to him. I know, but saying that doesn't help. He thought grimly. In the end, the only thing I can rely on is the swordsmanship I learned before. He reached into the bag on his back, searching for a weapon. The only weapon I have is the one I got from the graveyard dungeon. He started to recall when he found the sword. A gasp of awe was heard. It's a sacred artifact. Nadi stood with his hands on his hips looking at the sword in front of him. Even though it doesn't look like much, it seems pretty useful. Sun Meng, standing beside him, spoke up. What should we do with it? Sell it and split the money. Hearing this, his eyes filled with excitement. Can I have it? I like swords, and it's even black. It would look so cool if I wore it. Anessa, who had been silent, suddenly laughed. Just say what you mean. Her cold gaze swept over him. Someone as completely useless as you wants a share of the loot. Sun Meng stepped in to reason with him. Nadi, don't even think about it. It's not like you can use it anyway. Anessa picked up the sword, glancing at the two of them, since no one objects then. Immediately after, she held the sword out to Nadi and declared, I'll give it to Nadi. Anessa smiled gently at him. Besides, his weapon was about to break after that last battle. Nadi looked at the sword and thought, it's just a low-grade sacred artifact. I should be able to use it. The sword's stats appeared. Rare grade sacred artifact number 444, Death Pawn Blade. He couldn't help but compare it to his old weapon. This is on a whole other level from my previous weapons. If I use it to perform that sword technique, I can defeat that golem. Nadi drew the sword, calculating inwardly, but the time is too short, and the technique requires intense mental focus for a long period. He shouted an order to the two of them. Nero, Van, buy me some time. I have a way to take it down. Nero shouted enthusiastically, leave it to me. She rushed toward the golem. I'll do my best. Van beside her reminded her quietly, be careful. One hit from that thing, and it's over. She charged at the giant stone golem before her. In her attack stance, Nero calculated to herself, I'm not strong enough to break through its defense. But the golem raised its massive hand, aiming an attack right at her. It brought a powerful blow down on her. Just as its hand was about to hit Nero, she deftly dodged it. She launched a few attacks at the golem. Guerrilla tactics are my specialty. It quickly bent down, searching for her. Nero began to lead it on a chase. Her eyes had turned blood red. Meanwhile, Nadi also began to draw his sword. Nadi slowly knelt into a sword-drawing stance, closing his eyes tightly to concentrate. Back with Nero, she was buying him time. Her movements were agile, easily dodging the golem's attacks. Suddenly, the golem sensed something. It looked down, and its eyes widened in surprise. Beads of sweat formed on Nero's forehead, but she still smiled. If I can't even handle you, what's the point of being an adventurer? A moment later, a loud noise rang out. Van became frantic. He gritted his teeth, his face tensing up. She's losing control again, just like before. At this rate, he turned to Nadi and urged him on. Captain, do something quickly. Suddenly, snow began to appear around Nadi. Immediately after, a snowstorm enveloped him completely. Just then, Nero jumped away from the golem. She looked toward the two of them reassuringly. Don't worry. Inside her mind, waves of memories suddenly came rushing back. A woman flashes a contemptuous smile. She's just spouting sarcastic remarks, possessing no special skills. Nero could only stand there and give a bitter smile. She recalls a dark time in her past. I was looked down upon for being a beast man, but even so, I wanted to become a great adventurer. Back in the present, Nero swiftly dodges the golem's attacks and resolves, I can do this right now. Nadi's sword suddenly begins to glow. The entire blade is now fully charged with energy. Nadi opens his eyes, a murderous aura surrounding him. It's ready. He raises the glowing sword to the sky. This is the feeling of being able to slice through anything. Van's face is now drenched in sweat as he tries to stop him. Wait. He looks toward Nero, calling her name repeatedly. He frantically screams a warning, behind you. Nero quickly turns around, her face filled with alarm. Over here, Nadi also loses his composure. The golem swings its arm, launching an attack at Nero. She is quickly knocked backward by it. Nadi's eyes widen, his brows furrowing slightly. Without another moment of hesitation, he plants his feet to launch forward. He thrusts his sword toward the golem with all his might. He grits his teeth, his face contorting with effort. The attack is unleashed. Swift sword. A wave of power shoots straight toward the golem, causing it to widen its eyes in surprise. In an instant, the golem is split in two. A second later, a massive explosion occurs. The explosion creates a cloud of blue smoke. Van, as if not believing his own eyes, turns to ask, Nadi, what did you just do, Captain? That last attack was incredible. He continues to stammer, that thing. Nadi seems to have lost all his strength as he turns to look at him. Van cheers excitedly. Did we defeat it? In Nero's memory, a scornful voice echoed, you know that Nero girl, right? I know she tries hard. The blonde girl smiled maliciously, but honestly, she's not much help. She started making fun of Nero. Just imagine what would happen if you were grouped with her during training. The other person sneered, no way I'd fail the test for sure. Isn't she the only one here without a special skill? The blonde girl confirmed, that's right. Nero, standing outside the door, heard their entire conversation. Seriously, what was she thinking? A beast man wanting to be an adventurer. The blonde girl was filled with disgust. She used to just run errands for us, and on top of that, she's a black cat. Such bad luck. Back in the present, Nero stood on the ground covered in wounds. She looked ahead, panting heavily. Van, seeing the situation wasn't good, turned to ask, are you okay, Nero? She knelt on one knee, replying to him, I'm fine. Nero looked forward, her eyes filled with surprise. But what was that just now? Did the captain just take down the golem? Nadi immediately gritted his teeth in anger. No, he looked at the flames before him, explaining, at the last moment I lost my focus. From within the smoke, the golem's head gradually emerged. A large hole had appeared on its body. Nadi stated firmly, I must have missed. From within the flames, it reached its hand towards the group. The golem's eyes darted around and clenched his fist in anger, recounting what had just happened. You idiot, you flew right in there and blocked the captain's line of sight. After hearing that, Nero's face darkened. So it was my fault. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Because of me. Van, seeing her cry, became flustered. No, it's not your fault, Nero. It's my fault. Just then, Nadi suddenly spoke up to explain, this technique is still incomplete. That's why I failed. His hand trembled as he held the sword, blaming himself. If I had completely mastered this sword technique, I could have struck harder and avoided Nero. Nadi thought silently, but in my current state, that's not something I can execute properly. His grip on the sword tightened. My body is now reacting to the effects of the battle. Half of my body feels so numb at this rate. Lost in thought, the golem suddenly returned. It was filled with rage, glaring at them. Van was frightened by its appearance. That thing looks furious. Nadi remained calm and gave an order. First we should. The golem reached out its hand and unleashed its power. Immediately after, a series of boulders flew in from nowhere. The boulders drew closer and closer to them. Then the entire group and the boulders fell into a pit. In an instant, Nadi's group was buried by the boulders. The golem stood before the rocks, observing for any movement from the group. From within the rubble, Nadi let out a pained sound. He sat up, checking on everyone around him. Is everyone okay? Van held his arm and replied softly, still okay. He looked at the golem in front of them. But what do we do now? The golem charged forward immediately, raising its hand. It launched a direct attack towards Van. He panicked, screaming helplessly. Suddenly, a shout rang out, don't you dare touch my comrade. Nero, holding two pickaxes, quickly rushed towards it. She relentlessly attacked the golem's body. Nadi warned her worriedly, "It's dangerous, get back." Her pickaxe showed signs of cracking when it hit its body. Nero stood on its body, assessing to herself, "No thinking strategy isn't my strong suit, I need to fight." She glanced at the one-sided broken hoe. This pathetic weapon was only holding her back. "I'm a warrior, and like all true warriors, I must keep attacking." She immediately tossed the hoe aside, thinking to herself, "This golem is now covered in cracks. If I keep hitting the cracks the captain made, there's a chance." Right after she landed a punch on it with her bare hands, but not a single new crack appeared. She raised her hand to strike again. "If one attack isn't enough, then I'll hit it twice." Nero landed a second blow on it. Her eyes were filled with determination. "If twice isn't enough, then I'll do it 3 times. Like a robot, she relentlessly punched the golem. And if 3 times still isn't enough, Nero punched its weak spot without stopping. Her hands were bleeding, but she didn't give up. "I will keep going until something happens." Finally, Nero's persistence paid off. Immediately, the golem let out a cry as she shattered one of its shoulders. It was furious, swinging its arm violently. It immediately sent Nero flying backward. She was thrown back, her body slamming hard against the ground. She lay motionless in pain. Nero struggled, recalling her time at the training camp. "I argued with others my age when they looked down on me." She remembered just how furious she was back then. "But that won't change anything. If I don't try, no one will ever acknowledge me. Deep down, they never accepted me as a warrior. In the end, what I need most is..." Because she was looked down upon, Nero trained more persistently than anyone else, lifting weights. Then she constantly worked on her speed by running. In the afternoons, she would practice kicking wooden dummies. She then recalled Van and Nadi. "The things I can achieve on my own, Van might be a bit reckless, but he can summon and create powerful explosions." She pushed herself up, telling herself, "The captain can break the golem with his swordsmanship alone." Nero began to blame herself. "I'm the most useless person on this team." Seeing that she was still able to stand, the golem raised its hand to attack her. Van saw her still standing there and couldn't help but worry. "What are you doing? Get out of the way, Nero." Its punch was closing in, but she remained motionless. Nero clenched her fists with determination. "I will prove my own worth." Its attack came crashing down on her. Van's eyes widened in surprise at the scene before him. Nadi was just as astonished. He immediately recalled a phenomenon he had seen many times while working as a porter on adventures. Nadi watched as Nero's whole body began to glow, something that only happens to adventurers when they achieve an awakening. Her entire body emitted a brilliant light. Her eyes were now closed, her face serene. In her subconscious, Nero had entered another dimension. She looked at her surroundings and couldn't help but wonder, "Where am I? I was just fighting that golem a few seconds ago." She seemed to realize something, a look of shock on her face. Could it be? Suddenly, a voice echoed in front of her. "Oh, you who walks the path of a warrior, you who seeks strength through your own efforts, I shall bestow my power upon you." Nero stared blankly at the statue before her. The voice from the statue continued to speak. "With this power, slay monsters and conquer dungeons." She looked up at the statue, her face filled with joy. They say that for talented adventurers, a phenomenon occurs when they experience a breakthrough, achieve something, or reach a moment of growth. The Monument of Awakening. I've never achieved this, so I can't be sure. But there's one thing I do know. Anyone who stands before that monument will make great strides forward. Nero held out her wounded hand. Then she clenched her fist, and a surge of power coursed through her body. That power radiated from Nero's hands. Her special skill was unlocked. She glared at the golem, shockwave a fighter's talent. Nero formed a red orb and launched it at the golem. The moment the orb made contact with the golem, it created a powerful aftershock, blasting a large hole through it. The golem, hit by the attack, lost its balance and stumbled backward. Its entire body was now riddled with holes. Just a few seconds later, cracks began to appear all over its body. It let out a pained cry and slowly fell backward. Watching this, Nadi and Van could only stare, their jaws dropped in astonishment. Right after that, the golem's body slowly vanished into thin air. Nero withdrew her power and couldn't help but praise herself. "Am I really this strong?" Special skills. Adventurers born with talents will continue to develop according to their class. Just having a natural talent is enough to enhance a warrior's strength, an archer's agility, and so on for others. But their greatest growth comes from an epiphany. It occurs during a momentous event, granting them unique abilities. For example, Stone Mung attained the wisdom of the elders. Because he awakened the special skill of an earth mage, he can cast earth-based defensive techniques. But if he had awakened the special skill of a wood mage, he would have been able to use tree-based defensive techniques. It's these kinds of special skills that create differences between adventurers, even if they have the same talent. The hammer fell, its heavy echo spreading through the area. The large rock cracked. The little bears were busy mining stone on this mountain. They stopped their work when they heard Nero's voice. "Get out of the way." "Let me break it." She clenched her fists and activated her skill. Then she charged forward to attack the pile of rocks. Special skill. Thunderclap slash. Fighter talent meow, meow fist. They raised their hands in panic as if to stop Nero. Ignoring the bear's angry cries, she lifted her chin proudly. That was amazing. Nero's eyes suddenly widened in shock. She knelt down as if reverting to her feline instincts and cried out, "My head is suddenly spinning." Noddy burst out laughing and said, "Calm down, it's probably a symptom of ether depletion. I'm not sure, but I heard that attribute skills use up a lot of ether." Nero exclaimed joyfully, "Ether?" He carefully explained, ether is the energy that allows adventurers to use their talents. Since this was her first time using a special skill, her eyes welled up, but I only used it twice. Noddy grew more excited as he spoke. That just means it's a really powerful attribute. Nero blushed with excitement. "Did you hear that, Van? My special skill is amazing." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly fell silent, looking completely blank. Van Desta looked at the blue flame in his hand with annoyance. "What is this?" It suddenly popped out of the golem. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. "That might be soul resonance. I haven't met many adventurers with a necromancer talent, so I'm not entirely sure. But I've heard that adventurers with a necromancer talent can harvest the souls of monsters that have the same wavelength as them." Van then understood. "Now that I think about it, I remember hearing something similar at the training camp. So that means this is." Van raised the golem's soul and clenched his fist. "Basically, it's mine. I can feel something coming to me." After Van Desta crushed the flame, it merged into his body. "My talent is Dark Vanta, also known as Patchwork. If I add the Golden Stone Golem's soul to my patchwork, I get it now. I've figured out how to use it. A soul imprint has appeared on my body. I've carved the golem's soul into this." Then Van performed a summoning technique with his thumb. Necromancer talent. His finger flew forward and created an explosion. Van Desta raised his arm high and declared arise. A blue fiery light radiated from the rough-skinned monster's body. That was his finger. A giant thumb at least 6 meters tall appeared right before Van Percy's eyes. He looked up at it and exclaimed, "This finger is way bigger than it was at first, isn't it? But this height difference is making me dizzy." "Kneel," he commanded in a stern voice. As soon as Van Percy spoke, it knelt down immediately. He continued to marvel, "It's much easier at eye level." Nero was furious. "I did all the hard work, so how come you get to enjoy all the rewards?" Van Percy burst out laughing triumphantly, "Because I'm a genius, obviously." She struggled and screamed, "Withdraw that thing before it explodes." Najib stood silently ignoring the two of them. This is how adventurers become stronger in an instant, so fast that those without a talent can't keep up. Although I'm genuinely happy about their rapid growth because this world needs more powerful adventurers to clear out the dungeons. A moment later, he chuckled and reminded them, "All right, calm down. Anyway, we've already defeated the Guardian. Now all that's left is to check the hidden room." Nero's eyes widened. A hidden room. Najib lit a candle and warned everyone stay on high alert. "Even though we beat the Guardian, no one knows what's inside. However, if the reward at the end of this room is good, we won't even have to go mining anymore. We'll easily reach everyone's gold target." Valdosta cried with tears streaming down her face. "Please let it be high-value loot. We need to get into a guild." She sobbed. "That's right. There's no way we can save that much money just from mining." He burst out laughing and added, "By the way, you two seem really close, planning to join a guild together and everything. Most people go their separate ways after the training center. I wonder how you all ended up sticking together." He scratched his head blankly. "Who knows? I don't remember when we started hanging out together." Nero smiled in agreement the moment we truly became friends. She was probably recalling something from the past. Nero was startled by Van Percy's scream. "You kids, shut your rambling mouths. Useless chatter like that won't work on a future genius adventurer with a plan like me." Everyone angrily shouted back, "You idiot, that thing's about to explode. Get rid of it now." Nero smiled and replied, "That goes without saying. It's only natural for the two aces of the training center to team up. Valdosta teased, I guess aces stick together, she said excitedly. Now that I have a special skill too, we're practically invincible. He then got curious. But there's something I've always been curious about, Captain. What exactly is that bag of yours? She also looked curiously at the bag on Najib's back. That's right, I was wondering too. Strange things keep coming out of it. Van Persie then assumed, weren't you assigned the swordsman talent? He chuckled and explained, this case is quite rare, so it might sound strange. Normally, everyone receives their most suitable talent during the class promotion ceremony, right? But in rare cases, some awakenings don't manifest as a talent, but through a special tool or personalized equipment. My bag is one of those cases. Usually, the tools taken from it are completely useless, so people call it a dud. Nero exclaimed and asked, I didn't even know that could happen, so can I try touching that bag? Najib cheerfully didn't mind. I don't mind, it's just, to you, Nero, it'll probably just feel like a normal bag. Her face fell as she confirmed, you're right, there's nothing inside. He reached into the bag again to demonstrate, but when I put my hand in, like this, Najib was rummaging around nonstop. Then he took out 2 red lollipops. Nero cheered excitedly. That's magic. Najib proudly showed off. It stores everything exactly as it is, so they're still fresh. She took the lollipop from his hand. With that ability, you could make a ton of money, Van Persie said while chewing. That's right. You wouldn't even need to clear dungeons. It has countless practical applications too. He laughed excitedly. If it were just about money, then yes. Actually, at first, I used the bag to do all sorts of side jobs to save up startup capital. I even sold famous food from all kinds of renowned restaurants. I did transport express delivery, and I've used it to move large quantities of supplies too. But I'm not doing this to get rich. Najib thought to himself, if I can help even one adventurer clear one more dungeon from this world, then that's enough for me. He walked straight ahead, leading the way. Look, we've reached the end of the hidden room while we were talking. It's over there. That must be the reward for the hidden room. Nirol cried out curiously. What is this strange thing? Nadi explained wisely. This is a rare item, it's called an exchange statue. If you give it something it might like based on its appearance, it will give you a reward of similar value in return. She shouted excitedly, but we have nothing to offer. He put the bag on the ground and comforted her. Don't worry. This statue doesn't demand valuable items or anything expensive. Look closely, based on its clothes, it looks like a farmer, right? It's a good thing I recognized it. For a farmer statue, even a simple crop will do. As soon as Nadi placed a potato in its hand, the farmer statue's eyes lit up. Then it smiled, looking extremely excited. Immediately, the statue spat out a blue gemstone. Nirol cheered excitedly. A gemstone. She widened her eyes in amazement. It's huge. He nodded with satisfaction. This alone is enough for you two to reach your gold goal. Nirol hugged the gemstone and cried out, Really? Nadi urged them on. Let's hurry and try the next statue. The next one is... He stroked his chin, pondering. It looks like a mage statue. I've never seen one before. Let's see what a mage might like from our things. Perhaps a magic stone or something similar. The moment Natty dropped an old pencil stub, the mage statue's eyes lit up. It wasn't as friendly as the farmer statue, and instead growled angrily. Then the statue sprayed a stream of liquid. Natty shouted in annoyance, a failure. It must not have liked that. We only have one chance left. This is so damp and disgusting. Seriously, who would have thought it would splash us with a weakening curse solution for a wrong answer? I feel my energy draining. We really need to be careful with the last statue. The last statue is a zombie statue. This is our last chance. You'd better not mess this up again. That's right. We really need a proper win this time. Nirol clenched her fist and yelled in frustration. It's a zombie. Wouldn't it want human flesh and blood or something? Valdesta eagerly volunteered. Should I offer it my finger? She whined in protest. That's not enough. Just give it half your body. He panicked. Wait, what did you just say? Nadi reached into his giant bag. Stop, that's too much. There must be something suitable. Maybe the bones we got from the graveyard dungeon, or perhaps raw meat, even from an animal, or what about fresh blood? He reconsidered seriously. No, wait a minute. Zombies were once human, right? Perhaps what they truly want is something else. Zombies used to be human, so maybe what it really wants is... Both Valdesta and Nirol were horrified by Nadi's action. What are you doing? An apple? Are you kidding me, Captain? We're definitely screwed. He gave a forced smile to reassure them. Calm down. Golden apples of the Holy Land have purifying properties when eaten. This is just a sample, but this apple is a specialty from the southern region. It's grown by the Suo River and contains a bit of holy power and purifying energy. If my hunch is right, perhaps what a zombie truly wants is to be healed. The juicy golden apple was now glowing. Nadi placed it in the zombie statue's hand, and clear dewdrops trickled down. It flashed with a dazzling yellow light. Memories of the zombie's past came flooding back, days spent wandering and playing, happily going fishing. And there were also days of quietly watching the sunrise. Its memories glowed above their heads. Nadi burst out laughing in satisfaction. Look at that! The zombie was now healed. It was crying with joy. The zombie statue is turning into a hidden statue. Nerol's eyes widened with delight. A hidden one! Valdesta exclaimed excitedly. I knew I could trust you, Captain. The zombie statue had turned gold, and in its hand was a small chest. Nadi smiled as if he had known this would happen, while the other two stood behind him with their mouths agape. Curiously, they slowly opened the chest. It flashed with a sparkling yellow light. Nadi broke out in a cold sweat. Shocked, is this a relic? Night had fallen on the guild hall. Andrea's eyes sparkled with delight as she looked at the bag of silver the three had brought back. Oh my, did you bring it all here? Valdez puffed out his chest proudly. This is nothing for genius adventurers like us. Nero eagerly asked, so we can join the guild now, right? She nodded in confirmation. Of course you deserve it. Tears of emotion streamed down his face. I get it now. To be honest, at first, I thought you were trying to trick us. But after going through all that to earn the gold, I finally understand. Van and Nero cried out in unison. You wanted us to grow through that experience. That's right. I even unlocked a new skill. Andrea forced a laugh and played along. That's right. She turned away, hugging the bag of silver, and thought to herself, what is wrong with those idiots? Oh, well, I'm off to go shopping again. The scene changes to the Adventurers Guild grounds, bustling with people coming and going. Suddenly, someone appeared, landing gently on the ground. Nero, wearing a cloak, walked forward confidently. Bella sat silently under the yellow light, working seriously. Hearing a sound, she looked up in surprise. Before her were Nero, Van Valdez, and Naji. Bella immediately welcomed them. You're all back. That badge. Her eyes fell on the shining silver badge on Nero's cloak. Bella became excited. So you really joined the guild, congratulations. They chatted excitedly after not seeing each other for a while. Nero laughed gleefully. How could they possibly pass up talents like us? Van added, I guess those Sunset Wind folks have a good eye for people. Suddenly her eyes flashed with a mischievous glint. Listen up, Bella. We went deep into the mining dungeon and spent the whole day digging. Then our van exploded and a golem showed up, thud, but I used my skill and bam! And then in the hidden room, it said, offer something precious, and I will exchange it. Bella, already used to this kind of nonsense, just gave a strange smile. Impressive. Naji slowly stepped forward and spoke up. Anyway, the reason we're here is for this. Is there an expert appraiser available? Only then did Nero suddenly remember, oh right. He held out an ancient stone, the relic of an unknown master. Bella realized in astonishment, this is a relic. You found it in the mining dungeon. Nero excitedly confirmed, that's right. We got it from the hidden room. She became excited too. A hidden room? Your luck is insane. I can do a basic appraisal. Hearing this, Van slicked back his hair, imposed like a handsome model. I told you, let's sell it right now. Nero hugged the ancient relic tightly and yelled, absolutely not. This is our relic from our first monster hunt. There's no way I'm selling something this precious. Remembering that moment Naji had shouted in astonishment upon seeing the treasure chest, weight hold on a relic. Van Mouth, agape and trembling, repeated, a what relic? What is it? He suddenly asked nonchalantly. Beside him, Nero also peeked in. Is it better than an emerald? He sighed inwardly. These adventurers really don't know anything, do they? Naji helplessly began to explain relics are special equipment used by adventurers. They're much more valuable than normal gear. This one is for a martial artist, but it's still unidentified, so you can't use it yet. But with Nero awakening her special skill in this dungeon, and also finding a relic for a martial artist, it seems like destiny. What should we do with this relic? Van, you're thinking the same thing as me, right? As if catching the signal, Van nodded firmly. It seems we're on the same page, Captain. Naji then excitedly suggested this relic should be a gift for Nero to celebrate her unlocking her first special skill. Van matched his tone, but then made a shocking declaration. Let's sell it. Hearing the other's different answer, they immediately stiffened, their faces darkened, and they glared at each other before both saying two words. Excuse me. Over on her side, Nero seemed to have only heard what Naji said. She was so excited she couldn't stop jumping up and down. "Are you really giving it to me?" Back in the present, Van tried to persuade them again loudly. I said, "Let's sell it. The gold we'd get from selling this could buy top-tier gear from the shop with plenty left over." Nero just hugged the relic even tighter. "Absolutely not." Suddenly, the sound of a powerful slam on the table echoed as Bella exclaimed, "No, Van. Comparing a relic to regular equipment is an insult. Relics are the heart of an adventurer and the key to conquering dungeons. Each relic is a magical artifact with its own unique abilities, and their true value lies in how well they resonate with one's ego. It's said that just one relic that matches an adventurer's ego can make them significantly stronger. The reason so many adventurers explore dungeons is to obtain powerful relics." That's when Najib thought to himself that Betcha was absolutely right. Some high-level adventurers are practically decked out in relics from head to toe. But ironically, the existence of relics made equipment-related abilities like my pocket skill obsolete. No matter how useful a tool-related skill is, this world is overflowing with relics that are even better. When he snapped out of his thoughts, Betcha had already reached for the ancient relic. "Now then, I'll appraise the relic," she said solemnly. The quill pen glided quickly across the paper, writing down all the artifact's basic information. Level 5, Scout Talent. Item discovered. At the same time, the ancient stone exterior began to crack, and the relic inside was gradually revealed. It was covered in a dazzling golden light. Just a few seconds later, a cat-shaped item appeared. It was the relic martial artist number 500, named Mimic, a low-grade item with the effect of copying the user's skills. The moment it appeared, the relic started meowing non-stop, its shifty eyes glancing all around. As if it had confirmed its owner, it let out a piercing cry and shot towards Nero, who was still looking bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Instantly, a surge of power enveloped her right arm. Nero was stunned. What had equipped itself? Van, seeing this, went crazy. "Take it off. We need to sell it while it's brand new." Betcha ignored him and turned to her. "Congratulations. It seems you and the relic have high compatibility, Nero." She asked compatibility. Betcha gently explained, "That's right. Some relics don't let their owners choose them. They choose their owners. For example, a relic might demand, 'Use me.' If the owner doesn't understand or accept, it will react even more violently. I said, 'Use me.'" Nero immediately turned to Van triumphantly. "Did you hear that? This is mine now." He was dejected for only a moment, before turning to ask Najib, "Come to think of it, Captain, you have a relic too, don't you? I can feel a similar energy from you." He then pulled out his own relic. "This sword, I got it from the cemetery dungeon, but unfortunately, it's in pretty bad shape." Relics are also known to be very difficult to repair. Betcha immediately became alarmed. "What in the world did you do to it for it to end up like that?" Najib replied with a bright smile, "I swung it once, and this is what happened. I guess it's not a very great relic." Van quickly added, "That's right. If it hadn't slipped, it would have sliced that golem in half." Betcha was utterly shocked. "Sliced a golem in two? That relic is number 444 Gates, a sword made from paraloke black iron, and he just swung that incredibly sturdy sword once and left it in that state." The more I learn about him, the more impressive I find him. Meanwhile, Van was up to his usual nonsense. "We should sell it." Najib had to explain, "This is a gift." At that, Betcha's hand tightened slightly. She softly called his name Najib. Betcha's face was filled with sorrow, and Razak, who was beside her, noticed it. Her eyes lit up. Even without any talent, he keeps moving forward, but me. In Betcha's eyes, he seemed to be shining brilliantly. Najib spoke up, sorry for barging in without notice. "We have an appointment, so we'll head back to the guild first." She unconsciously touched her face, deep in thought. The scene changes to another location, the workplace of Angela Ferris. She was using red chalk, slowly drawing straight lines. Those short lines intersected with each other. It seemed Angela was marking a map. She glanced at the whole thing and thought to herself, "This is the 30th one. The recent dungeons that have experienced breaks seem to be forming a straight line. The breaks are occurring in a pattern. Too many coincidences. Every single one of these dungeons is either directly or indirectly related to the Dawn Guild." Angela frowned in frustration. "If this pattern continues, the next dungeon most likely to experience a break is here. If we can get one step ahead and prevent the dungeon break, a direct confrontation with the Dawn Guild will begin." In her mind, the deep voice of the Dawn Guild's commander echoed, "I will not permit any failures or interference." From the Rift Dungeon, where they personally intervened, to the Cemetery Dungeon, where we were certain a break would occur, we've been interrupted too many times. And every single time the Twilight Wind has been behind it. That is precisely why no matter what we must succeed with this dungeon break. Even if it means eliminating anything that gets in our way. After listening to it all, she slowly asked, "What is the commander worried about? He is already in that dungeon." He smirked confidently. Once something piques that woman's interest, she latches on like a venomous snake and never lets go. Even I wouldn't want to get involved with her if I can help it. And it was that very woman who warned me in no uncertain terms Anissa is hers. Meanwhile, Amnestia was lost in thought. The Dawn Guild is cunning. They stage dungeon breaks, then resolve the situations themselves to avoid suspicion from the association. What I don't understand is their goal. What could they possibly gain from all of this? Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. Nadi, Nero, and Van had arrived. Nadi spoke up. "You called for me." She glanced over, "So you've come." Nadi smiled excitedly. "I heard you have a mission for me." Amnestia's eyes narrowed slightly as she calmly replied, "Yes, that's correct. Our Sunset Wind Guild has decided to clear an A-rank dungeon that is on the verge of a break." Van immediately became fired up. An A-rank dungeon. Finally a dungeon worthy of the genius adventurer Vanesta. Nero promised, "We will take care of everything." But Amnestia bluntly rejected them. "No, that's impossible. You're all too weak." Those fatal words instantly turned them to stone. Unwilling to accept it, Van and Nero yelled out, "That's only because you haven't seen my special skill. Exactly, I even harvested a golem's soul." Amnestia, on the other hand, remained unshaken, once again, affirming, "No, you wouldn't survive in that dungeon." Nero suddenly frowned, seeming to sense something unusual. Is it because I've started to control ether? I can feel it now. This aura surrounding the vice captain. Her ether is on a completely different level. So that means she's right. We really won't be of any help. Nadi then spoke up, "But if you called us here despite that, there must be a reason, right?" Amnestia gave a faint smile. "Exactly. Nice's team and I are planning to clear the A-rank dungeon. But what a coincidence, there happens to be a dungeon that is perfectly suited for you. This dungeon is located in the canyon area to the northwest. It's a massive underground labyrinth, also known as the Ant Nest Dungeon. There could be hundreds, even thousands of giant ants living there. Nadi, Nero, and Van I want the three of you to clear that dungeon. This will be your first official mission as members of the Sunset Wind. And for this dungeon raid, Nadi will be the team leader." This sudden opportunity left him completely stunned. Nadi was extremely hesitant, "But I'm just a porter." She smiled faintly. "You don't know. When I recruited you into the Sunset Wind, it wasn't as a porter, but as an adventurer. For this raid, I want you to command and lead the clearing of the dungeon." Suddenly receiving such recognition, he was so surprised he couldn't believe his ears. And so, Nadi's first official dungeon raid as a team leader began. But ahead of him, challenges awaited that were far beyond anything he could have imagined. Ants with giant pincers suddenly appeared. A knight was running for his life, relentlessly pursued by them. He was almost exhausted, letting out ragged, desperate gasps. Glancing back, the knight's eyes widened in horror, and in the next moment, a pincer flashed out and pierced through his chest. With an agonizing wound, he turned to face the bloodthirsty monster. The knight gritted his teeth and cursed tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. "What the hell? Is this a C-rank dungeon?" "This is at least B rank. No, it has to be A rank. Especially that giant ant. What the hell is that thing?" He glanced over at the bodies strewn across the ground. They had died in pain and terror. Because of that, all of his comrades were dead. The brutal battlefield before him was the last thing he would ever see. A girl suddenly appeared next to the giant ant. She grinned with delight. "I'll be looking forward to that." Her figure gradually appeared. It was Johanna. She was sitting leisurely on her giant axe. Johanna's face was full of arrogance and satisfaction as she scornfully called out the name Amnestia. Back in Amnesia's territory, they were continuing their relaxed conversation. Nadi was still in shock. "Suddenly making me the conquest leader, it seems a bit much. And isn't a conquest leader supposed to be at least gold rank?" Anessa slowly took a bite of her cake. "It's fine because the mission was accepted under the guild's name, so there won't be any issues. I've already approved it." He sighed softly. "But even if it's just a C-rank dungeon, there's still a high chance we'll fail if we go in." She swallowed her piece of cake, then stated her reasoning. "You don't need to worry about that. You probably already know this, right? The Ant Nest Dungeon is usually conquered by multiple guilds working together, so you'll be going with dozens of other conquest parties. You don't need to worry about failing." Besides, you've already led a dungeon conquest before, and you were the one who commanded the cemetery dungeon raid. You are the one I chose, Nadi, so believe in yourself. And one more thing, there will be a perfect support person for you at the ant nest. He's a little rude, but I'm sure he'll be very useful to you. Nadi thought for a moment before speaking. I understand, but if the dungeon we're preparing to conquer is the ant nest, then we have a pretty big problem. Anessa slowly lowered her gaze. You're thinking the same thing I am, aren't you? Without planning it, both of them said at the same time, scouting. The ant nest dungeon is like a shifting maze. Its layout is constantly changing. That's why you need a scout to lead the way. Without a professional scout, you can't even think about conquering it. You might not even make it back out. Anessa took another bite of cake. Exactly. I've tried to find someone, even tried to hire mercenaries, but no one took the job. Meanwhile, outside, Bella was staring in surprise at the newcomers. I'm sorry, adventurers. Is that Din? The newcomer is the silver rank scout Din from the Storm Panda Guild. She quickly approached to greet them. Long time no see, Bella. Not since our training days, right? Bella immediately replied, How have you been? I heard you joined a guild. It's great to see you again. But before she could finish, Din cut her off. Hey, wait a minute. You're acting a little too friendly, don't you think? Sure, we were friends back at the training academy, but you're just a white badge. While I'm already a silver rank adventurer, I'm nothing like you. The more she spoke, the more arrogant and unpleasant she became. You may have gotten high scores back in school, but in the end, you didn't become an adventurer, and I did. So maybe you should remember your place. Bella had to remain professional, forcing a business-like smile. Yes, I apologize, adventurer. I meant no offense. Din, having achieved her goal, smiled smugly and turned to leave. Well, I'll be on my way then. Maybe sometime I'll have some errands to throw your way. Raza, who was standing nearby looking very annoyed, leaned over to Bella and asked, Who is that? She answered awkwardly, just an old classmate. Raza couldn't help but sneer judgmentally. A classmate who acts like that. Bella remained positive. Well, it is the truth, they say. Scouts who become inspectors are the ones who don't have enough talent to be adventurers. Raza couldn't accept it. That sounds ridiculous. Bella comforted her. It's okay, I'm fine. Then Bella fell silent. A captain's talent for scouting is used on the front lines to explore dungeons, but outside of them, inspectors are essential. So some people choose to become inspectors instead of adventurers, surveying the dungeon ecosystem, and also investigating crimes inside the dungeons, while also assessing the difficulty of the dungeons. And sometimes they even do paperwork. But the truth is, inspectors are often seen as failures, people who lack the experience or skill to become adventurers. Just then, Raza suddenly spoke up. I guess I'm a prime example of that. I was so excited thinking I had the talent of an adventurer, but I didn't have the skill or mindset to be a real scout, so I became an inspector. But you're not like that. You could have become an adventurer. That's why everyone was so shocked when you said you joined the association as an inspector. Bella smiled brightly and replied, That's because my grandfather was strongly against me choosing this path. Raza imagined a stern grandfather and replied, So he's a strict person. But she denied it. Not at all. He cried his eyes out and begged me not to go. Raza finally let out a sigh of relief, I see. So it wasn't really your decision, was it? So tell me what you really want to do. I read that paper you've been preparing lately, although after reading it, I felt more like I was reading a diary than a thesis. Bella was startled to hear that you read that. As if afraid her friend didn't believe her, Raza began to recount what she had read. That day, the way Nadi looked at Lady Anessa, it was like he wanted to scream that he wanted to become. Bella couldn't take it anymore and immediately shouted, Stop it! She became serious again. But the thing is, I think so too. After you came back from that drainage dungeon with the porter Nadi, you looked so excited. At that time, Bella had shouted, Listen, you know what I saw? A stone pig. And what's more, the look in your eyes when you heard they had gone through the coal dungeon. It looked as if you wanted to scream that you wanted to be an adventurer too. Before long, the sound of rushed footsteps echoed through the empty hallway. It was Bella, lost in thought as she walked. Her eyes hardened, her expression filled with determination and seriousness. She admitted you were right. Her thoughts drifted back to a memory. The truth is, I've always wanted to be someone like that more than anyone else. That's why I even snuck into the training grounds without my grandfather knowing. But when he found out and cried, I realized, instead of becoming an adventurer, I wanted to be a good granddaughter and make my grandfather happy more. I know how much he cherished me after my parents died, and it was just a dream. A dream. It's really easy to give up on something like that. She remembered how Raxa had been lost in thought for a long time after listening to her story. Then Raxa spoke bluntly. "Bella, seriously, you're such an idiot, aren't you?" Bella was stunned for a moment. Raxa shot to his feet and shouted, "Maybe what your grandfather wants right now is for you to live a safe life. But deep down in his heart, what he really wants is for you to live doing what you love. You idiot." And Bella had an epiphany. Now she stood before the door that would change her life. I really did it. Is this really okay? Can I go through with everything that Raxa said? After a moment's hesitation, Bella raised her hand and knocked gently on the door. Then she slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside. Bella spoke with a determined gaze. "Hello, I'm here to take the adventurer test. I want to change my career from an inspector to an adventurer." The man standing in the middle of the hall was Pochi. He spoke in a leisurely tone. "There's still enough time for a hot cup of coffee to get cold, but I'm not sure if that's worth anything. To be honest, I feel you're doing a great job as an inspector. I think you should stick to that path." Hearing this, Bella gave a wry smile. "Raxa just told me there was an adventurer test today, so I wanted to give it a try." Pochi gently swirled the tea in his cup and asked, "Is that all?" The more accurate word would be unlucky, because I'm the one grading the test today. "Let me introduce myself. I am Pochi, but I'm better known as the Destroyer of Adventurers." The smile on Bella's lips froze. The Destroyer of Adventurers. I've heard of him. He doesn't actually kill adventurers, but he gives incredibly strict and difficult tests. Almost everyone fails, and even if they pass, they're placed in the lowest ranks. That's how he got the name Destroyer of Adventurers. He spoke judgmentally once more. "I don't even need to test you. People like you who want to switch from being an inspector to an adventurer show up every year. However, your success rate is only 5%, even though their talents might change over time and their abilities could awaken late. They come and take the test with such hopes in their minds, only to be met with disappointment. The latent talent measurement device is extremely accurate. If your talent was found to be lacking before, it's unlikely to change in the future. There's no need to move it. Just place your hand on it and the result will appear on its own." At this moment, the old man mused, "I am Pochi. I've seen people like this thousands of times. I'm certain she won't be able to pass. If she could have become an adventurer, it would have happened a long time ago." Over here, Bella stood before the machine, her mind filled with thoughts. "To be honest, I'm not even sure if I'm doing the right thing, especially since it goes against my grandfather's wishes. But the reason my heart changed isn't just because I want to be an adventurer. It's not just the dream of becoming an adventurer," I asked Nadi once. "Why does he keep risking his life in dungeon raids? Aren't there many other things he could do besides being a porter?" "Because it's something someone has to do," he said. He answered as if it were nothing. It sounded so simple, so easy, but I know exactly what it means. Raiding a dungeon without ED protection is like diving into a sea of fire with your bare hands, even for a porter. And yet he spoke as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I feel so ashamed of myself even with my natural talent. I can't do anything. The latent talent measurement device then began to emit an increasingly strong golden light. After a while, the door to the room was pushed open. Bella finished her assessment, walking out with an emotionless expression. Unk was already standing there, and she slowly spoke. "Hey, look at that. Did you really come to retake the test? Are you actually serious about the adventurer exam? You came out after only 30 minutes. I guess that says it all." "What do you think being an adventurer is?" Her voice trailed off when she saw the gleaming gold badge in Bella's hand. Unk's pupils constricted, her eyes widening in disbelief. She was so shocked she stammered, "What is that?" while Bella silently walked past her. Meanwhile, Razik was leaning back in his chair, sighing, "This is so boring." Bella was a good colleague. Why did I say that to her? Now, I've lost a good friend. In another room where Najib and Anessa were discussing things, Najib spoke. "We've asked around, but still have nothing. The Ant Nest dungeon, I heard it's less of a raid and more of a cleanup job, so most adventurers avoid it, and it's rare for any scouts to want to join." Anessa, sitting opposite him, replied, "This is bad. If we want to stick to the scouts' raid schedule, we have to leave tomorrow morning." He then smiled brightly. "That's right. I wish a scout would just fall from the sky." Speak of the devil. Just as Najib finished speaking, a careful knock sounded on the door. Bella pushed the door open and said, "Excuse me, but does your team have room for one more person?" Now, a gold rank scout, Bella was in full gear, her hair tied in a high ponytail. Najib and Anessa were stunned for a moment. Both of their jaws dropped. They exclaimed in unison, "It really worked." Cutting to the potential assessment room, from earlier, the shouts of the Storm Panda Guild members rang out. "What the hell is this? There must be some kind of mistake. How can a white badge jump to gold rank so quickly? Even Pochi's secretary pushed up his glasses and asked, "This is very unlike you, examiner. How could you just bypass the procedures and award a gold rank so easily?" Pochi then spoke in a stern voice. "Even I can hardly believe it. The incompetence of the Adventurers Guild is astounding." He looked at the assessment machine, which had been scorched by the immense energy. How was she ever ranked as white? With such absurd potential and ether. I, Sir Pochi, am staking my entire reputation on this. She is completely worthy of it. Mark my words, one day, she will reach the Michael rank. No, she'll go even further beyond that. Pochi looked at his cup of warm tea. Feeling light-hearted, he was silently pleased. Pochi mused, "It's been a long time since I felt like this, like discovering a hidden gem in the mud. This feeling, it's a joy that no other profession can bring. Perhaps that's why this morning's coffee tastes so special." Suddenly, a shout shattered the peaceful atmosphere. "We're in trouble, Mr. Pochi. Did you hear? That girl Bella you approved for gold rank yesterday. It was supposed to be kept secret because it's a sensitive issue, but it turns out her grandfather is." That name made Pochi's hands and feet tremble. The teacup from before fell to the ground and shattered. His jaw dropped in terror, cold sweat beating on his forehead. "I'm doomed." At the same time, on a dirt road, the sound of horse hooves echoed endlessly. Najib's group was sitting in the back of a carriage. They were silent and lost in thought. Suddenly, a long sigh from Bella broke the silence. Najib turned to her and asked, "What's wrong? Are you still regretting what you said earlier?" She gave a wry smile. "Yes." Why did I say that? Tears were now streaming down Bella's face. She felt helpless with herself. Just a few hours earlier in the room where Najib and Anessa were talking, Anessa had spoken, "We're satisfied with your personality. However, if you really want to join our party, I have to ask you one thing. What is your attitude as an adventurer?" Every adventurer has to face monsters stronger than them or enemies they can't defeat. If you were confronted with one, what would you do? Bella was incredibly calm, recalling to herself, "I've heard this question from Najib before." After thinking it over, she answered, "If I were to face someone like that, then I would fight dirty." She declared boldly, her face completely serious. A sudden silence fell over them after that answer. All three of them stood frozen. Anessa was helplessly stunned. To put it mildly, it was a little disappointing. Bella was on the verge of tears, asking herself why. Anessa turned to Najib. "So what will you do?" Najib answered honestly, "Who knows? Bella, still feeling wronged, said I was just repeating what you told me." Najib suddenly stroked his chin in thought, realizing he had experienced it himself before. An unbeatable enemy, Peter and Anessa, I fought both of them. Snapping out of his dark memories, Najib cheerfully replied, "No matter who the opponent is, having the will to defeat them is what I think is most important." Anessa across from him was very pleased. That was Najib for you. Meanwhile, Peter yelled, "You never told me that." And just like that, the condition for Peter's party was set. Their test would be the upcoming ant nest dungeon raid. Back in the carriage, she was trying to force a smile. "In the end, the only thing I can do is give it my all in that dungeon." Nero suddenly chimed in. "That's not the issue right now. Fess up, Petra. How did you reach gold rank before us?" Van also jumped up, crying out, "That's right. Are you hiding some insane power like the Guildmaster?" She tried to calm them down helplessly. "Please calm down. Scouts always have to choose between being an adventurer or an inspector. I just returned to the path of an adventurer." Nero and Van seemed to understand. "Oh, so that's how it is." Then their eyes suddenly narrowed. The two of them shouted in unison, "You're actually an underground boss." Petra just gave a helpless smile. "You think so?" Najib then slowly expressed his thoughts. "Knowing we have a gold rank scout for the ant nest dungeon puts my mind at ease. I knew from the dungeon crack that your scouting talent was special." Receiving sudden recognition from the leader, she smiled gently. "I may not have much combat experience, but please trust me. I know the ant nest dungeon like the back of my hand. I've prepared for everything from the dungeon's characteristics to the different types of ants." He clapped enthusiastically. "You're so thorough. You could teach a class on this." "But I've been to the ant nest dungeon before as a porter." Najib's expression grew grim as he remembered. "That dungeon, seriously, no matter how well you prepare, it's not something you can solve with theory. The ants just keep coming and coming. And more, keep coming more and even more. They never stop. No theory or strategy is effective." Petra still looked excited. She called out Najib's name, but he just warned her again, "You'd better be prepared." Before long, they arrived at the entrance to the ant nest dungeon. Nero and Van stood there stunned. "There's a huge hole here." Najib knelt down to observe. "What do you think, Petra?" She immediately analyzed, observing the concentration of mana here. I can say this is indeed a C-rank dungeon, just like the request board said, but even for a low rank, the scale is certainly fitting for a raid-type dungeon. He added his confirmation exactly. I've heard that in ant nest dungeons, the size and depth indicate its difficulty. If the entrance is this big, the inside must be massive. This is bigger than the ant nest dungeon I've been to before. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out from behind Najib. "Hey, who are you people? Why are you all standing here without turning back?" he asked. And you are. It was the gold rank warrior Jared, leader of the Ant Nest Dungeon Raid Party. He spoke up. "We're from the No Answer Guild, the main conquest party in charge of this dungeon. Are you guys entering this dungeon too? Let's see. Your leader is a gold rank scout. You really look the part of a leader." Petra immediately clarified, "Actually, I'm not the leader. He is Najib." Gerard's gaze became visibly scornful. He looked down and said, "What, look at your insignia?" White rank, the insignia on Najib's neck gleamed in the sunlight. Gerard felt as if he had just witnessed a farce. He laughed so hard he spat. "The leader is a white rank. You guys are hilarious. Are you actual comedians?" From behind Naro and Van couldn't help but comment, "That guy really doesn't know about the hidden monster." Najib could only give a forced smile. "I expected that reaction." Petra, of course, wouldn't stand for it. She shouted bluntly, "How rude! Judging someone by their insignia. How short-sighted." Jared sneered, "What's with that reaction? Don't tell me this white rank guy is actually the leader." "Actually, I have a proposal." His voice took on a slimy tone. Then he gave a vile smile. "Why don't you join our party? Our scout is just a bronze rank anyway. Besides, you're pretty. I like that." Petra immediately frowned, her voice hardening. "I'll have to refuse. Our leader Najib is much stronger." Gerard then gave a wicked smile and said sarcastically, "Well, now these clowns really are special. Maybe we need to show them how a porter should be treated, then they'll understand." He turned his head and ordered, "Hey porter, get over here." Again, more dragging. A small figure walked over, gritting his teeth. He was dragging a terribly large item behind him. Gerard continued, "Porters these days complain about the smallest things and act like they're about to die. That little kid with a tiny body had to carry such an oversized item. My apologies, Mr. Jeffrey." Bella couldn't help but feel annoyed seeing that. "Isn't that a bit heavy? Just looking at it, you can tell it's too heavy." He sneered. "You have to make them carry heavy things so they don't have the energy to talk that way. They won't even have the energy to complain and will just follow orders. Understand, that's how you order a porter around, girl. If your leader is a porter, we have no choice but to treat you all like a bunch of porters." Bella just silently lowered her head. I expected some insults, but I didn't think it would be this bad. Najib comforted her. "Don't worry, Bella." In his heart, he thought, "But yes, they are a bunch of brutes. Every porter this team brought along is overloaded. There should be at least 7 porters for that much stuff. They must have cut down on personnel to save costs. I'd forgotten after working with nice adventurers for so long, but this is how porters are usually treated." Najib's solitary figure caught someone's eye. In the distance, a girl covered her mouth and giggled. "They look a bit eccentric, but does that really matter? A dungeon like this, the No Answer Guild will surely conquer it. Is everyone strong?" Hearing that, they immediately chimed in with Johanna. "That's right, we can easily conquer this dungeon with our party." "Oh, I am the bronze rank priestess Johanna of the White Robe Guild," she said with a saccharine voice. "To be honest, dungeons scare me so. Isn't it better to have as many allies as possible?" They got even more excited. "If Johanna says so, we'll listen. Come with us, and we'll protect you. You'll be safe behind us." Then Guerrero turned to Najib's group. "You people should be grateful to Lady Johanna. Normally, I would have filed a complaint and reported it to your guild. A guild that lets a porter be its leader. It's truly a disgrace. Just stay out of the way and follow us." Johanna clasped her hands behind her back and said mysteriously, "Well then, shall we get going? I bet this will be an interesting trip." With Najib's perceptive abilities, he couldn't help but feel something was strange. Najib looked straight at the mysterious tattoo on Johanna's shoulder. Suddenly, the tattoo seemed to transform into a snake. It threatened to bare its fangs at him. Najib was instantly terrified. His body flinched slightly, his eyes wide open. Seeing Najib's strange reaction, Bella turned and asked, "What's wrong, Najib?" He quickly denied it. "No, it's just that I have a bad feeling about this. I expected to be treated like this. Just do as they say." Then Najib led his group. Together they followed the Ant Nest Dungeon Raid team. Valdez was so excited he threw his hands in the air. Finally, a real dungeon. In the blink of an eye, the two groups reached the entrance of the Ant Nest dungeon. They cautiously observed the situation. Inside were earth and rocks with the figures of giant ants faintly visible. Najib silently assessed the ant nest dungeon. At a glance, it might look like a normal dungeon with ant-type monsters. Only those who don't know about this place would say that. Among adventurers, this dungeon has earned an infamous nickname. The Damned Ant nest a maze-like network of tangled tunnels, and you're constantly attacked by swarms of ants. I'm so sick of it, and that's an understatement. I honestly thought it was lucky to be accompanying a main raid party on this mission. My team is too inexperienced, so I thought going alone would be extremely difficult, but it only took 30 minutes inside the dungeon to realize what kind of people these guys really are. Adventurers I've only ever heard about in stories. They really are the so-called hopeless trio. Nero asked naively, the hopeless trio, what does that mean? Peter answered knowingly, it's a well-known classification among adventurers. They're called the hopeless trio, the ones who always ruin the raid. First, the brainless Giero leading the charge, yelling charge. Regardless of any traps or monsters, they just charge in blindly. With no strategy or method, they just attack everything, which leads to them attacking their own teammates or porters, and ultimately their own lack of brains. They'll ruin the entire formation. The second is the stubborn bull, no matter what you advise or suggest. For example, right now, Bella asked, haven't we been here before? Isn't this a dead end? That bull wouldn't listen, and would even curse, damn it. We're the main party here, so why do you keep nagging? Acting all high and mighty just because you're gold rank. They always think they're right, never listen to advice, and their egos turn the whole raid into a nightmare. Because that's when he realized this place had been blocked off. Beka said helplessly, it's a dead end. And last but not least, the #1 raid wrecker. This guy was preening like a crow as Johanna showered him with praise. Oh my god, you're so amazing. And Zero puffed up like a peacock. See, I'll protect you. So will you go for coffee with me after this? Najib judged frankly these idiots enter a dungeon to look for romance instead of fighting monsters. In short, this raid party is completely hopeless. Can we really conquer this dungeon? At the Ant Nest dungeon, because the dungeon appears so often, it feels more like a routine cleanup than a raid. Guilds assigned by the association form raid parties and clear the designated area, and that's it. 4 raid parties have entered this ant nest. Since the pay isn't really worth it, everyone tries to avoid it, and most teams just do a half-hearted job before getting out quickly. Perhaps that's why his feet move so quickly across the ground. Right now, Nadi and the group were moving quickly into the dungeon. He figured these guys were more focused on a quick clear than anything else, because they just kept rushing forward without a second thought. The main party's young porter was already so tired he could barely breathe. Nadi looked back at the boy kneeling on the ground, worried that the porter was getting even more exhausted. A raid doesn't just consist of adventurers. If a porter gets hurt, it directly affects the team's combat effectiveness, but not many adventurers care about that. Nadi then asked, "Are you okay? Need some help?" The young porter replied, panting, "I'm fine. This is what I always do. Don't worry about me." His eyes became determined. Nadi thought to himself, "I actually want to put all their stuff in my own bag." The kid kept insisting, "This is my job, I have to do it." Nadi helplessly looked over at them and thought, "Those guys are giving off a bad vibe. I feel like something worse is about to happen." Just as he predicted, Gerard let out a sigh. He glanced over and snarled, "What do you think you're doing? If you have time to talk, you have time to move." Bella couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "Wait, this isn't how you conduct a raid. Can't you see the porter is exhausted and hurt?" Gerard scoffed and cursed, "You idiots, that's a disgrace to adventurers." So, you sympathize with the porter because your party leader is a porter too. Take a good look. I'll show you what a porter is really for in a dungeon. With that, he tossed a small money pouch. Gerard gave a smug grin. "That's 10 gold. Whoever brings it back gets to keep it." The porter's eyes immediately lit up. 10 gold. Bella immediately whipped her head around. She realized something was wrong. Wait, that place is... But it was too late. They were in no mood to listen to her warning. One by one, the porters rushed forward, yelling, "That's a whole day's pay, it's mine!" The boy with the small frame was nimble and got it first. "I got it." He beamed carefully, cradling the money pouch in his hands. 10 gold. In the blink of an eye, a swarm of giant ants, as if they'd found a tasty meal, rushed towards him. The boy only just now reacted, turning around in a panic. Without hesitation, Gerard gripped his weapon. He immediately lunged forward, unleashing his extreme vortex skill, his eyes now filled with nothing but killing intent. He wiped out the swarm of ants in an instant, slicing them in half one by one, and then into thirds. Gerard struck decisively without a moment's hesitation. In no time, a scene of carnage lay before them. Watching this, Bella and Noddy couldn't help but be impressed. He took down the entire swarm in a single blow. His personality is awful, but his skills are no joke. Noddy's gaze was now fixed on him. That guy threw it because he knew ants were hiding there in ambush. He used the porter as bait. In the end, he easily wiped out the ambush. But the porter was injured. Porters usually don't wear proper armor because of the weight, even if there's a healer in the party. She wouldn't waste her mana healing a porter. He spoke slowly. If that hadn't gone well, that porter could have died. Do you people always raid like this? Gerard glanced back and replied, protecting the porter, "You're a porter too, so you should understand the relationship between adventurers and porters is just business. We pay them, and that's it." Hey, porter got a problem with the way I do things. The young porter forced a smile. "No, I'm actually grateful to you. You were the only one willing to hire me." Gerard leisurely turned and walked over to Najib. "Do you get it now? You're only flustered because the adventurers called you captain. This is what a real porter is." This remark pushed Najib to his limit, and he glared up with sharp eyes. Suddenly, an adventurer suggested, "How about this captain, since you seem unhappy with what we're doing? Luckily, we're right at the junction between Zone 1, Zone 2, and 3. Let them clear out Zone 1. Hearing this, Gerard grinned so wide both rows of his teeth showed. "All right, sounds good. You wouldn't want the main team to take longer than the others and lose face, would you? We have 3 zones to handle anyway, so go to Zone 1 and clear it out for us. Even if your captain is a porter, you guys can handle it right." Najib realized that splitting up was actually better than going with this group. But the problem was, people like them wouldn't say goodbye so easily. They were surely up to something, but even so, it was still better than going with them. Najib's group immediately set off towards Zone 1. He constantly reminded them, "Stick close, don't get left behind." Nero, and Van were incredibly excited. They chatted back and forth, climbing up like "This reminds me of the Kano dungeon. At least this time we'll be fighting real monsters, right? Not being able to fight is really making me itch for a battle." Soon they arrived at Zone 1. Looking up, Bella exclaimed, "This place is huge." He observed carefully. "Until now, it's just been the ants' corridor. This is the real nest. From here on, we'll be raiding on our own, so get ready. We don't know what will appear or how many ants are here. Stay alert and be very careful. There's no way they would assign us an easy zone." On the other side, the adventurer from before laughed smugly. He said to his captain, "Zero looks like that gold rank scout girl is a rookie too. If she had investigated properly, she'd know to avoid that area. Even a bronze rank like me knows that." He was immensely pleased. "All the better for us. Thanks to those clueless idiots drawing their attention, our raid will go smoothly." And yet they don't even realize the direction they're heading. That they're going straight into the center of a deadly vortex. At that moment, Najib's group was still moving slowly into Zone 1. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed. The ground began to crack, and tremors shook the entire area. Bella immediately glanced over. She recognized that sound as a swarm of ants approaching. She shouted to warn everyone on the team. Bella frantically looked around. "It's from behind." "No, it's from above." Just as she finished her sentence, 2 large, sturdy pincers stabbed down. There really are as many of them as ants, and they're giant ants pouring down on us. Nero frowned and yelled, "It's a whole swarm!" Najib remained calm, bowing his head slightly. "To be honest, I don't know if Angela made the right decision in trusting me as captain. A porter as a captain, I've never heard of such a thing. People like them see it as a joke. But since I've taken on this responsibility..." Najib tightly gripped the dual swords on his back. He immediately got into a fighting stance, knowing he had to give it his all. Najib's brow furrowed his eyes, watching the ants' every move as he commanded everyone prepare for battle. "I'll take the lead, Nero, and Van support the flanks." He stared intently at the sharp pincers. They were moving like lightning. Najib assessed that the danger from these low-level ants was their swift legs and their pincers. "Perhaps it's because I've seen Alvesa's speed. These things are so slow they make me want to yawn." He immediately leaped up high to face the ferocious ant. A single slash swung down. A common monster like this can be taken down without using ether. But just because I can cut them doesn't mean it's easy. Their thick shells are hard to pierce. What I need to take them down is the knowledge from my days as a porter exploiting their weak points. Porters have 2 main roles in a raid, carrying the adventurer's equipment and collecting loot from monsters. Usually you have to collect it directly from the monster's corpse, but adventurers don't give you much time, so I had to learn how to cut through thick shells quickly, and that's how I found their weak spots. For ants, the weak spot is their narrow waist. Even with a regular sword, you can easily slice through it. Another difficult part is their tendency to attack in swarms. They use a special chemical called a pheromone to communicate, but if I can overwhelm their scent with a stronger one. It's the stinkhorn, a mushroom known for its foul smell that's said to grow in dungeons and graveyards. Just as Nadi predicted, their movements had slowed. His constant attacks on their critical weak spots were causing them immense pain. Nadi easily took them down one by one. He used the spear coated with the stinkhorn to stab them forcefully. Watching this got Nero all fired up. "Don't have all the fun to yourself, Captain." Immediately, she and Van threw off their cloaks. The two of them rushed forward, brimming with fighting spirit. "It's our turn now." Nero raised her right arm using her martial arts ability. She unleashed a neon punch straight at the enemy. The aftershock it created was immense, affecting even the surrounding ants. And the next move will be the copycat sacred relic. Skill replication soundwave, neon punch. As she attacked, she exclaimed excitedly, "This is awesome!" And of course, Van didn't just stand by and watch. Now, it's my turn. The genius adventurer Van is here. The two of them joined forces, rushing straight into the swarm of ants without hesitation. Standing on an ant's corpse, Nadi mused that rushing straight ahead with an adventurer's ether burst is much faster and easier than analyzing every single move. But he still had to give a sincere warning. "Be careful, we don't know how many there are, so don't waste your ether." As soon as he finished speaking, Nadi suddenly felt something unusual beneath his feet. He panicked for a moment. "What is this? This tremor is bigger than anything I've ever felt." Nadi immediately shouted, "Pecha, can you scout out where the ants are coming from?" She lowered her head hesitantly, her voice faltering. "About that. A scout is supposed to lead the way and point things out. That's what I learned." In front of her, a ferocious ant was menacingly preparing to charge. Pecha was so frightened she started to cry, but seeing it with my own eyes is too scary. Immediately, the giant ant charged and attacked her, making her scream and run for her life. Nadi, on the opposite side, stood with his mouth agape. He'd lost his composure and glanced over at his teammates. It felt like he was experiencing a trauma, standing frozen at the chaotic scene before him. The scout, who should have been looking for the enemy, was panicking. Our strongest firepower went in too deep and is now surrounded. Nero sheepishly admitted, "Van, I'm actually out of ether." Van behind her wasn't much better off. "Damn it, I've lost 3 fingers. Do I really have to use my thumb?" Nadi looked at the teeming ferocious ants before him and began to blame himself. "And I'm the captain, the one who's supposed to lead the team. I can't even handle a few ants, let alone grasp the entire battlefield. Unlike before, when I was just a porter following adventurers, I can't make the right decisions anymore. This is the reality of our raid. There's something more dangerous than a hopeless trio in a failed dungeon raid, and that's a weak raid party." It turns out the truly hopeless raid party wasn't them. It was us. Nadi gritted his teeth in acknowledgement, his anger mixed with helplessness reaching its peak. Suddenly, from behind him, someone appeared and called out, "Hey, you guys over there, get down or you're all going to die." That person was none other than Pupumen. He rushed forward, raising a hand to attack. A hook shot out, flying straight towards the enemy. In the blink of an eye, the hook sliced through the swarm of ants in front of them like a bolt of lightning. Nadi couldn't help but be surprised, while Pecha looked as if she had just seen a savior. He stammered as he looked at the badge on Pupumen's clothes, a white rank swordsman. He suddenly chuckled. "Are you the one Amnesia mentioned?" Pupumen bluntly threw a bucket of cold water on them. "What a bunch of trash." Even so, I can't remember the last time I saw brand new rookies get lost. The scene changes to another place in the 2-story house where a familiar, terrified scream suddenly rings out. Nice asked Alexis excitedly, "Is it true?" He ignored her leisurely eating and continued speaking. The new recruits were sent to that person's place. Anessa answered while chewing on a donut. "That's right. I sent them to Pupumen for training." As soon as the answer was out, Nice immediately screamed. "You devil!" Stone Mung also condemned her with teary eyes. "You devil!" Both of them cried out in a tragic tone. They're just trainee adventurers. They're going to die. In contrast, Anessa remained completely unfazed. She asked, "Is it that bad?" Nice frowned and replied, "Of course that guy." As he finished, Stone Mung chimed in seamlessly. "Is the biggest psycho in our guild. It's known that Pupumen is a white rank psycho." The scene shifts to the ant dungeon. Najib looked at the person in front of him and couldn't help but think, what's with this guy? A white rank swordsman, does something like that even exist? But the person standing before him seemed to enjoy Najib's stunned expression. He chuckled with amusement and then spoke, "Hello, newbie." Bella hesitantly asked Najib, "Was what I just saw real?" Looking at the ants scattered on the ground, Najib couldn't help but think, did he take them all down at once? Not to mention it doesn't look like he used any special skills. He looked at the man standing in the distance and replied to her, "Yes, there's no doubt about it. He took down ants with shells so hard that even a sharp sword would struggle to pierce them using only a shabby old fishing rod." Poo Men smirked and asked, "Why is everyone frozen? I came to help. Anessa sent me." Najib's eyes widened. He thought to himself, Anessa sent him to help. Then could it be? He recalled a short time ago when they were sitting in her office, Anessa had told him that there was a perfect person who would support him. Seeing Najib's confused expression, she had smiled and said, "He's pretty special, so you'll recognize him right away. Although his personality is a bit of a problem, he'll definitely be a big help." Back in the present, Najib hesitantly voiced his suspicion. "Don't tell me you're the one with the problematic personality that Anessa mentioned." Poo Men smiled and asked back, "Is that really what Anessa said about me?" Van hesitated for a moment, then spoke. "I think I've seen him somewhere before." Nero, who had been standing next to him, also replied, "Yeah, he looks familiar." Upon hearing that, Poo Men immediately scratched his head in embarrassment. "You're just imagining things. I have a pretty common face." However, the two didn't agree with his opinion at all and said in unison, "You don't look common at all." He let out a few faint laughs and then said in a friendly manner, "Anyway, Anessa said she was sending some decent rookies, so I was really looking forward to it." Poo Men continued speaking, but the smile on his lips gradually stiffened until his expression turned grim. He said, "But you guys are truly a pathetic pile of trash, aren't you?" Nero retorted unconvinced, "That's too harsh." Van also felt annoyed by the comment and shouted, "We took down a ton of ants too." Poo Men smirked, "Yeah, your firepower isn't bad at all." His mocking gaze was fixed on Van as he continued, "But you burn through your energy so fast that you become useless afterward. Besides, your reckless attacks mess up the raid formation. It's like watching 3 hopeless cases in a dungeon." Nero yelled back, "Don't you dare lump us in with them." Of course, Poo Men wasn't just mocking Van, he mocked everyone equally. He said, "You're all clearly rookies, and every single one of you has a problem." He continued pointing out their mistakes. "You didn't even realize you walked right into an ant vortex." As soon as Najib heard that, he understood an ant vortex. So, that's what it is. Even for an ant nest, the number of ants here is ridiculously high. The ant vortex is also known as a death spiral. It's a strange phenomenon where countless ants lose their direction and form an endless circle caused by pheromones and scent trails. The ants follow the scent trail left by the lead ant. But if the lead ant goes the wrong way, or if the scent trails get mixed up, the ants will walk in an endless circle until they collapse from exhaustion and die. The real problem is that if a vortex forms inside an ant nest, it creates an area where an excessive number of ants gather. Najib couldn't help but blurt out his thoughts. In other words, they knew there was an ant vortex here, but still pushed us in. Bella asked, confused, "But why?" Najib explained, even in a vortex, a lot of ants still break away. But if their attention is drawn to one side, the other side becomes much easier to handle. Hearing that, everyone understood. Nero shouted in anger, "What a bunch of bastards!" Van gritted his teeth and said, "I hated them from the start, those scum." Poo Men suddenly asked, "They're terrible, huh?" He gave an unreadable smile and then answered himself. "So what?" Poo Men said as he walked slowly towards them. "In a dungeon, the only real evil is weakness." He gave a malicious smile and continued, "You were defeated by them simply because you were too weak. That's how dungeons work. They're cruelly unfair and completely dominated by strength." Poo Men asked them, "What do you think would happen if you picked a fight with that raid party?" "You'd obviously die for sure." Nero immediately shot back, "Are you kidding me? We lost to those simple-minded brutes." Boo Men seemed to agree, saying, "Well, their way of hunting is pure violence, but think about it. For being so stupid and still surviving, until now, it proves they're insanely strong." After being serious for less than 3 seconds, he pouted and mocked the group. "Of course it's impressive." Boo Men continued trying to hold back his laughter, "But you guys are not only stupid, you're also weak." Hearing this, Van and Nero were furious. The only thought in their minds was this bastard. Meanwhile, Boo Men continued his explanation as usual. "When Amnesia introduced you to me, she said you have good willpower, but if she brought you along, you'd die from being too weak." At this point, the corner of his mouth slowly curled into a very punchable smirk as he continued. "So I was given full authority to whip you into shape." Without pausing, Boo Men delivered the good news disciplinary training my way. As soon as he finished, Nero couldn't help but retort, "Who said we wanted to be trained by you? We're not going to be bossed around by some weirdo we don't even know." Boo Boo Man wasn't surprised by their attitude at all and played his trump card. He said, "Well then, maybe this will convince you." He pointed a thumb at himself and boasted, "I was the one who trained Amnesia when she was just a naive rookie." Naughty asked with a very surprised look, "You trained Amnesia?" However, Boo Boo Man had no intention of answering his question. He said, "Now that that's clear, let's start the first lesson." Before Naughty's group could even process what was happening, he swung out his fishing hook and said, "All of you attack me." Scene change. Anessa was currently bathing in the sunlight streaming through the window. She thought to herself, the most important thing for an adventurer is their mindset. Anessa took a bite of a donut and shifted her train of thought. However, she secretly felt that without the strength to back it up, determination was as fragile as cotton. Anessa thought to herself, "So, I hope this adventure will become the strength that you and your comrades truly need." Scene change to the ant nest dungeon. In the gloomy darkness, a dazzling blue light suddenly flared up, and the source of this light was Boo Boo Men's old, ordinary-looking fishing hook. Every time his hook swept past, no one in Naughty's group was lucky enough to escape. As Van hastily dodged the attack, he hissed, "Damn it, what's with that fishing rod? I can't keep up at all." Unlike Van, Nero seemed much more excited. She said, "Don't worry if I use my mimicry and shockwave skills, I don't need to aim. I just need to blow everything up." However, their instructor Boo Boo Men was not satisfied with their performance. He criticized too slow. In the blink of an eye, Boo Boo Men had appeared next to Nero. He remarked, "Your use of ether is too straightforward." So as he swung the rod to attack her, he said, "Your movements are completely predictable." As soon as he finished speaking, Boo Boo Men immediately turned his head, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Almost instantly, the fishing line whipped against Nero's leg. Boo Boo Men shouted "Stinger Strike." Across from him, Nero staggered, nearly falling after being hit. Boo Boo Men turned and asked her, "And you just unlocked that ultimate skill recently, didn't you?" Nero thought to herself, "How does he know?" As if reading her mind, Boo Boo Men replied enthusiastically, "The way you waste ether, like crazy, gave it away." On the other side, Van gritted his teeth and said, "This bastard, he's forcing me to use it." He stretched out his right arm, his thumb suddenly flying off his hand as he shouted, "I have no choice but to summon my ultimate golem." The thumb was seen changing its shape in an instant. It seemed to be transforming into something. In a flash, a giant animal foot stomped on the ground. It was a large creature, its body covered in rough, cracked patterns, with striking three-pupiled eyes. This was Van's ultimate skill, a patchwork summon from his thumb, the ferocious Golem Soul Brand Yellowstone Golem. Boo Boo Men exclaimed, "A boss-level summon. That's impressive, but it looks a bit dangerous." Hearing this, Van felt incredibly confident. He said, "What's wrong?" Feeling that crushing pressure crush him. But before he could finish his sentence, he took a heavy blow right to the head. Boo Boo Men's scolding voice rang out as if to burst his eardrums, "You blockhead!" He covered his mouth with a wicked smile. "You know what? When you summon a creature, your body becomes terrifyingly slow. And right now, only one thought remained in Van's head. My head feels weird. I think I've turned into an idiot." After dealing with one person, Boo Boo Man's gaze immediately shifted to the next target. He turned his head and said, "And next up is..." He swung his fishing rod towards the target and said, "Try dodging this." This was Boo Boo Men's familiar attack, Purple Swallow sword style. Before Petra could even get her bearings, another attack, a fishing net surrounded her from all directions. Petra stood there dumbfounded, unable to stop herself from muttering, "This technique." At that moment, the fishing lines intertwined tightly and began to shrink, just like a fishing net being drawn in. As expected, Petra only had time to let out a cry before she was completely captured. Boo Boo Men looked at the cocoon in midair and taunted, "You're just a gold rank in name only, aren't you? What good is a scout who can't react to something like this?" Naughty, who had been watching silently, was lost in thought. It seems he wasn't lying about having trained Amnesia. I can't underestimate that fishing rod. No, it might be even trickier to handle than a normal weapon. Without hesitation, he immediately raised his twin swords, ready to fight. He thought to himself, the range and angle of the attacks are too wide, and while unpredictable, they're still precisely aimed. Just as Naughty predicted, Poo Poo Men turned his attack towards him. Watching the hook hurtle towards him, he couldn't help but think, "Here it comes." In that moment, only a single thought remained in Naughty's mind. Don't hesitate. His eyes focused on the hook rushing at him, thinking that if he could predict its trajectory, it would be easier to defend. Just as the hook was about to hit him, Nadi managed to block it with his two swords. Right before the hook made contact with his sword, he thought tensely, almost there. The hook struck the blade with immense force, instantly sending Nadi flying. Pupumin, however, stood casually in his spot, completely unharmed. Only then did he speak his first words of praise for the day. "Not bad, you reacted just as she said. A truly talented adventurer would have been able to completely block that attack, but you've reached your physical limit." Pupumin looked at the long drag marks on the ground and said, without the support of ether, "You're no different than a trained ordinary person." In the end, his praise still turned into his usual sarcastic remarks, just like the porter's mark hanging around your neck. Even so, Pupumin was a responsible instructor. He said, "Now, get up. Alonso told me you have a special power." He smiled and pointed to himself, continuing, "I heard you even cut down a lich. Show me that swordsmanship." Hearing this, Nadi immediately warned him, but it could be dangerous. Pupumin couldn't help but burst out laughing. He laughed until tears streamed down his face, but didn't forget to mock him. "Wait, don't tell me you're actually worried about hurting me with your swordsmanship. That's hilarious." Nadi thought helplessly, the way this guy talks really gets on my nerves. After he had his fill of laughter, Pupumin signaled to him, "I'll block every one of your attacks, so just come at me." Seeing Pupumin's determination, Nadi didn't try to stop him anymore, replying, "All right then." He slowly drew his sword from his equipment bag, adding a reminder, "But don't blame me if you get hurt." Pupumin watched his actions with curiosity. He rubbed his chin and said a sword drawing technique. I admit your stance is pretty good." But Pupumin's praise ended there. In the very next sentence, he said, "But honestly, it's clear Amnesia was just exaggerating. She tends to overpraise adventurers with a good attitude." The guy even let out a long yawn and asked Nadi in a challenging tone, "So how much longer are you going to keep me waiting? In a real fight, that technique is useless, you know." However, on the other side, Nadi paid no mind to his taunts and simply focused on gathering his power. The power swirling around the sword grew stronger and stronger until it reached its peak. Nadi, who had been sensing the flow of power with his eyes closed, suddenly snapped them open. He thought to himself, "It's ready." Unlike before this time, as Nadi continued to draw his sword, the power emanating from it was so immense it gave you goosebumps. Before striking, he sincerely gave his ill-mannered instructor one last warning: "If you really get hurt, don't come crying to me. Be careful." Pupumin started to get annoyed by his seemingly arrogant words. He turned his head and snapped, "Don't be so dramatic. Your swordsmanship." Pupumin was only halfway through his sentence when the sight before him left him speechless. Faced with this breathtakingly powerful attack, his face went blank, and he even forgot to defend himself. The only thought in Pupumin's mind now was a single exclamation: "Oh crap!" In the end, our esteemed instructor was knocked out by his student in a single move, and is now lying flat on the ground. In that moment, Pupumin suddenly remembered himself from a few minutes ago. Everyone has a great plan, the wise master respected by all. Or at least, that's what he used to be. But good times don't last, and nothing goes smoothly forever. It wasn't until he got punched in the face that Pupumin truly understood what it meant not to judge a book by its cover. By now, his brain cells had started working again, but he still couldn't open his eyes. After a while, Pupumin slowly opened them. Though he couldn't clearly see what was in front of him, he yelled out as a conditioned reflex, "Don't hit me anymore!" When he could finally see who was standing before him, Pupumin was immediately stunned. Ivan showed his extreme dissatisfaction with the new instructor. "Can he really teach us anything?" Nero, just as displeased, immediately chimed in. "He went down after just one hit from the captain. I'm starting to doubt his skills." Being talked to like that for the first time, Pupumin was foaming at the mouth with rage. He snapped, "Shut up, you brats! It only happened because I let my guard down." Furious from the embarrassment, he immediately pointed at Nadi and demanded, "You, especially you. Who were you trying to kill?" The more he spoke, the more justified he felt, so he continued his rant, unleashing something like that could kill someone. "You're lucky it was me who survived." Nadi retorted, "Well, I did warn you it was very dangerous." Pupumin shoved his head close to Nadi's and yelled, "Even if I told you to use all your strength, who unleashes an aura like that?" Nadi was about to argue back, but paused, asking in confusion, "An aura?" His question made Pupumin pout and think to himself, so this foxy-eyed kid, he doesn't even know he just used an aura. That energy surrounding his sword just now was definitely an aura. No, to be more precise, it was a replica of an aura. He looked at Nadi and thought of another frightening possibility. If he masters a real aura and combines it with that swordsmanship, Poopuman quietly exclaimed in his mind, "I would have been dead for real. That is the power from a lost era." Just as he was thinking this, another thought popped into his head. But even with an incomplete sword style for a mere porter to show this level of skill, Bubu-men's lips curled into an unreadable smile. He found this quite interesting. No wonder someone as picky as Angela sent him his way. However, he had more important things to do right now. Bubu-men said seriously, "I now have a clear grasp of your skills." He gave an unfriendly smile before continuing. "It's time to start the second round of training, and this time it's for real. Do you know how I became Alvesa's master?" Nadi replied nonchalantly. "How would I know? Because you're stronger than her," Bubu-men replied. "That's part of it, but the real reason is..." The reason Bubu-men became Alvesa's master wasn't just his strength, but also his profound understanding of ether. He had spent his entire life researching the principles and theories of ether, and as a result, his knowledge had reached a scholarly level. This allowed him to quickly diagnose the problems of each team member. The porter has a powerful finishing move. Nero lacks ether. The scout lacks combat experience. The summoner lacks control, and based on that, he could provide a corrective solution for each of them. Bubu-men pointed at Nero and said, "Let's start with this kitten." He said with a displeased look, "It's clear you have zero knowledge about ether. Innate ether significantly enhances physical abilities right after awakening. Strength for warriors, intelligence for mages, and for a martial artist like you, it should be significant physical power." Bubu-men continued his analysis, "But that's just the basic effect. If you can't control the ether in your body at will, you're just a cheap adventurer with a flashy glow." Even while being serious, Bubu-men couldn't resist his snarky nature. "Your shockwave is just a reckless discharge of ether. No wonder you're depleted after just 2 shots. Nero, with tears in her eyes, shouted, "Stop poking at my sore spot." Bubu-men ignored Nero's feelings and continued to explain, "What you need is ki, and lucky for you, this place is the ant vortex." He saw the surprise in Nero's eyes and continued, "A hellish, narrow labyrinth full of ants is the perfect training ground for you." Bubu-men began to lay out his training plan. "I call it escaping the endless ant siege. I'll lock you in a confined space, and there's only one way out. You'll have to crawl through a small passage up ahead, but it will be completely blocked by ants. Meaning to escape, you'll have to eliminate them one by one." And of course, this Bubu-men guy didn't forget to mock her that if she kept consuming ether like she does now, she'd never get out in her lifetime. In his imagination, Nero and the ants would stare each other down, both brimming with fighting spirit, ready to receive the enemy's attack. Next, Bubu-men shifted his analysis to the next person. He said, "Next is you half-baked summoner. Surprisingly, your ether and techniques coordinate quite well." Van replied without a hint of modesty, "Of course I'm a genius adventurer after all." At this display of confidence, Bubu-men just smirked and replied to him, "No, it's because your ether is a specialized type passed down through your family, so of course it's effective, right? But with that attitude, you'll never surpass your older brother." Struck where it hurt, Van immediately panicked and yelled, "How did you know?" That Bubu-men remained unfazed and replied, "I told you I know a lot of things." Getting back to the main point, he opened his mouth to begin the analysis. "You're too clumsy in controlling your summons, the most important thing for a summoner. Your summons move sluggishly, and you just stand there like you're carsick with no defenses up." After finishing his analysis, he concluded with one sentence, "What you need is body. So from now on, I will seal all your senses and motor functions. Your summon will do everything for you. As for you, I'm throwing you straight into the area with the highest ant density in the vortex. And in the vortex, the place with the most ants also has the most ferocious ones." For this, Bubu-men was kind enough to offer Van a little encouragement. "Good luck getting out of there alive." Then Bubu-men continued the roll call with Pecha. "And now it's your turn, you timid scout." Bubu-men rubbed his chin and fell into thought. It's strange, based on her ether level, she's almost an elite adventurer, but her practical skills are terrible. The core problem is a lack of combat experience, which means she's missing the most important thing for a scout, which is intuition. After careful consideration, Bubu-men finally spoke his assessment. "Tell me, do you know why our raid party got trapped in the ant vortex?" And then, before Pecha's wide, astonished eyes, he pointed directly at her and said, "It was because of you, because you failed to detect it." Bubu-men also gifted Pecha a long string of golden words. Something this obvious, even a bronze-rank scout would have noticed. "You know, you don't deserve to be called a scout at all. If you keep this up, you'd be better off going back to being an inspector." Finally, he began to present the training plan for Pecha. What you need is mind. Deep within the ant vortex, there is a pitch-black cave. You won't see anything. You won't even hear a sound in there. The only thing to guide you will be your intuition. Later, when Pecha was in the cave, she couldn't help but silently note that she really couldn't see a thing. With her every step came Boo Boo Men's words like a command. Your mission is to reach the center and find what I've hidden. Oh, by the way, there will be a few stray ants wandering around aimlessly in there. As a final send-off, he decided to give this girl one last reminder. They're very sensitive, so if you provoke them, be prepared to pay the price. Because when provoked, the stray ant would immediately dart out to attack Pecha, but lacking experience, she would just stand there frozen. By the time Pecha finally spotted the enemy, the distance between them was already gone. Could those beautiful eyes see through the situation so her brain could make a decision? This was the test for her. Back in the present, after Boo Boo Men had assigned tasks to the 3 team members, only one person remained. He called out, and finally, you Porter Kid. Unlike the other 3 who were tasked with fighting ants, Noddy faced a dense, rain-like barrage of attacks from Boo Boo Men. With his prior experience, he was now able to successfully evade all of his opponent's attacks. Poo Poo Men grinned with excitement. As he whipped his fishing rod relentlessly at Naji, he said, "You're fighting me." Naji moved like a weaving shuttle, gracefully avoiding the range of the fishing line. No matter how dense Poo Poo Men's attacks were, he didn't flinch. Facing his cold eyes, which looked at him as if he were already dead, Poo Poo Men suddenly spoke up to point out the first problem. Somehow, he was already standing behind Naji, raising his rod for a surprise attack. Meanwhile, he continued, your fighting style relies too much on analysis. Don't get so caught up in your opponent's habits and patterns. The moment he finished speaking, he swung his fishing rod and sent Naji flying. Meeting Naji's murderous glare, Poo Poo Men said cheerfully, while that's not always a bad thing inside a dungeon. He kept up his assault while continuing to speak. You will always have to fight against the unknown. There will always be countless variables you can't calculate. As he spoke, the fishing rod in his hand never stopped swinging toward Naji. After Naji successfully blocked the blow and landed, Poo Poo Men continued, sure you can rely on that method to compensate for your lack of talent and physical limitations. He lunged towards him, still talking nonstop, but ironically that very mindset is what creates your limits. As the hook struck the divine sword once more, he said, it all probably stems from a deep-seated inferiority complex, the thing that's stopping you from becoming a true adventurer, isn't it? Naji, panting, retorted, you just said yourself that if I had a swordsman talent, I could have easily blocked that attack. The young man's fox-like eyes stared at his instructor as he said, and since you love talking about talents and ether so much, I bet you understand what it means to not have a talent, right? Poo Poo Men smirked in response. Is that so? I used to think that way too, but after studying ether, I learned something. The smile vanished from his lips, replaced by a rare seriousness. Poo Poo Men said, you see, everyone in this world can awaken ether, and ether exists in 3 forms. Talent, equipment, and formless. After that brief introduction, he began to explain in detail. The first type, talent ether, accounts for about 90%. This is the most common form, and to put it simply, it manifests as a profession. The association believes this type of talent stems from an imprint left by one's ancestors, and I believe in that theory too. Once they're granted a profession, their growth rate is staggering. According to records, the first adventurer to awaken a talent ether had never even held a sword, yet right after awakening he defeated an entire company of knights. They say that event led to the fall of the Kingdom of Knights and crushed their ambitions, believe it or not. After finishing his lesson, Poo Poo Men joked cheerfully, I got a little too excited meeting someone new and told you everything. Naji said, I've heard all that before. Basically, most people don't have a talent right. Poo Poo Men's eyes twinkled as he replied, now, we get to the important part. He said, I told you that story for a reason. You fall into this exact category. And so, Poo Poo Men began a new lecture. Equipment ether is when ether doesn't reside in the body, but manifests through a special tool or item. Statistically, most awakened items are junk, so they're called duds. And even with good equipment, you're not recognized as a true adventurer. Why is that? This time, before he could answer his own question, Naji spoke up, because adventurers already have powerful equipment in the form of artifacts. So even if you awaken a great piece of equipment, your physical abilities aren't enough to handle it. Hearing this, Poo Poo Men laughed and said, exactly. Then he continued, most people think that way, and to be honest, they're not wrong. But there's one important thing that people don't know. It's the biggest difference between artifacts and equipment ether. While both contain special powers, unlike artifacts, which have a fixed strength. At this point, Poo Poo Men slowed down, emphasizing every word equipment ether continuously grows with its user. He glanced at the equipment bag on Naji's back and continued his lecture. Equipment ether is ether that has materialized into a physical form. In other words, it's like a tangible mass of ether. Our instructor loves to give his students little surprises. Poo Poo Men suddenly laughed and said, I don't think I've mentioned this. By the way. He swung the fishing rod in his hand and continued, I use equipment ether too. Poo Poo Men's equipment ether is called Trickery, the rod that can fish for anything. Naji asked in surprise, You're an equipment ether user too. His eyes widened as if he couldn't believe what he'd just heard, and you're this strong without any talent. In response to Naji's doubt, Poo Poo Men gave a confident smile and said, You've only just scratched the surface. This dedicated teacher continued lecturing his student. Equipment ether is one's own understanding of ether, and when you surpass the state of unity to become one with it. You can do this. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his rod to demonstrate for Naji. The moment the hook touched the ground, it miraculously phased right through until its master pulled it back up, which was also when its skill activated. This is a skill called the forbidden fishing technique. Poo Poo Men held his prize high and said cheerfully, Oh, look, a fresh dragonfish. It seems this dungeon is a pretty good fishing spot, huh? To give a brief introduction, the thing Poo Poo Men is holding is a pink dragonfish. The fishing spot is an ant nest, and this is a fish made of pure ether. When Poo Poo Men eats it, he can temporarily use the brawler talent. He said, Now then, while at the same time this guy opened his mouth wide preparing to eat the dragonfish raw. Who would have thought this guy wouldn't just eat it raw but swallow it whole? He even had the nerve to add want a bite. Across from Poo Poo Men, Naji had been standing there stunned for who knows how long. Naji was in a state of extreme panic, and at the same time his understanding of the world was collapsing. All because of the sudden appearance of the pink monster before him. But fortunately, the monster's face still retained its very recognizable yellow complexion. The monster, no, I should call him Poo Poo Men, suddenly let out a long laugh. After laughing his heart out, he looked at Najib and said, Now shall we move on to the next lesson. Poo Poo Men's current appearance was quite an eyesore. He was only wearing a pair of boxers, so when he called out Sweetie, it was enough to give you goosebumps. An adventurous urban legend tells that in the world of adventurers, there's a rumor about a veteran pink adventurer who helps out newbies. One witness politely introduced himself before getting to the main point. Hello, I'm a new adventurer, and this was my first time in a dungeon. Not long ago, my team was nearly wiped out during a goblin hunt we almost failed. But just then, a veteran adventurer suddenly appeared, and in the blink of an eye, he wiped out all the monsters and saved us. I never got the chance to say thank you, so thank you, whoever you are. Although his pink skin was a little scary. So scary, but in reality, he was just marveling to himself, look a newbie. Cutting to another place in the dungeon, an ant with glowing blue eyes was charging to attack its enemy. However, the thing confronting this giant monster was just a girl's small, pretty fist. What no one expected was that this fist could send a giant beast flying. She couldn't even look cool for 3 seconds before Nero screamed out in pain. She couldn't help but curse out loud. This is just hopeless. As Nero sent the ants flying with her punches, she complained to herself that their shells were too hard, her fists couldn't break them, so she'd have to use a special move to get through. But then she immediately dismissed that idea. Nero said, but if I use it just twice, my ether will be depleted, and then I'll have to go back to the starting point to recover. But before I can even recover, a new swarm of ants will pour in, and it'll just be a vicious cycle. A determined glint flashed in Nero's eyes. She looked into the pitch-black eyes of the ants and shouted as if to motivate herself, At this rate, I won't get out of here in a million years. I have to come up with a plan, and fast. Cutting to another corner of the dungeon, Van was currently being carried on his summoned beast's back, while his own 5 senses had been sealed for some time. Facing the horde of ants, We can only have my summoned beast run away. Van screamed helplessly in his mind, Someone help me. Through the eyes of his summoned beast, as soon as he saw the scene behind him, he thought in frustration, Damn it, we're at a fork and one path is blocked. Van screamed in his head, turn right, but his summoned beast seemed to be brainless. It innocently pointed to its own face, as if to say, I should turn right. After signaling its master, this creature immediately turned left. Van was so angry he felt like he was having a heart attack, but since his mouth was sealed, he could only scream in his mind, "I said my right, you idiot!" And the consequence of the master and summoned beast not coordinating was that he was surrounded by the ant swarm. At this point, Van could only think helplessly, "Damn it, we're surrounded because of you now." What? He watched as the ants got closer and closer. He could only scream silently in despair. Amidst his silent screams, the ants' attack created a loud boom, kicking up a cloud of dust that obscured everything from view. Cutscene Pecha was so exhausted she could barely catch her breath. She hid behind a rock to avoid the stray ants wandering around. Pecha couldn't help but whisper, "Have they passed yet?" She stealthily watched the large-bodied ants nearby and thought to herself, "These ants are too good at hiding their tracks, and they're super sensitive. Perhaps they've adapted from living in the dark for so long." Being cornered like this made Pecha's thoughts a jumbled mess. What should I do? How do I get through this chaos? Wrong, this dungeon is too special. I've never learned how to handle a trap situation. Pecha held her head, thinking helplessly. There's no strategy guide for this. If it were Najib, how would he handle this situation? As she thought that, her thoughts went further. How do I overcome this? If it were Najib, at least he wouldn't give up. Pecha instinctively reached for her bag, thinking, and he would pull something out of his bag to get through. Let's see what I have, here it is. With that thought, Pecha also pulled a long wire from her bag. Seeing it, she silently spoke its name, Seeker Wire. Pecha thought that although this piece of equipment was nothing special for a scout, it was a highly suitable weapon. This is the first time I've used it since the training camp. Of course, this is equipment that only rookie scouts use. I have to admit, it's the most suitable equipment for my current level. It was only then that Pecha suddenly realized her own fatal weakness. She thought to herself, up until now, I've only relied on my sight and hearing. However, they say a true scout can detect things without seeing or hearing. That's a scout's intuition. Thinking that, Pecha immediately closed her eyes and thought, using my sight in a place like this will only flood my mind with useless information. She began to control the seeker wire with her ether, moving it forward while telling herself, focus all my senses and ether into the tip of the wire. As soon as she thought this, Pecha immediately put it into practice. After the first step was ready, Pecha began to think about the next step, spreading her ether outwards from it. The arrowhead at the tip of the wire immediately emitted a force like a radar wave spreading throughout the dungeon. After sensing the position of the first ant, Pecha told herself, I'll map this place out. Soon after, she continued to sense the position of the second ant. Pecha took her first step, thinking to herself, although the reconnaissance range isn't wide enough. Even with her eyes closed, Peter's steps were incredibly steady. She thought to herself, right now, I need precision more than speed. Just like that, she smoothly made her way through the swarm of stray ants without being detected. Even so, Peter kept telling herself that no matter how slowly she had to feel her way, she would keep moving forward. The scene shifts to Najib, who is much more bruised up than his 3 team members. He lay sprawled on the ground, unable to stop himself from letting out a small groan, feeling as if all the strength had been drained from his body. He suddenly let out a few laughs and continued, and they called this a lesson. It felt more like a one-sided beatdown than a lesson. Time rewinds to not long before Poo Poo Men spoke up. Even though we call it a lesson, you should still be careful. I already told you I'm not very good at controlling my strength in this state. Just as Najib struggled to get up, his fist was about to come crashing down. That guy even said something so irresponsible, I might actually kill you. Najib didn't hesitate for a second, immediately raising his sword to block the blow. And on the other side, Poo Poo Men's fist came crashing down at the same moment. His fist slammed hard against the blade, and the force was so great that Najib's sword instantly snapped in two. Even Najib himself was sent flying several meters away. Yet Poo Poo Men had no intention of letting him breathe and immediately pursued him. He ran up behind Najib and let out a loud shout to get his attention. Poo Poo Men leaned close to Najib's ear and whispered, "You left an opening." But that wasn't all. This creep then stuck out his tongue and licked Najib's face. Perhaps Poo Poo Men was afraid he wouldn't get the full taste, so he intentionally paused for a moment. Only when he felt satisfied did this creep finally pull his tongue back. Najib was stunned for a few seconds. Then his eyes widened as he stared at him, his gaze filled with killing intent. Probably feeling it wasn't exciting enough, Poo Poo Men intentionally stuck out the tip of his tongue and said the taste of a rookie. Any man would have to be crazy not to snap after being provoked like that. Najib gritted his teeth and growled, "You bastard, I'm going to kill you." He took a small step back, reached out with his right hand, and pulled a sword from his equipment bag. The moment his sword came down, Poo Men twisted his body and dodged it with incredible ease. He didn't forget to add too slow. Seeing this, Najib immediately switched tactics, telling Gluttony that a direct attack was useless. Gluttony, cover me. With the new weapon in hand, Najib immediately threw it at Poo Men like a bomb. But that creep didn't even try to dodge, instead opening his mouth to bite the small mushroom, looking as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He swallowed the mushroom without a second thought, even as it was swelling up about to explode. Unsurprisingly, the mushroom exploded in his stomach, but Poo Men just gritted his teeth and cheered delicious. This reaction made Najib and Gluttony unable to help but shout in unison, "What kind of stomach is that?" Poo Men gave a twisted smile and asked him, "You're starting to wonder, aren't you? How can there be such a huge gap between two people both using E-gear?" However, Najib's next response was outside of Poo Men's expectations. He shouted, "Then teach me." Poo Men didn't hold back and immediately said the method is. He paused for a moment before saying something puzzling. There is none. Perhaps he was afraid of leaving a bad impression on him. So Poo Men immediately stopped to explain thoroughly that it's difficult for E-gear users to become adventurers because the methods to reach that level are too complex. And since each type of gear is different, there's no single answer. So honestly, I have no method to teach you. He looked at him and gave his final answer. The only thing I can do is shatter your mindset. He continued, "You know exactly what I mean, even if you pretend not to. Didn't you decide for yourself that you couldn't become an adventurer just because you lacked a special talent? I used to think that way too." Poo Men licked his lips and said, "So today the only thing I can do for you is shatter the limits of your mindset." As he spoke, he placed both hands on the ground, his posture now looking just like a muscular pink frog. Poo Men suddenly burst out laughing and shouted, "Use your body to feel the difference in our strength." And what happened next wasn't hard to guess at all. After getting thoroughly beaten, Najib was lying sprawled on the ground. He put his arm over his forehead and thought after that it was basically just a beatdown disguised as a lesson. And yet, somehow, he suddenly smirked and thought to himself that he was starting to laugh. Now only Najib was left lying there in the dungeon. He stared blankly at the dungeon ceiling and thought he's right. Najib closed his eyes and told himself that he had been constantly denying the fact that he was the one who decided he couldn't become an adventurer. In reality, I have no choice but to admit it. His thoughts started to jumble as he remembered his past. I've seen others who had the same starting point as me. They surpassed me time and time again, and no matter how fast I ran, I could never catch up. Even worse, I could do nothing but watch as they got further and further away. That's why I could never truly celebrate their growth. That inferiority complex I tried so hard to bury." I chuckled. He really hit the nail on the head. So meeting Poo Men was both a stroke of luck and a turning point, however. Just as he thought that a familiar voice suddenly rang out, cutting off his train of thought. "Hey kid, how long are you going to lie there?" Najib was silent for a moment before thinking to himself, in terms of personality, he's a real nightmare. At that moment, Poo Men had returned to his normal form, shouting with his hands on his hips, "The only time you get to rest is when you're dead." Najib, half kneeling on the ground, sighed and said, "It hasn't even been 5 minutes, Poo Men." Hearing this, Poo Men immediately yelled, "Shut up! Someone as weak as you needs to train twice as hard, so stop complaining." And so, under Poo Men's training, Najib began his hellish training regimen. First up was sparring. After he had trained for a decent amount of time, he threw himself into real combat against the ant swarm. The rookie strike team slowly began to overcome their individual weaknesses. The problem was, they were running out of time. The scene changes to the White Order. Sunlight streamed through the long arched roof of the cathedral, bathing the place in a divine light. A nun entered the cathedral, and upon seeing the person kneeling in front, she said happily, "So this is where you were. I've been looking all over for you. When we didn't see you at the service, everyone was very worried, Your Holiness." The high priestess heard this and exclaimed, "Oh dear, it seems I've caused some trouble. Since that child went to volunteer, I stayed behind to take care of these little ones in her place." The young nun replied, "I also heard that Johanna volunteered to go to the ant nest dungeon. Most people stay away from that place. That girl is really something else." The high priestess didn't see it that way. She said it's quite admirable. She voluntarily took on a task that everyone else avoids. Won't she become a shining example for all the apprentice priests? The high priestess looked down at the small bird perched on her hand and continued, "And these little ones too. Even though she's busy with her duties at the convent, she still takes in sick children, treating and caring for them." At this point, the high priestess couldn't help but exclaim with admiration, "Not only does she have the abilities of a priest, but her heart is also so pure. I hope Johanna will become the next saintess." Johanna, who had hidden her identity as a priest in the White Order, finally began to execute her plan inside the ant nest. At some point, a severed human arm appeared on the dungeon floor, and the perpetrator was none other than the woman who seemed so saintly in the eyes of others, Johanna. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Najib's face as he thought, "That woman's name is Johanna, right? Is she the one who did this to these bastards? It must be. I can feel a similar aura." But even so, something else was more important now. He called out to Pupumin, "Pupumin, are you okay? Let me find something in my bag to treat your wound." Pupumin replied to Najib, "I'm fine." More importantly, he looked towards Johanna and said with conviction, "She's insanely strong." Pupumin raised his fishing rod and said cautiously, "Even with my guard up, she still lopped off my arm before I could even react." Using the secret technique, Jiang Zia Pupumin's hook snagged the severed arm, and then with the sticky fishing line skill, the arm that seemed beyond saving was reattached. Pupumin flexed his newly reattached right arm and said, "But as long as it's stuck back on, it's fine." He couldn't help but think to himself, "To be honest, even with this makeshift first aid, my right arm can't operate at 100% capacity in this state." He looked at the extremely dangerous woman before him and fell into deep thought. Can I really handle her? After watching Pupumin reattach his limb, Johanna finally spoke up with a sigh. "Oh my, a non-priest pretending to be a priest. What a ridiculous way of healing." She smirked and said, "Let me heal you properly." As she spoke, she raised her hand, and green ether immediately formed 3 beams of light in the air. This was Johanna's special priest skill called Great Restoration Blessing. As the 3 beams of light shot towards Pupumin, his eyes widened as he said, "That ether's blessing is clearly for healing. Don't tell me it's the kind that hurts you while it helps." Who would have thought that the ether, which seemed to only be for healing, would suddenly change from green to blood red? Someone as sensitive to ether as Pupumin immediately noticed something was wrong. He wondered in confusion, "What the?" In almost an instant, the 3 healing beams exploded. In that hair-raising moment, Pupumin managed to twist away and dodge. In the end, Johanna's attack only hit the spot where he had just been standing. Pupumin successfully escaped, but didn't stop analyzing in his mind. It was definitely a restorative ether at first, but its nature changed right before impact. Just as he thought that he couldn't help but blurt out, "You've got to be kidding me. Who could possibly withstand this kind of healing?" Johanna had no intention of answering his question, and instead asked Pupumin back, "I'm the one who should be asking questions, don't you think? That last attack wasn't something a white rank could dodge. Then again, there's no such thing as a white rank swordsman, is there?" Pupumin wasn't one to lose a battle of words. He immediately shot back, "That's not something I want to hear from someone wearing a bronze rank priest emblem." Johanna seemed unbothered and replied, "True. After all, finding out that information is meaningless anyway. I don't have the time or kindness to waste on a dead man walking." Pupumin looked at the woman before him and fell into thought. Everyone knows priests aren't suited for combat. He narrowed his eyes and thought, "But she's not someone I can deal with based on those old stereotypes. She's used to fighting. No, she's used to killing. That's the kind of aura she gives off." He tightened his grip on the fishing rod and made a silent decision. In any case, if I want to understand what's happening in this dungeon, I have no choice but to face her. With that thought, Pupumin immediately swung his fishing rod, the hook drawing a straight line on the ground. Without looking back, he warned Najib, "Hey, Squinty Fox, no matter what happens next, don't cross this line." The moment Najib heard that, he said worriedly, "But your arm." Pupumin smiled back at him and said, "Look who's talking." The faint smile on his lips gradually bloomed into a bright, confident one. Pupumin continued, "Well, what a coincidence. This is a rare opportunity, so sit back and watch closely. See how those at the very top fight. This will be your 3rd lesson." After instructing his student, he took a step forward, remarking to himself, "It's been a while since I've had a bite this big. I guess I'll have to reel it in with all my might." The moment Pupumin finished speaking, he cast his fishing rod, preparing to use an old trick. Unsurprisingly, this old trick was his secret fishing art. What Pupumin caught this time was a blue marlin from the ant nest fishing spot. It was a fish made of ether, and when Pupumin ate it, he could temporarily use the abilities of a lancer. Munching on the raw fish, Poo Men said, "A marlin, huh? It's a bit of a waste since one of my arms isn't whole, but it's not bad." Hearing this, Johanna covered her mouth with a charming smile and said, "Are you looking down on me eating in front of your enemy?" But her smug look didn't last for even 3 seconds before her pupils constricted, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Huh, what is this urethra?" Johanna paused for a moment looking at the explosion before her and asking in confusion, it just suddenly burst. After the smoke and dust cleared, the person who appeared before her was no longer the sallow Poo Men, but a handsome man with silver hair. At that moment, Poo Men had completed his class change. He was now in his Lancer form. Johanna immediately burst out laughing and said with great amusement, "You're quite handsome. Why didn't you take that ridiculous mask off from the start? I might have gone easy on you." Poo Men replied with a bored expression, "What are you talking about? Everyone knows this is the mask. My previous face was the real one. Calling it ridiculous is rather tasteless." He twirled the long spear in his hand and said, "Now then, I hope you're ready." As he spoke, Poo Men lowered his center of gravity close to the ground. This stance allowed him to both attack and defend. He said aloud, "I won't let an adventurer interfering with the dungeon cleanup retreat so easily." Hearing that, she replied, "Oh, I'm so scared. Just kidding, of course." As she spoke, the large axe in her hand shot forward. At the same time, Poo Men darted from his position, causing the axe to miss its mark. In the next second, the blood-red axe had already appeared right in front of Poo Men. The two fought back and forth fiercely, making it impossible to tell who had the upper hand. Seeing that this approach wasn't effective, Johanna immediately made the axe spin in midair. When the axe flew back to attack Poo Men, it had essentially become an axe boomerang. With his vast combat experience, Poo Men dodged each of the boomerang's attacks. The two entered a stalemate again, with neither able to gain an advantage. Poo Men couldn't help but say, with a hint of annoyance, "A weapon that moves on its own. What a pain." The moment he finished speaking, he seized an opportunity and kicked the blasted boomerang away. But on Johanna's side, she was now clasping her hands before her chest, her head slightly bowed as if performing some kind of prayer. A moment later, she opened her eyes. 3 ether orbs had appeared behind her. Johanna sneered, "Getting tired already? I haven't even used my priest abilities yet." After she spoke, she immediately used her priest ability, unleashing a blessing of holy light aimed straight at Poo Men. Poo Men had just dealt with the tricky axe, and before he could even catch his breath, he had to face this blessing. However, thanks to his prior experience, he handled it with ease this time. As Poo Men dodged the holy light, he thought, when fighting a high-level adventurer, the most important thing is to understand your opponent's abilities and skills. Based on her ether, she's clearly a priest class. After neatly dodging that so-called blessing, he looked at the boomerang preparing to strike him again and fell into thought. Then is that flying axe the power of a holy relic? Ether gradually gathered at the tip of his spear. Poo Men's thoughts were crystal clear. Whatever it is, I have to quickly use the Lancer skill Ascending Waterfall to stop the axe's attack. Poo Men continued to think, a flying axe, and attack magic disguised as recovery ether. The connection between the two is seamless. Although he was deep in thought, Poo Men's movements didn't slow in the slightest, his body weaving as nimbly as a shuttle. He easily dodged through each beam of holy light and the attacks from the red axe. Just then, the axe grazed past Poo Men's face. If he had been a fraction of a second off, he would have been done for. Even though she was his enemy, Poo Men couldn't help but praise her inwardly. She's skillfully controlling the space and tightening her grip. The battle once again fell into a stalemate. As Poo Men dodged Johanna's attacks, he thought to himself, "This is not going to be an easy fight." And when viewing the fight from a different angle, all that could be seen were intertwining streams of golden yellow and blue light, completely obscuring the figures of both fighters. This was precisely Najib's point of view at this very moment, and the scene before him was completely overwhelming. Najib mumbled his instructor's name, Poo Men. After an unknown period of silence, he spoke in a low voice. So this is how people at the peak fight model. Najib's hand clenched the mushroom bomb, his mind filled with a painful sense of inadequacy, and I was planning to jump in if I saw an opening. As he thought this, Najib's tight grip slowly loosened, and the small mushroom slipped from his hand. This act of letting the mushroom go was like a silent declaration that he was giving up his ridiculously blind confidence to face reality. The slender figure of Poo Men seemed to materialize before his eyes, his words echoing in his ears. From now on, keep both your eyes wide open and observe. He could almost see his coach's vibrant, lively eyes looking at him. If you lose focus for even a second, you'll miss it. Najib snapped back to reality and scoffed at his own arrogance. Back on the main battlefield, Poo Men and Johanna were still locked in a fierce struggle. Facing the descending axe, he decided not to use the same old move to block it this time. Poo Men swung the long spear in his hand, bringing with it a spray of water. The water spray suddenly transformed into a giant azure swordfish, which immediately blocked several strikes from the axe. It had to be said, this new technique of his was incredibly effective. The swordfish danced and weaved with every swing of Poo Men's spear, allowing him to increase his offensive efficiency without moving much. Right now, Poo Men's azure eyes burned with an intense fighting spirit. It wasn't just Poo Men. Johanna also grew incredibly excited by this new development. As he lunged towards Johanna Najib, the spectator had already stepped onto the battlefield at some point. He had arrogantly believed he could be of some help. But once he actually set foot in the arena, he couldn't even clearly see their attacks. Only a single thought remained in Najib's mind. Now they're on a completely different level. His earlier feelings of inadequacy began to overwhelm Najib, as he thought to himself, "There's nothing I can do to help. If I interfere recklessly, I'll just get in the way." As the thought crossed his mind, Najib's feet slowly began to back away. He didn't stop until he was behind the line, telling himself that he absolutely must not cross it again. Cutting back to the fight, Poo Men's aura was gathering like a surging ocean wave. It completely obscured Johanna's vision, and the cause of this surging aura was the long spear in Poo Men's hand. By spinning his spear at high speed, he could easily create such a large, chaotic, yet controlled wave of energy. While shielded by the aura, Poo Men began to refine his thoughts. She keeps pressing forward as if to say, "Don't get close." A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Poo Men continued to think, but wouldn't that just expose her weakness? If so, her strategy is far too obvious. At this point, whether his judgment was right or wrong, Poo Men had to give it a try. He used his special skill, Turtle Shield Stance, to block the axe's attack. Meanwhile, he himself dashed forward, simultaneously unleashing the skill All-Out Thrust. Johanna, his target, was just standing there, leisurely, even revealing her weak point right in front of her enemy. Suddenly, she turned her head to look back and said, "Figuring out that a priest is weak in close combat is commendable. Normally, that's not a bad assessment, but that's just a stereotype." As soon as those words left her mouth, she rode the tidal spear wave into the air. After dodging Poo Men's attack, she continued cheerfully, and that was a mistake. While still suspended in midair, Johanna clasped her hands in front of her chest again. This time, she used a priest's special skill on herself. It was Blessed Strength. In the next second, Johanna's leg immediately powered up and stomped down hard. Although caught by surprise, Poo Men was still able to dodge it easily. However, there was more to Johanna's kick. Knowing she missed, she immediately changed its direction. A roundhouse kick from Johanna was blocked by Poo Men's long spear. He said in a contemplative tone, a priest who can fight up close by strengthening herself. Just when it seemed like Johanna's kick had the upper hand, Poo Men suddenly said one thing, "Impressive." And then using the force of her kick, he deftly spun around to get behind Johanna. As she was retracting her leg, he rotated his spear, preparing a surprise counterattack. Poo Men swung the spear towards her while also finishing his sentence. Even if you enhance your physical strength, it's useless if your basic close combat techniques. Who would have thought before Poo Men's spearhead could even touch Johanna, his entire body was enveloped in a red light? Poo Men exclaimed in surprise. He said with a look of disbelief, "My body is paralyzed." And the one who was supposed to be the target of the sneak attack now wore a smirk and said, "Got you." She let out a loud shout, "Finish him, Shui Dizi!" The woman attacked with her axe while gathering beams of holy light, her intentions perfectly clear. Faced with this, Poo Men could only stare wide-eyed, completely powerless. As expected, he was hit by both attacks at once. Johanna burst out laughing gleefully and said, "I was actually trying to kill you just now? I have to admit, you're pretty impressive." Opposite her, Poo Men had one hand on the ground, the other gripping his long spear. He replied in an irritated tone, "Flatter me all you want, I'm still a wreck. Everything hurts." But I did learn something, Poo Men thought. He decided to voice his guess to buy some time. "I think I've finally figured out what your ultimate skill is." Right after Poo Poo Men began his long-winded explanation, your abilities defying gravity, turning healing into pain, and blessings into curses. After giving a series of examples, Poo Poo Men finally came to his conclusion. In other words, your ultimate skill is to reverse everything. However, as he spoke the final word, his voice held a trace of uncertainty, reversal. Even though he'd guessed her ultimate skill, Johanna just gave a mocking smile and said, "So you've realized it, but what can you do about it?" While Najib's group was clearing an A-rank Queen's Nest dungeon and training with Poo Poo Men team, Amnesia also set out to conquer a Queen's Nest. Compared to a regular ant nest, a Queen's Nest dungeon is on another level entirely. It was a difficult dungeon that required a head-on battle with the worker ants led by their queen. Therefore, the Ming Feng Guild had prepared thoroughly and mobilized its most elite forces. But for some reason, the raid on the dungeon ended anticlimactically. When they saw what happened, everyone just froze. Nice laughed scornfully. A queen's nest with no queen. How ridiculous. Stonewall also breathed a sigh of relief. I was worried for nothing. That ended quickly. Anessa looked at Nice with irritation. You think this is funny. You didn't do a thing again. He bit his nails, flustered. I told you it wasn't my fault I left Elizabeth Robert behind. I had a good reason. But she completely ignored him, her disdain obvious. Just drop it. Right after she turned to Peruro with her hands on her hips. What do you think, Peruro? Why did the boss disappear? The little girl's eyes lit up as she replied, something is clearly unusual here. Suddenly, the girl's eyes widened as if she realized something. A boss disappearing from an uncleared dungeon, and this unstable ether residue too. Thinking about the scene, the girl added, it feels so unnatural, as if the queen ant was kidnapped. The ether residue leads down into that deep pit. Amnesia asked, kidnapped, why would someone do that? The girl replied, it's just a guess. Peruro looked at the snakes coiled around some rocks and the overwhelming ether residue filling the cavern. Those snakes are clinging to that stone slab. It feels as if they were waiting for us. As she spoke, something glowing red suddenly launched itself towards them. To their great surprise, Peruro realized in shock, this is... Then suddenly the object exploded in midair. Seeing this, the little girl shouted, a message engraved with ether. A black snake shot out from the opening. It turned to attack Amnesia. A voice coming from it. I knew you would come here. Amnesia Ferris. It looked into her eyes and said, but I'm not sure if you're ripe enough to be eaten yet. She was slightly startled, softly uttering the name Johanna. The snake spoke again. So I'll start with an appetizer first. The snake's body was very long, coiling around each of the stone slabs. Everywhere it went, thick black smoke followed. Just sit there and watch the consequences of your poor judgment. Seeing this, Alves shouted, it's a trap, everyone get close. Alves then used his special mage abilities. The snake was burned by the flames, and it reared its head out of the fire, screaming in pain. Even the cliff walls couldn't withstand this magic power, exploding into pieces. Seeing this, San Meng cast an ice block to stop the rocks. Alves then asked, is everyone okay? San Meng replied, I'm fine, but it will take a while to escape. Amnesia's expression grew serious. This is bad, the dungeon is about to collapse. Not here, but where Najib is. Looking at the enormous nest up ahead, she said worriedly, the ant nest dungeon. Suddenly, Poo Poo Men rushed in out of nowhere. He slashed several times into the air. His eyes were sharp as he thought, what a tough opponent. The axe alone is on par with a decent adventurer, and with this weakening effect, I can't even get close. The slashes continued to fly out to Najib's bewilderment. He broke out in a sweat, his face darkening. Because of his earlier injuries, he was slowly losing ground. At this rate, even Poo Poo Men wouldn't be able to hold out any longer. He stood there watching helplessly, thinking, damn it, if only I had the power to cross that line. He saw Gerard, who was beside him, start to move again. He immediately turned to him. You're awake, Gerard. What the hell happened? Was it Johanna, that cleric? The man looked at him and stammered, big ants are coming, we're all going to die. He frowned in confusion and asked ants. Johanna laughed contemptuously. Where did all that confidence go? If you keep this up, you'll die, you know. Poopaman slipped past her. You're right. Running away won't solve anything. He threw his spear towards her if I can't avoid the curse in close combat. The spear flew from his hand, his eyes glaring at Johanna with hatred. Poopaman shouted, then what if I use this? Spearmaster's secret art, Azure Spear Strike. The spear flew towards a shocked Johanna. Her eyes widened, and suddenly it seemed something had blocked the spear. A blue light emanated from the shield. She smirked, I told you so. She sat leisurely on her axe, saying, "Even if you figured out my technique, it wouldn't change a thing, because I specialize in dealing with people like you." Then suddenly Pupumin caught the spear and said calmly, "No." He threw his spear, his gaze fixed on her. "It does change things now that the problem is identified. I just need to find a solution." Pupumin's sharp gaze fell on Johanna. "This is a good opportunity, so watch closely." Then he looked towards Nadi, thinking to himself, "The goal is to fight against the unknown. What's important is how an adventurer deals with a powerful enemy that is difficult to defeat." Without any hesitation, he said seriously, "That's when the real battle begins." He raised his knee. Pupumin used magic to summon a giant block of ice, rushing forward as he shouted. With a body as fast as lightning, he swung his sword high. Pupumin rushed at Johanna with immense power. She glanced at him with contempt, smirking as she said, "How disappointing, so predictable. You plan to rush in and take me down before the curse activates, right? But in that case, I just need to reverse the blessing from the start." Blessing of strength, curse of weakening. Pupumin's eyes were still filled with determination. He frowned. Her reversal technique, once activated by the curse, will completely invert the physical enhancement structure. He gripped his spear tightly. There was only one chance, and it was now, when the enhancement effect was being reversed into a weakening effect. The blue marlin has a special ability, the only ether fish I can see. My secret fishing technique is unpredictable, so I never know what I'll catch. But with the marlin harpoon, I can aim and catch the exact fish I want. Fishing harpoon. Pupumin speared a fish. It was a purple tang caught at the ant's nest. A fish created from ether. Eating it allows Pupumin to temporarily use sorcerer abilities. He put another fish in his mouth. "This is the one I need right now." Johanna was utterly astonished by this sight. Her jaw dropped. He mentally assessed the physical stats he gained from the blue marlin. The system reported strength points increased, accuracy points increased, agility points increased. Things that should have decreased after switching to sorcerer abilities. Pupumin's muscles immediately tensed up. He began to transform, but thanks to her reversal technique, my stats are being reversed again. He shouted, "No matter how strong your curse is, my growth rate is much higher." Pupumin rushed forward with a staff. In a new form, class change strength sorcerer, Pupumin. He yelled excitedly, the reversal of a reversal. Seeing this, she said with disgust, "How vile." She clicked her tongue, and Pupumin's voice rang out again. Reversal. Seeing this, Nadi was incredibly shocked. Is he using her own ability against her? Nadi was stunned by his new form. He thought to himself, Pupumin isn't just strong, he's an adventurer with sharp instincts, creativity, and incredible adaptability. Suddenly, the snake targeted someone casting a sorcerer ability. It coiled around Zero's head, squeezing it so tightly that he couldn't even cry out. Nadi was shocked by the scene. His face darkened. He started rushing towards the man. This feeling is exactly the same as the strange energy I felt from Johanna. Nadi raised his sword to attack it, shouting, "What are you trying to do, Zero?" Surprisingly, Zero was no longer in his right mind. He picked up a handful of dirt and shouted, "Shut up!" He threw the handful of dirt at Nadi. "I have to live." Gerard swung his giant sword towards him. Nadi gritted his teeth. He had to survive that attack. The two swords clashed, and a golden light flashed. Nadi's eyes suddenly shot wide, and a piercing scream rang out. He was then sent flying by the overwhelming force of the sword. Nadi went tumbling, his head hitting the ground as blood spurted from his mouth. Zero's expression twisted with even more madness. He let out an excited laugh, raising his greatsword and charging maniacally at Nadi. Gerard had lost the last of his senses, slashing wildly in a frenzy. "Just leave this to me, Lady Johanna." Then Zero threw his sword, sending it spinning through the air. Meanwhile, Pupumin was fighting Johanna. He gripped his staff, his sharp eyes fixed on her. Seeing Zero's sword flying towards them, Pupumin immediately caught it with his bare hands. Sweat poured down his body, but he managed to hold on. "I can still handle this." Pupumin raised his staff and began to cast a spell. As expected of an archmage, he focused all of his power into the arm holding the staff. His muscles bulged and veins popped the moment he raised his staff. Rocks and debris were sent flying. He aimed his staff at Johanna. As he brought the attack down, Pupumin roared, much to her astonishment. "It's over." He poured all his power into the staff gravity smash.